Podium Audio presents The Hunter, Book 2 of the Preacher series, written by Nathan Burrows, performed by Bradford Hastings. Chapter 1. Susie. Susie sat back in her seat and tried her best to relax. Finally, after months of planning, they had done it. All the pain and torture, both physical and mental, were worth it. They had escaped. She glanced at her daughter Leanne, who was staring out of the bus window at the trees lining the road they were driving down. The child had a faint smile on her face. Perhaps, Susie thought, Leanne was looking forward to her 7th birthday, even if it was a couple of months away. Or perhaps she was looking forward to seeing London for the first time. Susie had bought nothing yet for her daughter's birthday for 2 reasons. The first was that Leanne changed her mind over what she wanted almost daily. The second and main reason was that if Susie had bought something, she would have had to bring it with her. And she needed to stay as mobile as she could. With a smile that mirrored her daughter's, Susie clasped the tote bag in her hands to her chest. This bag, along with the small suitcase and one of the baggage holds under the bus, was now all they had in the world. Everything else had been left behind. But, Susie reflected as she looked again at her daughter, they had all they needed in those 2 bags, along with each other. Susie closed her eyes and thought back over the day's events. The first was the phone call at almost 7 in the evening. It had been her partner's phone. No one would call Susie in the evening. No one called Susie at any time of the day. Not anymore. Not since Vince had slowly cut her off from her friends. He'd done it so gradually that by the time she had realized what he was doing, it was too late. The phone call had roused Vince from his place on the sofa, as Susie knew it would. When she asked him who it was, he had simply replied, "Work," as he always did. Then he had left, not saying a word about where he was going or when he would be back. She imagined him driving to his office, summoned along with his colleagues to deal with an anonymous tip-off. But the tip-off was only anonymous to Vince and his team, not to Susie. She knew exactly who had made the call and what he had said. She'd paid the man a fair amount of money to make it and to ensure that he said exactly what she wanted him to say. The people Vince worked for didn't respond to any anonymous tip-off, only those with certain words or combinations of phrases that would make them think it worthwhile to railroad the local police. It had taken Susie months to put the phrases together, gathering snippets here and there, mostly when Vince was drunk and in a good mood, which was rare. But he had gradually revealed enough of them for Susie to construct something meaningful to grab their attention. The moment Vince's car had screeched around the corner at the end of the road, Susie had leaped into action, getting Leanne ready for their big adventure. Then they had hurried, moving like mice down the alley by the side of their house. At the bottom of the alley was a taxi that Susie had booked via one of the few remaining working payphones in the area. The taxi took them to another taxi, booked from a different phone and under a different name. Then one final taxi to the bus station. They arrived for the evening bus to London with moments to spare, just long enough to persuade a homeless man to buy her 2 tickets for cash so she and Leanne didn't have to enter the ticket office. Susie knew Vince would eventually trace their route, but by then she and Leanne would have left London and be on the next stage of their complex journey. Speed was of the essence. At the thought of the journey ahead, Susie allowed her smile to broaden. They had finally done it. A few moments later, just as Susie was drifting off to sleep, she heard the pneumatic hiss of the brakes of the bus. It juddered to a halt, and she looked out of the window to see only trees. This wasn't one of the regular stops, surely. She heard a commotion at the front of the bus, and her heart sank. How had Vince traced them so quickly? It couldn't have been more than an hour since they had left Norwich. Susie craned her neck and looked toward the front of the bus, hushing Leanne, who had just stirred from sleep. It wasn't Vince at the front of the bus. It was a man wearing a balaclava. In one of his hands was a pillowcase. In the other was something that made several of the other passengers gasp with horror. A small, black pistol that he was waving around the interior of the bus. "No one move!" the man's voice said, the balaclava moving in time with the words. "Phones, wallets, purses. I want the lot!" Chapter 2. Caleb. Caleb, who had closed his eyes the moment the bus had left Norwich, kept them closed as the bus ground to a halt with a hiss. He angled his head to one side as he heard the door slide open. A few seconds later, he felt the bus tilt to the left by less than a degree as someone, presumably the driver, got off. The next sound he heard, other than some muffled voices, was the distinctive noise of someone being struck with a fist, followed by the soft crump of a body falling to the ground. Then the bus shifted again as someone got back on, someone who was smaller than the driver from the amount the bus dipped, assuming it was him who had got off. Then another tilt as another person climbed aboard before a collective gasp rolled through the interior of the bus. "No one move! Phones, wallets, purses! I want the lot!" The voice was young, British, probably white. Caleb angled his head in the opposite direction, moving slowly and keeping his eyes closed. A collective gasp told Caleb several things. The first was that the young man was armed. The second was how the sound had come from all areas of the bus. It told him that the weapon was probably a gun. A knife wouldn't threaten the entire bus in the same way. Caleb's final assessment from the words that were spoken was that whoever it was who had spoken was serious. The timbre of the collective gasp only reinforced that assessment. "In the bag! In the bag!" the man continued. Caleb imagined him carrying a gym bag or something similar down the bus, going from passenger to passenger until they had emptied their pockets. The voice continued its threats as it got louder, but Caleb was content to appear to be asleep. There was no need for him to open his eyes. Not yet. Caleb was sitting 5 or 6 rows from the front of the bus, just behind a woman and her daughter. As he had got on board, the young girl had commented on the gray robe he wore, but the woman hadn't been keen on engaging. "Why are you wearing a dress?" the child had asked in the innocent way that only children can. "I'm a preacher," Caleb had replied, smiling. When the child's mother had tried to hush her daughter, the woman had made no eye contact with Caleb. She was perhaps in her early 30s, wearing light blue jeans, unbranded sneakers, and a shapeless burgundy sweatshirt over a slim frame. She had blonde hair tied up in an untidy ponytail, and her shampoo or body wash, perhaps both, contained lemon extract. Caleb also caught the faintest bruise on her left cheek, almost, but not quite hidden under a layer of foundation. The next voice that Caleb heard was the girl's. She didn't speak, she screamed. Caleb opened his eyes a few millimeters to assess the situation and saw the gunman standing just in front of the woman and the girl. He was pointing the gun directly at the woman. Caleb pressed his lips together as he took in the situation through the faint slit in his eyelids. As he had thought, the gunman was young. He was wearing a balaclava, his eyes wide underneath the black fabric. Late teens, early 20s, perhaps. No more than that. Behind him, at the front of the bus, was another man wielding a gun. He looked much more assured than his younger colleague. The boss, for sure. The guns the men were carrying were Glock 17 pistols. Simple, but effective, especially at short range. They were plastic and metal in construction, the slide and the firing mechanism made of metal, and the grip with its magazine made of plastic. Caleb could see the bottom of the magazine and the grip, but there was no way for him to tell if the gun was actually loaded or had been made ready. The only way he could tell for sure was if the man holding it, or someone else, pulled the trigger. "What's in the bag?" the young man shouted, pointing the gun at the bottom of the woman's seat. Caleb remembered she had been holding a cloth bag close to her chest when he had boarded the bus. She must have tried to hide it under the seat, perhaps not realizing that this would only draw attention to it. Caleb saw her shifting in her seat. "What's in the bag?" the man repeated, shifting the pistol in his hand so that it was pointing back at her. In his other hand was a pillowcase, an incongruous, bright yellow color, weighed down with the possessions of the other travelers. Caleb opened his eyes a fraction more to observe the way he was holding the pistol. The Glock 17 had no safety catch, but relied on a small lever on the trigger. The actual trigger couldn't be pulled unless the lever was depressed at the same time. Caleb could see that the pad of the man's index finger was pressing the lever in. A few pounds of pressure, and the gun, if it was loaded, would fire. Caleb closed his eyes and offered a brief prayer for intervention, divine or otherwise. Whether it was because of Caleb's prayer or not, to his relief, the woman leaned forward to get the bag. A second later, it was snatched from her grasp. The man diverted his attention from the pistol to look inside, giving Caleb the perfect opportunity to disarm him. Caleb usually took such opportunities as and when they were needed, but the risk to the other passengers was too great.
"Jackpot!"
the man shouted to his companion at the front of the bus. Another opportunity that Caleb didn't take or need. He leaned forward slightly to see what was in the bag, trying to maintain the impression that he was asleep. It was money. Lots of money. Chapter 3. Naomi. Less than 15 miles away from the bus, Naomi Tipton was sitting in her small, bright red Mini. The car had been a graduation present to Naomi from her father, a reward for passing her law degree a few years previously. According to him, Naomi was the first in their family to go to a proper university, and she wished he'd been there the day she had finally passed the professional skills course to make her a fully qualified criminal law solicitor. It had followed 2 hard years of on-the-job training, but the reward was more than worth the effort. With a lump in her throat, Naomi realized that the restaurant she was sitting outside was one of the last places she had been with her father before the cancer had taken him only a few months ago. If she had realized earlier, she would have insisted her boyfriend meet her somewhere else. But if Naomi's plan went as she hoped it would, they wouldn't even get past the waiter showing them to their table and bringing them a carafe of water. Before the menus were even presented to the table, it was her intent to be back in the car, a single woman. With a heavy sigh, Naomi climbed out of the Mini and locked it. She wasn't looking forward to the next few minutes, but it had to be done. She had arrived early, making sure the distinctive car was hidden from the view of the restaurant. A few moments after she had arrived, a sleek black BMW belonging to her soon-to-be ex-boyfriend Mark had slipped into the parking lot, much like he had slipped into her life. Naomi had known he wouldn't be late for their meeting. Mark was never late for anything. It was one way he showed he was in charge. When they had started seeing each other, Naomi hadn't even realized she was in a relationship with him until it was too late. They'd been on a few dates, enjoyed each other's company. Mark worked in the city, not Norwich, but London. He did something with hedge funds. Naomi knew or cared little about what that involved. She had not been looking for anything serious. Naomi was far from promiscuous, but the first time they had gone to bed together was more of a natural extension of a drunken evening between 2 single people than the start of a serious relationship. At least, that was how Naomi had seen it. But it wasn't how Mark had. It had remained fun at the start. Their relationship, and Mark had made it clear by the 3rd time they slept together that they were in one, had started like any other. But Naomi had never seen it as anything other than a temporary thing. Her plans were elsewhere. And Mark, turning up at her apartment one evening with a bag, claiming he'd had to move out of his own apartment, hadn't helped. She had been offered a job far away from Norwich, in Bristol, as a newly qualified criminal law solicitor. Naomi had every intention of taking the vacancy once she had finished working her notice period. When she had told Mark of her plans, Naomi quickly realized 2 things, one of which she already knew, the other she suspected. The first was how quickly he could turn to anger. The second was that he didn't mind using his fists to express his anger. Even on her. Naomi paused at the glass doors to the restaunt, steeling herself for what was to come. Through the plate glass, she could see Mark wearing his trademark blue suit and brown shoes like most other traders in the city, flirting with the waitress. She remembered back to a meal in another restaurant. The waiter there, a good-looking young man who, according to his name badge, was also called Mark, had been very attentive to Naomi. She'd not thought he was flirting with her, but the other Mark had. He had dragged her to his car after the meal and almost thrown her into the passenger seat before simmering all the way back to his apartment. When they had gone to bed, the way Mark had been with her raised a red flag that she couldn't ignore. He had stopped when she had told him to, but Naomi wasn't convinced that would always be the case. The next morning, she had told him of her plans for Bristol. That's when he had hit her for the first time. And in Naomi's mind, the last time. She pushed against the door and made her way into the restaurant. When Mark saw her, a lazy grin spread across his face. He stopped talking to the waitress and gestured toward a table with an enormous bunch of flowers front and center. Naomi thought again of her father, a large man who had spent his life working on oil rigs and had a physique to match it. When she was a teenager and had started dating boys, he had offered her some sage advice, unwanted at the time. Fists, then flowers. That's when you get out, and you tell me. I'll sort it. Except Naomi's father wasn't around to protect her anymore. She was on her own. Or at least, in a few moments' time, she would be. Chapter 4. Leon. Leon blew air through his cheeks as he saw the money inside the bag. It was full of paper money, most of the notes rolled together and secured with elastic bands. When he saw the outer notes of the rolls were 50-pound notes, he whistled. There had to be thousands of pounds in the bag. Most of the notes were purple 20-pound ones, with a few light brown 10-pound notes as well. Leon glanced toward the other gunman at the front of the bus, who he knew only as Sid. No one in their group knew whether Sid was his real name, and Leon had never asked the man. Sid was in charge, both of this job and also the group themselves. The other two members were spread out along the road, one 100 yards toward the front of the bus, and one the same distance toward the rear. There was little, if any, chance of anyone driving down the road, at least according to their reconnaissance, but Sid wasn't going to take the chance that their operation would be disturbed. If anyone turns up, he had said during their final planning meeting, they're just people to be robbed. Leon tried to grab the bag from the woman, but she was clinging on to the handle for dear life.
Give me the bloody bag,
Leon said, forcing a snarl into his voice. Beside her, the woman's child started crying.
Please, no,
the woman said, imploring him with her eyes.
It's all we have. I said,
Leon replied, tugging at the bag again,
give me the bloody bag.
The woman still wouldn't let go of the bag. Leon raised the Glock and pointed it at the child instead of the woman. That did the trick. As the child screamed, the woman let go of the bag and pulled the girl into her arms. Leon took the bag and backed up the aisle to the front of the bus. When he reached Sid, he saw the older youth's eyebrows shoot up under his balaclava. What you got? Sid asked, the question almost a single word.
Look,
Leon replied, glancing down at the bag.
Cash, and plenty of it.
Sweet, Sid replied as he took the bag from Leon. Too late, Leon realized that he could have slipped a roll or two of the notes from the bag before he handed it over. What you waiting for? Sid said, nodding back down the bus. Go on, get the rest. Leon turned and made his way slowly back down the bus, trying to look menacing to hide his underlying fear. Several of the passengers glared at him as he did so, mostly the older ones. The younger passengers had the good sense not to look him in the eye. Leon started to feel good, powerful. Sid had been right. This was a buzz like no other. But the fear hadn't completely receded. When Leon had heard he would need to prove himself before he could even be considered for membership to the group, he'd been nervous. He'd heard various stories about the initiation rites of the local gangs. On his estate, there were two primary gangs, loosely allied with local rival football clubs. Most of the time, the two gangs left each other alone. They coexisted on the subsidized housing estate in an uneasy truce. The residents who lived there were at risk because they were in the middle. Apart from the derby days when the two football teams faced each other on the pitch and the gangs faced each other in the streets, a grudging respect seemed to keep the peace. Leon wasn't interested in joining either gang. He was more interested in earning money than scrawling graffiti or fighting on recreation grounds. There was one option that was only whispered about. The man called Sid, who ran various business enterprises on the estate. He wasn't a hard man, but sat above the gangs and controlled the flow of drugs and stolen vehicles through the estate. Leon had heard Sid was putting together a new crew, and he had engineered a meeting with the man where, with his heart in his mouth, Leon had asked about joining. Sid had been clear from the off. His group wasn't a gang. Gangs were for losers with no ambition. There were plenty of others who could spray their colored tags on walls and buildings in the estate they lived on, but that wasn't Sid's intention. He was a businessman and was more interested in hard cash than reputation, which was why Leon was walking down a bus with a gun in his hand, threatening everyone on it. Including, Leon reflected as he walked back to the seats where the woman without the bag was now crying, tears and snot streaming down her face, a man who appeared to be asleep in the seat behind her. The bus had all sorts of passengers, young and old. But this passenger was the only one wearing a robe. Chapter 5. Vince. Vince rolled his head from side to side, trying and failing to ease a crick in his neck that he'd had since the previous evening's session in the gym. He knew exactly what he'd done. It was the last deadlift of his set, and he'd been so desperate to complete it that he'd poked his head forward, which had resulted in instant pain and a dropped weight. Even an ice pack from the stupid cow in reception at the gym hadn't helped. Maybe when this job was over, he would go and see his chiropractor, even though he usually felt worse after visiting him. "All teams, I have control of Yellow Burger," a male voice said in his earpiece. Vince tutted under his breath. He knew it was a computer that allocated their targets' code names, but surely there was an override button at control to skip the stupid ones. "White baggy trousers, navy blue puffer jacket, black baseball cap pulled down low over his eyes." Vince frowned. That didn't sound like Yellow Burger to him. The man who he and his team had been tracking for some months had only ever been seen wearing a thobe, a long garment worn by some Muslim men, and he usually wore a traditional kufi hat, never a baseball cap. If Yellow Burger was on their radar as a terrorist, he could have ditched his usual clothes as part of a cleansing process prior to an attack of some sort. But that wasn't why Yellow Burger was on Vince's hit list. He wasn't a terrorist, but a high-level mercenary who was planning to attack the British cyber network with a program that would suck everything out of all the government agencies to be sold to the highest bidder. If the intelligence Vince's employers had was correct, and it usually was, there was a veritable queue of potential buyers. "Confirm it's Yellow Burger, 6-4, Vince said into a small microphone sewn into his suit cuff. "Do you have a definite visual?" It could be just some random bloke leaving the flat, not their target. Wait, the male voice belonging to a member of Vince's surveillance team replied. Vince did as he asked, knowing that 6-4 would be adjusting his position to get a better look at their target. The problem with Yellow Burger was that he was surveillance aware and highly paranoid with it. They had only a few photographs of the man, which made tracking him difficult, if not impossible. That was why, when the call of a sighting had come in from one of their sources, Vince and his team had dropped everything to get to his location, even though it had been several hours' drive from their base in Thames House in London. Vince stabbed his fingers at the screen of his phone and raised it to his ear. "Hello? How may I help you?" the woman who answered asked. That was the standard greeting. It wasn't as if they could say, "Secret Intelligence Service, how may I help you?" "This is 6-6, Vince said, using his designated identifier. His department had 6 teams, all composed of 6 operatives, but only his team was authorized to take executive action. The other 5 found and followed people, but they didn't take them out. Only Vince's team did that, and it was something they did very well indeed.
How did we get notification?
There was a pause on the other end of the line while Control considered their response. Calls were always like this, slow, formulated, and utterly meaningless to anyone who might be listening in.
From a reliable source,
she said a moment later.
They used an agreed identifier.
Vince thought for a moment. The agreed identifiers were used to ensure that any information received was genuine and from a known informer, of whom there were many. He couldn't ask for any more information on the phone, so he just disconnected the call and sat back in the passenger seat of the car to wait for 6-4. It took the other operative longer to respond than Vince wanted, but eventually he did.
Stand by. Stand by.
Target not confirmed as Yellow Burger. I say again,
the target is not Yellow Burger. Sending visual now for ident.
Vince swore under his breath as he reached for his secure tablet. He swiped at the screen and brought up the photograph 6-4 had just sent. It wasn't Yellow Burger, unless their target had lost around 20 kilos since he was last captured on film. At least the image 6-4 had managed to get was a clear one, which would make Control's life easier.
6-1 and 6-2, stay on him in case he's connected to Yellow Burger,
Vince said into his cuff microphone. A couple of clicks on the line told him they had received the message. All other call signs maintain control of the apartment. Yellow Burger could still be in there.
No signs of life inside 6-6,
one operative said a few moments later. Then Control's voice came over the radio.
Earlier target not on any of our databases.
Vince swore again. The man's face would have been run through several facial recognition systems, a few of which would have the left-leaning public up in arms if they knew they existed. There was something off about this whole job. Vince could feel it. His earlier enthusiasm about a successful takedown was evaporating.
6-1, earlier target returning to the apartment,
Vince's radio told him a few moments later.
Now carrying a carton of milk in his hand.
For God's sake, Vince muttered, not caring if it was picked up on the microphone. They had just deployed a kill team to the back end of nowhere to watch a man get some milk. Chapter 6. Caleb. Caleb waited, listening as the thief walked down the length of the bus. He could hear the footsteps over the sound of the woman in the seat in front sobbing. The noise she was making was far from sadness at having lost some money. It was a sound Caleb had heard before. The sound a person makes when they have lost everything.
You! Wake up!
Caleb felt a foot nudging his calf. The foot was tentative, with nowhere near as much authority as the voice. Caleb waited for a few seconds before opening his eyes. When he had opened them, he arched a single eyebrow in the youth's direction.
What have you got in there?
The man with the gun was gesturing at the small cloth bag that Caleb had on his lap. Caleb looked at the gun, confirming his suspicion that it was a Glock 17, probably loaded, perhaps made ready. The youth was using it as a prop, not a threat. It would only take a split second for Caleb to put his hand over the youth's and disarm him with a vicious twist that would break either his finger or his wrist, perhaps both. Then another split second to rack the slide back and put a round between the eyes of the man at the front of the bus. It would be an easy shot for Caleb. He'd shot people from much further away with similar weapons and not missed. Caleb rarely missed. Then the man who had just nudged him would be looking at the other end of the gun and the smoke trickling from the barrel before his compatriot's body had even hit the floor. Caleb did none of these things. The bus was full of civilians, children, women, and men who had no experience with guns. Perhaps one or two of them would have in the past, but Caleb had watched them all board, and he was pretty sure they were all career civilians. If he started shooting, their reactions could be unpredictable and dangerous. That was one reason. Another was the young man who had just nudged his leg was not, in Caleb's opinion, particularly dangerous. He was trying very hard to project an aura of menace, but was falling well short. Caleb would be surprised if he had ever fired the weapon in his hand.
"I asked you a question, monk,"
the man with the gun said. Caleb said nothing, but just looked at him.
"What's in the bag?"
Caleb, moving slowly, opened the top of the bag to allow the man to see inside it. There was nothing in there to interest a robber. Nothing of value to anyone other than Caleb. He knew the man would recognize some of the items in there. The cutthroat razor Caleb used to keep his head shaved, perhaps the whetstone that he used to keep the razor sharp. But there was no money, no wallet, not even a passport. Caleb did have one, just not with him.
"Where's all your stuff?"
the young man said, raising the gun and pointing it at Caleb. His finger was outside the trigger guard, and Caleb knew he could snap it at the first phalangeal joint before it got anywhere near the trigger.
"This is all my stuff,"
Caleb said, keeping his voice low and hopefully non-threatening.
"I travel light."
If the young man recognized Caleb's Texan drawl, he didn't acknowledge it. They stared at each other for a few seconds, the young man's eyes flicking between Caleb's as if he was trying to work out what to say next. Then the other balaclava-clad man at the front of the bus shouted at his partner in crime.
"Yo, come on!"
Caleb saw him whirling his index finger in the air, a universal military gesture that meant, "Let's go."
20 seconds, and we're out of here."
Caleb tucked away the gesture in his mind. It was an unusual one for a civilian to make. Perhaps he wasn't the only person on the bus who had served after all. With a final look at Caleb, the young man with the gun moved on to passengers in the seat behind him. Caleb closed his eyes as he heard the two elderly passengers struggle to put their valuables into the pillowcase. A few seconds later, he heard a young woman scream, but he kept his eyes closed. The scream was one of anger mixed with fear, and he doubted she was in any danger. Caleb doubted any of the passengers were in any danger at all. When he had looked into the young man's eyes a few seconds previously, Caleb had realized one thing. The gunman was just as scared as the passengers on the bus. Chapter 7. Susie. Susie took a deep sigh of relief when she realized that the two gunmen had got off the bus. She used the back of her hand to wipe her face before reaching into a pocket for a packet of tissues. When she handed one of the tissues to Leanne, the girl was just staring at the seat in front of them. No tears, no expression, just a vacant look. Susie didn't know if that was good or bad. Was it shock? Neither of them had ever seen a gun up close and personal before, and Susie didn't know if Leanne had comprehended just how much danger they had been in. That didn't matter anymore, though. The danger from the two men who had just robbed the bus had gone. They had left with a screech of tires and disappeared. The last thing she had seen of them was the brake lights of their vehicle flaring a few hundred yards up the road as they slowed for a bend. Then they were gone. But the real danger facing Susie and Leanne hadn't gone. If anything, now that Susie had lost the money she had been saving for so long, their position was even more precarious.
"Where's the driver?"
a male voice from the front of the bus shouted. A couple of the passengers got off, and a few moments later one of them got back on to address the rest of the passengers.
"Is there anyone with first aid training here?"
It was the same man who had asked where the driver was. Susie looked at him as Leanne stirred beside her. At least someone was taking charge of the situation.
"And can anyone drive a bus?"
There was some movement behind her as another passenger got to his feet. Susie turned to see an elderly gentleman with his hand raised in the air.
"I used to,"
he said with a nervous laugh.
"A long time ago, but how hard can it be?"
None of the other passengers reacted to him. The majority of them, like Leanne, appeared to still be in shock.
"I've called the police," another passenger shouted. "I've still got my phone. They're on their way."
"Leanne," Susie said, shaking her daughter's shoulder.
Come on.
When the bus had stopped, she'd not been able to get a signal on her cell phone, a burner bought for cash from the market, but it appeared somebody had managed to keep their phone from the robbers and get a signal.
What is it?
Leanne replied, mumbling the words.
We need to go, sweetheart,
Susie said. Susie got to her feet and tugged Leanne's arm. Around them, other passengers were milling about. Some of them laughed, nervous sounds that Susie thought were intended to cover their shock. Just before she made her way to the front of the bus, Susie turned around to look at the man who was sitting behind them. He just stared back at her with an impassive expression, his gray eyes giving nothing away. She made her way past the other passengers, pulling Leanne behind her. Susie knew they couldn't be here when the police arrived. That would be a disaster. Losing the bag with all the money was bad enough, but if the police knew who they were, that would be an end to everything before she and Leanne had even got to London. With a few mumbled excuse-me's, Susie managed to get to the front of the bus. She made her way down the steps, hefting Leanne onto her hip as she did so. Her daughter had got so big so quickly, it only seemed like a few weeks ago that she was a babe in her arms. Now, Susie could barely carry her down the steps to the ground where she put her down. Susie looked around, her head snapping from side to side. The bus had stopped in what looked like a country lane in the middle of nowhere. On either side of the road were thick tree trunks, their branches almost forming a tunnel over the roof of the bus. The robbers had chosen their spot well. As Susie looked toward the far end of the road, she thought she could see the flicker of blue lights approaching through the branches. They needed to go. But where? The only option was into the forest.
This way, Leanne,
Susie said, pulling her daughter's arm. The primary goal was to get away from the authorities, and slipping into the woods was the only option they had available. The rest she would have to worry about later.
But, Mummy,
Leanne said, resisting Susie's arm. Susie looked down at her daughter, who was pointing at the bottom of the bus.
What about Boo-Boo?
Boo-Boo. Leanne's favorite toy had been stuffed into a bag as they had packed their things back at the house. Along with the rest of their clothes, the tattered pink elephant was in a suitcase that the driver had put into the baggage hold of the bus for them back at the station. Susie looked back at the flickering blue lights, now much closer than before. They didn't have long.
Boo-Boo will be fine, Leanne,
Susie said with a lump in her throat.
He'll be absolutely fine. We need to hide, just like we practiced. Do you remember?
With tears streaming down her face, Susie pulled Leanne toward the trees. Her daughter resisted at first, but eventually acquiesced. As they approached the dark forest, Susie saw Leanne looking back at the bus several times. She mouthed the name Boo-Boo a couple of times, which broke Susie's heart. By the time they reached the tree line, they were both sobbing. Chapter 8. Naomi. The interior of the restaurant was cool, and Naomi took another deep breath as she took in her surroundings. There was the faintest smell of food in the air that made her mouth water, but she had no intention of eating here. At the sound of the door opening, the waitress had glanced up and smiled at Naomi, as had Mark, but it was only the waitress's smile that was genuine. Naomi ignored Mark's gesture toward the table with the flowers and stayed where she was for a few seconds. The restaurant had started life as a coaching pub at some point back in the mid-16th century. It was located on the original main road that linked Norwich and London, built by the Romans not long after they invaded to help the legions keep the troublesome locals north of the capital under control. Terrorized by highwaymen and all but impassable in winter, the route had not seen horse-drawn coaches for many years. But many of the hostelries, originally based every 7 to 10 miles along the route, had somehow endured. Naomi neither knew nor cared for the restaurant's history. Her attention was focused on Mark, who was staring at her as she stood just inside the door. She broke away from his gaze to look around the dining area. It wasn't busy, with only a single couple sitting in one corner sipping coffee. From recessed speakers in the ceiling, Sting was crooning about how much his poor heart was aching and in the distance Naomi could hear the clatter of cutlery as the kitchen staff prepared for the evening diners. "Naomi," Mark said as he approached her. She saw his eyes flicker from her head to her feet and back again. She had deliberately worn a version of her work clothes, a smart business suit that was just slightly too informal for court, in an attempt to appear businesslike as opposed to alluring. But the effect appeared lost on Mark. "You look amazing." He leaned forward and she allowed him to kiss her on the cheek. As he did so, she caught the scent of his cologne in her nostrils. The familiar smell turned her stomach, but not in the way it once had. Naomi allowed herself to be guided to the table, ignoring the flowers as she sat down. The waitress came across and fussed around them for a moment before placing menus in front of them and telling them she would be back in a moment to take their order. Naomi saw the faintest frown cross Mark's face when she declined a pre-dinner drink, but it was gone in an instant. "You've had your hair done," Mark said, casting an appraising gaze over Naomi's new bob and smiling. She raised both hands to her ears and smoothed strands of dark hair behind them, an unconscious gesture her mentor had cautioned her against in the courtroom unless she deliberately wanted her opposing counsel to know she was nervous. "It looks lovely." Mark's smile broadened. "Shows off your cheekbones very nicely."
"Thank you,"
Naomi replied automatically, her voice almost a whisper. Her mouth was dry, and she wished she'd asked the waitress for a glass of water. She took a deep breath. Prior to leaving her apartment, Naomi had stood in her bathroom rehearsing her words in the mirror, just as she did before every court case. But the words she had practiced earlier deserted her.
"Mark, listen,"
Naomi said, trying to put some authority into her voice.
"No, Naomi, let me go first,"
Mark replied, putting his hands, palms out in a placatory gesture.
"Please."
Naomi knew it would be no good to try to talk over him. Let him have his say, then she could have hers.
"The other morning, when we argued, that was stupid of me. It was the thought of you going to Bristol, me not being able to see you as often. That was all. It meant nothing."
Naomi felt her eyebrows arching at his words. The sting of his palm across her cheek hadn't meant nothing to her.
"It was a childish reaction, and it will never, ever happen again."
Another thing her father had told her men like Mark said. He was looking at her with an imploring expression, evidently waiting for and fully expecting complete forgiveness. If the situation hadn't been so serious, Naomi would have laughed in his face. She licked her lips, waiting to make sure he had finished. When she was sure he had, Naomi spoke.
"It's over, Mark."
She paused as his expression froze.
"We're done, you and I. Thanks for the flowers."
She nodded at the bouquet on the table.
"Maybe you could give them to your mum."
As Naomi scraped the chair back and prepared to get to her feet, Mark's hands flashed down and grabbed both her wrists. She felt his fingers digging into the soft flesh of her forearms and gasped. The waitress, who had been approaching the table, paused before turning and walking away.
"What did you say, Naomi?"
Mark hissed, trying to force a smile onto his face.
"I said, it's over, Mark,"
Naomi replied, trying to pull her forearms away. Knowing her next words were childish, she said them anyway.
"What's the matter? Have you never been dumped before?"
Mark's grip tightened on her arms.
"You don't get to say when it's over, Naomi,"
Mark said, his voice low.
"That's not how it works at all. Now we're going to eat our dinner and then go back to our flat where you can apologize for what you just said."
It wasn't their flat. It was Naomi's, and his claim to it wasn't lost on her.
"Is everything okay here?"
a woman's voice said. Naomi looked up to see the female diner who had been sipping coffee with her companion standing a few feet from the table.
"Everything's fine,"
Mark replied on their behalf, not even looking at the woman.
"Are you sure?"
she said. Finally, Mark tore his gaze away from Naomi and looked at the customer. The woman was petite, almost tiny, and had an expression somewhere between bemusement and concern.
"Not being funny, pet," Mark said to the woman. But this has nothing to do with you, so why don't you just fuck off? He turned his eyes back to Naomi, and she could see the raw anger behind them. This is personal.
Chapter 9. Caleb. Caleb watched the woman and child from the seat in front of him as they stood in front of the trees. The child appeared to be upset about something. Not the fact that they had just been robbed, but something more visceral than that. He was far from an expert on children, but it was the way she was crying almost inconsolably that piqued his interest. Perhaps the child needed the bathroom, and that was why her mother was taking her toward the trees. Caleb looked over his shoulder at the tiny bathroom built into the bus. The green light above the folding door told him it was empty, so why weren't they using that? He watched them for a few seconds, realizing that it wasn't a bathroom break. The woman was gazing at the trees as if searching for a way through them. With a last backward glance that sealed Caleb's next actions, she stepped forward and into the tree line, pulling the girl behind her.
"Excuse me,"
Caleb said as he got to his feet. There was a passenger standing in the aisle chatting with one of his fellow travelers. Whether it was Caleb's deep Texas accent, the fact he was wearing a gray robe, or that the passenger picked up on the intensity in his eyes, Caleb was unsure, but the elderly man took a step back with a look of surprise. Caleb made his way down the bus, moving as quickly as he could without attracting too much attention to himself. He hurried down the steps at the front and into the open air. A few yards away, the driver was sitting on the grass verge, being attended to by some of the other passengers. Caleb wouldn't have bothered. The man was conscious and appeared alert enough to be exchanging jokes with the passengers. Not only that, but there were 2 police cars approaching rapidly. Caleb spoke to the driver briefly before he got what Caleb had asked for, a suitcase from one of the luggage compartments. Caleb then made his way to the spot where he had seen the woman and the child disappear into the woods. He paused for a few seconds to look at the trees in front of him. The forest was predominantly composed of oak trees, and while it had perhaps been managed at some point in its history, the random nature of the way the trees grew told Caleb it was now wild. Above his head, the rich canopies swirled in a soft breeze. Caleb would have preferred to pause for longer, close his eyes, and just appreciate the sound, but there was work to be done. Caleb stepped through the gap in the trunks and took a few steps forward before stopping. He placed his hand on a gnarled trunk for a second or two, wondering what the tree may have seen in its history. Caleb had read about the British fascination with oak trees, some of which dated all the way back to when a Norman named William managed to replace his original nickname of William the Bastard with the more complimentary one of William the Conqueror. Oak trees had since hidden kings from rebels, been used to build famous warships such as Horatio Nelson's HMS Victory, and even provided the ink used to sign the Magna Carta.
"All from a single acorn,"
Caleb muttered under his breath as he took in his surroundings. Behind him, he could still hear the now muted voices of the passengers from the bus. He dropped to his haunches and studied the ground. The rain earlier had left the soil soft and pliable, and it only took Caleb a few seconds to find fresh footprints. 2 sets, one large, one small. He pushed through the leafy ferns growing on the forest floor, his eyes alternating between the ground and the terrain in front of him. The further into the forest he got, the more indistinct the footprints became as the amount of rain that had penetrated the canopy lessened. But Caleb didn't need footprints to follow people through a forest. There were plenty of other signs that told him which way the woman and child had gone. Small, freshly broken twigs on the ground, ferns with no raindrops on their leaves where they had been brushed away as someone had passed by. He hefted the small suitcase onto his shoulder before slowing his pace. It wasn't his intention to catch up with the woman and the child, just to follow them, to make sure they were safe. If necessary, to watch over them. He knew they were scared, terrified. But of what? Or of whom? Chapter 10. Vince. Vince stared out of the window of their black SUV as the countryside flew by outside. They were on the A1, heading back to London along a road originally laid by the Roman Empire. The next set of invaders, 1,000 years later, the Normans, had probably used it as well to establish their dominance over the kingdom. But since then, England hadn't been invaded by anyone. The fact that this was in part because of people like Vince wasn't lost on him. As a member of MI5, his team was responsible for protecting the country against threats from internal agencies and individuals who might want to encourage foreign invaders. But Vince's team didn't just operate under the radar. There wasn't a radar that could even come close to detecting them. And as the sixth team, they were the very best of the very best. So, how had they just been made idiots of? They had stayed on mission for another few hours before finally deciding that the mission was a bust. Yellow Burger was nowhere to be seen. Vince doubted he'd ever heard of the small village they had spent the day in, much less actually been there. It wasn't the first time they'd been chasing a ghost. It was what they spent most of their time doing. But Vince's senses told him something was off about this. Vince's tablet pinged with an incoming file. He swiped at the screen to open it and tapped on the play icon of the audio file. This was the call that had come into a GCHQ confidential hotline which had generated their team's deployment.
Arif Hussain is staying at number 14 Glebe Close in Spalding.
It was a male voice, somewhat muffled.
This is Crouching Squirrel.
Vince almost laughed at the identifier. It was yet another stupid phrase spat out by a computer, but its purpose was to inform MI5 that this was a genuine confidential informant, not a random caller with delusions of grandeur. He frowned and replayed the voice file.
"What do you think, Six?"
the driver of the SUV asked. They didn't use their real names when talking to each other, but Vince knew the driver's name was Stephen. He knew nothing else about the man. Any personal information was kept to themselves to avoid compromise. If the bad guys wanted to look for a man called Stephen in London, they could fill their boots.
"Where do you think that accent's from?"
Vince asked as he replayed the file.
"West Country." "No, I think it's the other side. That sounds like a Norfolk accent to me." "You should know," Stephen replied. "That's your neck of the woods, isn't it?"
Stephen's question was technically speaking a breach of protocol, but Vince couldn't hide his accent any more than he could hide his face. He waited for the inevitable dig about inbreeding, webbed feet, or extra digits, but Stephen appeared to have more sense than that. Vince sat back in his seat and stared out of the window. To his knowledge, there were very few confidential informants in the area he lived in. It was far from a hotbed of terrorism or fundamentalist ideologies. His sense of disquiet about the job was increasing the more he thought about it. Why would there be a call to GCHQ with a correct identifier from someone with an accent from where Vince lived? Once they got back to Vauxhall Cross, the sprawling building on the banks of the Thames that housed the Secret Intelligence Service, Vince could instigate a proper review of the call and the mobile phone that made it. He would be able to identify where the call was made from, down to within a couple of yards. He could cross-reference calls to other numbers and read any text messages sent or received from it. The systems Vince had access to would even be able to suck out any photos taken by the device if it had a camera. There was nothing on the mobile phone that Vince wouldn't be able to see. He could have instigated the review through control, but he didn't want to do that. If he did it himself, he could do it quietly, without any traces being left on their systems. Vince had always trusted his instincts, and they were telling him one thing about the supposed sighting of Yellow Burger. Something wasn't right. Chapter 11. Leon. Leon sat back in the passenger seat of the car, pulled the balaclava from his face, and grinned widely at Sid, who was behind the wheel.
"Awesome,"
Leon said, hitting the dash with the heel of his hand.
"That was awesome."
Sid grinned back at him, nodding his head.
"You did good, bro,"
Sid said, his accent marking him out as being from the East End of London. But Leon knew that while Sid might have been born within the sound of the Bow Bells, making him a genuine Cockney, the accent was mostly affected. Once or twice, when Sid had let his guard down, Leon had heard it slip, and a more cultured accent crept through that spoke of somewhere less deprived.
"Getting that bag off that woman. "It was mint, Leon," Sid said. "How much do you think is in there, Gary?"
Leon turned to the third member of their group, Gary, who was sitting in the rear of the car going through the pillowcase. At Sid's question, he glanced into the bag next to him. Leon could see rolls of notes piled on top of each other.
"I don't know, Sid,"
Gary replied, his accent definitely genuine. Gary was a couple of years older than Leon, wore the same dark clothing as the others, and usually acted as the muscle due to his bulk, which was partially from working in the gym, partially from some additional steroids.
"Gotta be at least $5,000, if not more. I'll sort out these phones and I'll count it up after."
"Sweet," Leon said with another slap of the dash.
"Give me a handful. I'll help out."
Gary leaned forward and thrust 5 or 6 phones into Leon's outstretched hand. As Gary was doing in the back of the car, Leon first looked to see if any of them were unlocked. Any that were would be quickly checked for internet banking apps. People who failed to secure their phones often failed to secure their banking apps as well. And Sid had an anonymous cryptocurrency account that these unsuspecting people would deposit funds into on his behalf. By the time the phone owners and their banks discovered the theft, the cash would be long gone. But on this occasion, all the phones that Gary had handed to Leon were locked. Leon thumbed at the screen of the first phone, an almost new and latest version of the iPhone, to be asked for a passcode. Putting his thumb over the camera to foil any security apps that might try to take his photo, he tried 6 zeros, then the numbers 1 to 6. When he got to the screen that told him the iPhone was disabled and that he should try again in 1 minute, Leon flipped the protective case off the phone to remove the SIM card. If he had been able to, he would have powered the phone down as well, but they wouldn't have the phones for very long anyway. He went through the process for the other phones before turning round to Gary. "Nothing on these, mate," Leon said. In reply, Gary held open a large pouch the size of a laptop for Leon to put them in. It was, according to the manufacturer's specifications, a complete Faraday cage that would block all signals both to and from the phones. The pouch would be dropped off later with one of Sid's friends who ran a phone stall in a local market. A few days after that, the street value of the handsets, minus Sid's friend's cut for cleaning them, would appear in one of Sid's business accounts. According to Sid, this would be a genuine transaction that he would even pay tax on. He had explained this to Leon one evening. Whether this was to show off his business acumen to Leon or because he wanted the younger man to know wasn't clear, but Leon had listened attentively. In the back of the car, Gary had turned his attention to the wallets and purses. Leon watched him as, wearing purple vinyl gloves, he worked his way through them. Any cash went straight into another bag, and Leon saw him searching through them for anything else of value, such as small bits of paper with 4 digits on them. There were several cash machines they knew of where money could be withdrawn out of the gaze of any cameras.
"Did I do okay, Sid?"
Leon asked, turning to face their leader. "Are you happy with how it went?"
"Like clockwork, bro,"
Sid replied, an easy smile on his face.
"You did good. Up for another in a few days?"
Leon smiled to himself before replying. To be invited onto the next job told him all he needed to know about his performance. If Sid wanted him along, it meant he was in.
"For sure, Sid,"
Leon said, looking out of the window as the forest started to give way to open countryside. In a few moments, they would be on a 2-lane highway that led all the way back to Norwich.
There'd be magic.
Chapter 12. Naomi. Naomi felt the corners of her mouth start to twitch as, behind Mark's shoulder, she watched the female diner's companion getting to his feet. He was a large man, easily over 6 feet tall, and broad-shouldered with it. Unseen by Mark, he made his way over to the table. When he placed his hand on the back of Mark's neck, it was large enough for her to see both his thumb and fingers on either side. In response to the movement, Mark jumped and tried to turn, but the man's hand held him in place. With his other hand, the diner reached into his pocket and produced a small, black leather wallet which he flipped over. When the man placed the open wallet on the table, Naomi didn't need to look at it to see the silver crown of the police warrant badge.
"Did you just tell my detective sergeant to fuck off?"
the police officer said. His voice suited his physique, a deep baritone that was filled with menace.
Only that's not very polite, is it now? Let go of me, Mark replied through gritted teeth, glancing at the badge. I've got your number. I'll be reporting you for assault. Will you now? The police officer smiled in Naomi's direction. Let go of the young lady's arms, and I'll think about it. Mark turned his attention to Naomi, and the raw anger in his eyes only seemed to intensify. You bitch. You've set me up, haven't you? He asked her. You work with these muppets, I take it. Naomi saw the policeman's knuckles whitening as he increased the pressure on Mark's neck. In response, Mark let go of her, and Naomi had to resist the temptation to rub the small, painful indentations in her wrists his fingers had left. This can go one of a couple of ways, sunshine, the policeman said. He was a detective constable called Dave, who, according to his colleague Sarah, was a sucker for a damsel in distress. You can walk out of here like a good lad, get in that hairdresser's car of yours and do one, or I can arrest you for something and take you into custody. You'll probably resist arrest, and I'll be forced to give you a good old-fashioned shoeing on the way to the nick. His grip on Mark's neck tightened further, and Naomi saw her, hopefully now ex-boyfriend, wince. Which is it to be? I'm going, Mark said, shooting daggers at Naomi with his eyes. But this isn't over, Naomi. It's far from over. Just take it like a man, mate, Dave said, still smiling at Naomi. That's my advice. I don't need your advice, Mark replied, trying and failing for a steely voice as Dave let go of his neck. Naomi saw Dave turn his eyes to Mark, his smile hardening. I think you do, Dave said, his voice even lower. If I hear you've been bothering young Naomi here, in the slightest, then I'll pop round to see you for a chat. Are we clear? Crystal, Mark replied as he used his hands to push his chair back. He stood and puffed himself up. Naomi knew he would be desperate to try to save face, but with Dave still towering almost a full head's height above him, it wouldn't be easy, with the waitress hovering uncertainly near her till Mark made his way out of the restaurant. A few seconds later, there was the roar of an engine, which was followed by the screech of tires as he left the parking lot. Naomi blew her breath out of her cheeks and smiled at the two police officers. Dave, Sarah, she said as she gestured to the chairs at the table. Can I get you both a drink? I think it's the least you can do, Naomi, Sarah said with a smile as she sat down. A glass of Pinot Grigio for me, and just Pepsi for Laughing Boy here. He's driving. Dave just shrugged his shoulders, picked up his warrant badge from the table, and wandered off with his cell phone in his hand. Naomi raised her hand to attract the waitress's attention. When the young girl approached, Naomi asked her to remove the flowers from the table and take them away before placing the drinks order. Sarah leaned forward and put her hand on Naomi's arm. You okay, babe? Sarah asked. You've got somewhere you can go for a few days, just in case? I can go to my sister's place, Naomi replied. Mark's never met her, so won't know where she lives. Any problems? You just shout. Sarah nodded at Dave, who was still engrossed in his phone. He'll be round like a shot. You know that. I think he quite enjoyed that. Dave returned to the table with a wry smile on his face a few moments later, just as the waitress arrived with the drinks. What have you done? Sarah asked him, shifting her position to allow the girl to put the drinks down on the table. I just texted my mate in traffic, Dave said, reaching for his Pepsi. Your ex might be attracting their attention over the next few days. A gentle reminder that we're keeping an eye. Sarah laughed as she picked up her own glass, clinking it off Naomi's. Cheers, babe. Here's to being young, free, and single again.
Naomi smiled and she returned the gesture.
Cheers to the pair of you,
she said, her smile faltering as she remembered Mark's parting shot. Naomi had a feeling she'd not seen the last of Mark just yet. Chapter 13. Susie. Susie clutched Leanne's hand firmly, as much for her own reassurance as the child's. They were following a rough path through the woods, perhaps made by animals looking for food. Every few steps there was a muffled sob from Leanne. Susie knew they would have to stop soon, but they had no water, no food, no money. Perhaps she should have taken the time to get the suitcase with the rest of their belongings. In her desire to get as far away from the bus and the authorities as possible, all Susie had managed to do was get lost in a forest. She could see from the way the light was changing that it would be dark soon. As if reading her mind, Leanne finally spoke.
"Mummy,"
she said, her voice plaintive.
"I'm tired. Are we stopping soon?" "Yes, Leanne,"
Susie replied, almost on autopilot.
"We'll stop soon."
As they walked, Susie thought hard about their predicament. The most important thing was that they were safe, at least for the time being. Had they waited for the police to arrive the moment her name had gone into any official database, Vince would know exactly where she and Leanne were. He could catch up with them at any point. That much she did know. Their faces would be recorded on a camera somewhere that would eventually ping up on a computer system. But she had been bargaining on being lost in the crowds of London before that happened. Although there were more CCTV cameras per head of population in England than anywhere else in the world, there were also plenty of places to hide from them. Susie's main concern was about the cameras owned by the authorities, as Vince's systems would be able to access them almost in real time. But she also knew that he would be able to trawl through privately owned ones, given time. He had once told her about a terrorism suspect who had been caught after the government's facial recognition software had picked him up on someone's video doorbell. But when questioned about how the footage had been accessed, Vince had gone quiet. The path they were traveling down started to open out and become wider, confirming her thoughts about animals. A few 100 yards further along, it gave way to a small clearing with a ramshackle hut in the center. The hut was small, perhaps 10 feet by 6 feet, and made of wood with a felt roof, but it was shelter of sorts. Susie approached the hut cautiously, Leanne shuffling along behind her. The walls were made of hewn logs with wooden planks forming a door. There was no lock that Susie could see, but she knocked softly on the door just in case it was occupied. When there was no reply, Susie slowly inched the door open and peered inside.
"Mummy,"
Leanne said from her side.
"I don't like it. It's scary."
"Shh, Leanne," Susie replied as she waited for her eyes to adjust to the gloomy interior. "There's nothing to be scared of." Inside the hut was a variety of tools that Leanne didn't recognize. Some sort of hand axes, a scythe that looked as old as Susie herself, but most importantly, there was also a wooden bed with a mattress and carefully folded bedding. Next to the bed was a table, and under the table were several large plastic bottles of water. Susie sighed with relief at the sight. At least they could drink now.
"It's perfect,"
Susie said to Leanne, forcing a smile onto her face.
"We can stay here for the night. Look, there's a bed just big enough for you and me."
She waited as Leanne inched her way into the hut, her curiosity overcoming her fear.
"Does someone live here?"
Leanne asked, her voice only just above a whisper.
"No,"
Susie replied.
"This is just somewhere for people to stay if they're working here."
She nodded at the tools.
"See? They use them to look after the trees."
Next to the tools were bowls and several sets of cutlery, all covered in dust, but otherwise clean.
"Where's the light switch?"
"I don't think there is one."
"But how will we see?"
"We won't need to see," Susie said, making sure she kept smiling.
"We'll be fast asleep. Do you want a drink of water?"
Leanne nodded her head, and Susie walked into the hut and picked up one of the bottles of water. The air smelled musty and thick, and she could see that no one had been in the hut for a while from the layer of dust that covered everything. The bottle of water was still sealed, though, and Susie drank from it gratefully once Leanne had her fill.
"I'm hungry, Mummy,"
Leanne said as Susie patted the worn mattress on the bed.
"We'll have a massive breakfast in the morning,"
Susie replied, although she had no idea where she was going to get it from. They might have bowls, but she had nothing to put in them.
"Promise?"
Susie nodded her head.
"Sure, I promise. Now, come on."
She patted the mattress again.
"Snuggle in. Let's get a good night's sleep." "Are there bears in these woods?"
"Nope. No bears anywhere."
"Monsters?"
"Monsters don't exist, Leanne."
"Are you sure?"
Susie paused for a few seconds before replying. Monsters did exist, but not in the form that Leanne thought they did. One, in particular, who Susie knew would be making every effort to locate them both.
"I promise you, Leanne, there are no monsters in these woods,"
Susie replied. Vince would be miles away, so she wasn't lying.
"Now, close your eyes."
She watched as Leanne did as she was told before tucking the bedding around her daughter.
"Sweet dreams."
Chapter 14. Caleb. Caleb squatted on his haunches and looked at the small hut in the clearing. It hadn't taken him long to catch up with the woman and her daughter, and he'd needed to slow his pace to remain unobserved. As he had followed them along the path, always remaining out of sight, Caleb had taken in the way the forest had changed as they had moved through it. The oak trees had become interspersed with beech and ash, and he had even seen some alder in the wetter areas. Caleb saw some large hazel stumps in the undergrowth between the mature trees, clear evidence of human activity. The stools had been coppiced, although not recently, for firewood or building material, and there were clear paths between them. Caleb had paused to examine the paths, tracing his fingers over the way the vegetation had been flattened. In the clearing, the woman and the child had now ventured into the hut. It looked to Caleb to be a forester's hut, no doubt used by the same people who had coppiced the hazels, but from the look of the stumps, no one had done that for a while. He found a patch of ground with no stones and sat down, folding his legs underneath him before placing his small cloth bag down in front of him and the suitcase from the bus behind him. Caleb stared at the hut, perhaps 75 yards away, and thought again about the woman hiding inside with her daughter. Around him, the forest gradually started to settle into the night. He could hear the almost silent whooshing of bat wings in the canopy above him as they darted around searching for insects. A larger animal, most likely a deer or perhaps a badger, was making its way through the undergrowth some distance behind him, but Caleb knew the animal would keep its distance. There was a faint breeze on his face which would carry his scent for hundreds of yards, long enough to warn off any curious creatures. The light gradually faded, and before long his hearing and sense of smell were the only senses available to him. Caleb settled in to wait. He had spent many hours in similar situations in his life. If anything, this was a very comfortable way to keep watch. He wasn't wearing a ghillie suit, hiding in a tree in a country where every other person in the vicinity would kill him on sight. He could get up and move around, relieve himself, or just sit and be. As he sat, he contemplated his situation. This had not been how he had planned on spending the night. He should be in London, in a bed, preparing for the next stage of his journey to the west of the country. Caleb's ultimate destination was a town in Somerset called Glastonbury, where he hoped to find something long since lost. But it seemed that quest would have to wait. Caleb lived his life in the moment, and that moment was now. He went where he was called, and he had been called here. Caleb didn't know why, not yet, but he knew he was in the right place. Caleb slowed his breathing and closed his eyes, relying on his hearing to alert him to anything untoward in the forest. He focused his mind, concentrating on inhaling and exhaling. As he did so, he murmured a version of a psalm under his breath.
I will keep you safe from all hidden danger.
Caleb inhaled through his nose.
I will cover you with my wings, and you will be safe in my care. My faithfulness will protect and defend you.
His eyes flickered as he put all his focus into the words.
You need not fear any dangers at night or sudden attacks during the day.
When Caleb had finished reciting the amended psalm, he opened his eyes to see a large buck on the other side of the clearing upwind from him, close to the hut. Its enormous antlers were silhouetted in the half-light, and beyond it, Caleb could see several does. The light wasn't enough for Caleb to see clearly, but the way the buck was holding its head told him that the animal was staring at him. Caleb nodded, half expecting the buck to do the same, and the large animal melted away into the forest. Caleb nodded his head again. He knew he was exactly where he was supposed to be. Chapter 15. Vince. Vince's hand curled around the crystal whiskey tumbler in his hand, and he whirled the amber liquid round and round. He watched his knuckles whiten and wondered idly how much pressure would be required to break the glass before lifting it to his lips and emptying the tumbler. Then he hurled the glass across the room. It smashed against the wall of his small London apartment, leaving a dripping brown stain on the wall.
Bitch,
Vince muttered, glancing down at the laptop on his knees.
Absolute bitch.
The screen of the laptop was showing him a view from his house in Norwich. He could see his lounge, devoid of life, before the view changed to the camera in his hallway, also devoid of life. His house was empty, which meant only one thing. Susie had disappeared and taken her daughter with her. Outside his apartment, a one-bedroom in Southwark that cost him more each month than the rent of his house in Norwich, the night had closed in, like his mood. He'd spent a couple of hours after the mandatory team debrief looking on the various MI5 systems that he had unfettered access to. Not only did he have unrestricted access, but his privileges meant his actions left no trace. Vince had been right about the caller who had reported Yellowburger's location. According to his system, the call had been made from Norwich city center, a couple of hours to the north of his current location. The phone the call had been made from was a burner, with no other calls recorded to or from the handset. No text messages, no photographs, just a single call. Another system told him the phone had been bought from a market in Snetterton, a town around 30 minutes from Norwich. It had been bought for cash, from a stall with no CCTV and no online accounting that Vince could find. In Snetterton Market, cash was king. Almost certainly a pop-up stall that wouldn't be there if he visited the market, although, ironically, he used similar shops himself all the time.
Bitch, bitch, bitch,
Vince muttered again. On the screen, the laptop continued to cycle through the hidden cameras he'd installed in the house he rented in Norwich. Every room was empty. The bedrooms, the kitchen, the lounge, even the bathroom camera, where he'd enjoyed watching Leanne on more than one occasion, had recorded no activity since just after he'd left to chase the ghost that was Yellowburger. There were several things that Vince didn't understand. How had Susie known the code word to authenticate the call? Who was the male voice that had made it? And where, most importantly, was the bitch and Leanne? He couldn't give a shit what happened to Susie, but Vince had plans for Leanne. Vince got to his feet, stretching as he did so. He'd missed his usual gym session with everything that was going on, which irritated him no end as it put his carefully planned routine out of sync. Today should have been leg day, but that would have to be tomorrow now, and he would have to adjust the supplements that he took accordingly. One more thing for the bitch to regret when he caught up with her. And he would catch up with her. Vince was a hunter. Not just that, but he was the hunter. And if Susie wanted to make herself the prey, so be it. All that would do is bring the inevitable forward. Vince's plans for Leanne were only weeks away. After she had served her purpose, what was left of her would be disposed of, but by then she would be miles away and no concern of his. Vince would let the lease on the rented house in Norwich expire and disappear from the city forever, just like Susie and Leanne were supposed to, before resurfacing somewhere new and starting over, just as he had done so many times in the past. Although Vince was almost disappointed when things came to an end, it meant that a new beginning was just around the corner, and he enjoyed the build-up just as much as the resolution. He could just let them go. Susie wouldn't have a pot to piss in. He'd seen to that. She would have to start over somewhere with nothing. Vince considered this for a while. That might be fun, he thought, as he got to his feet to get the bottle of whiskey, momentarily regretting smashing the glass. He raised the bottle to his lips and took a mouthful of the fiery liquid. Maybe tormenting Susie for the rest of her life might be fun. Making her think she was safe and then doing something subtle to let her know that she wasn't, that she would never be safe, and would spend the rest of her life looking over her shoulder, wondering when he was going to come for her and her daughter. But if he let them go, he would have to accept the loss of money and face from not delivering Leanne as promised. The people he worked with understood that these things happened. Vince wasn't bothered so much about the money, but he was very bothered about losing face, even if his had not been seen by his co-conspirators. But the concept was the same. He had a reputation to maintain. No, Vince muttered as he took another smaller sip. Fun as letting them run and try to hide might be, he needed Leanne, and now had plenty in store for Susie. She had made the decision to run and take her daughter with her. For that, she would pay. Chapter 16. Naomi. Naomi stretched and angled her head to get the shaft of sunlight streaming in through a gap in the curtains away from her eyes. She stretched, enjoying the feeling of release that the movement gave her, wiggling her toes underneath the thick duvet cover. For some reason, although she always slept better in her sister's spare room than in her own bed, Naomi still woke up early. Throwing the covers from the bed, Naomi got to her feet and padded to the bathroom. A quick glance at her watch on the bedside table before she did so told her it was just after 6 in the morning. Naomi's sister, a nurse working in the Norfolk and Norwich hospital, would be long gone. Naomi had offered to buy Jennifer a car on more than one occasion, but the offer had been declined every time. I like getting the bus, Jennifer had said the last time Naomi offered. Besides, if I get a car, then I've still got to put petrol in it. Park it somewhere, and there's tax and insurance, too. The bus is only a couple of quid a day. Naomi washed her hands and made her way into the small lounge. Jennifer's flat was small, but functional, in a new build not far from the city center, and had a small balcony that overlooked the river running through the heart of the city. She smiled when she saw the empty pizza boxes and wine bottles on the floor. They had spent the previous evening catching up. As she gathered the trash together, Naomi recalled Jennifer's face when she had told her about what she had said to Mark, her smile broadening at the memory. Jennifer had told Naomi that she could stay for as long as she needed to, but Naomi hadn't yet decided what to do about her living arrangements. The flat she shared with Mark was rented in her name, and when he had moved in, she had made it clear that it was a temporary arrangement. At least, she thought she had. But Mark seemed to only hear what he wanted to hear. Once she had worked out which items went into which bins, Naomi spent a while tidying up the lounge before returning to the bedroom to get dressed. Jennifer's flat was only a 20-minute walk from Naomi's office, and as long as she arrived there after the security guard started at 7, she would be safe. It wasn't their clients who required the law firm to have security. The ones that got off were happy. The ones who didn't tended to be incarcerated. But the families were a different matter. Regardless of the reason, having 2 large men controlling who could and who couldn't enter the building suited Naomi just fine. A few moments later, as Naomi was sitting on the balcony with a coffee, her cell phone rang. She had been watching another early riser on a paddleboard making her way down the river and was just wondering if the woman on the board realized she was going with the tide when her cell sprang into life.
"Good morning, Naomi,"
a male voice said. It was Grant, their office manager, and Naomi's heart sank. She had been looking forward to getting to the office and catching up on some paperwork, but him calling at this hour meant there was some work to be done.
"It was a good morning, Grant,"
Naomi replied, making sure she kept a smile on her face as she said it.
"Until you called."
She reached for her notebook and pen, knowing that the office would have to wait. On the river, the woman on the paddleboard was turning herself round. Even though she was some distance away, Naomi could tell from the look on her face that she'd not expected the tide to be quite so strong this far from the sea.
"What have you got?"
"Twalk and Class B possession," Grant replied. Naomi scribbled on the pad. Twalk was taking without consent, probably a car, and Class B drugs included some amphetamines, cannabis, and the increasingly popular ketamine.
"Bit early, isn't it?"
Naomi said, glancing again at her watch.
"He got nabbed in the small hours."
She heard him sigh down the line.
15-year-old lad. So they had to wait for a responsible adult.
"Which Nick?"
"Wyndham,"
Grant replied, pronouncing the town's name Wyndham. Not for the first time. Naomi wondered why so many towns in Norfolk sounded so different to their spelling.
"Okay,"
Naomi said. At least they had decent coffee at Wyndham Nick, probably because there were so many senior officers based there.
"I'll head down there now. Can you let them know I'm on my way? And what's the lad's name?"
"Yeah, I'll let them know. The boy's name is Leon. Leon Brockwell." Chapter 17. Leon. Leon sat on the hard bench that he'd been perched on for the last 3 hours. His mother was outside, smoking. Her only contribution when she had arrived, a slap on the head for Leon and a mouthful of abuse for the custody sergeant. At least the abuse had included a request for a duty solicitor. He looked up as the hatch in the cell opened.
"You all right there, son?"
the custody sergeant asked through the small rectangle.
"Anything you need? Breakfast, maybe? A full English might be a stretch, but I can probably rustle you up some cereal." "Nah, I'm good,"
Leon replied. The police officer at the door was perhaps in his 50s, with a kind face that looked tired at the same time.
"Unless you just fancy letting me go, like." "Sorry, son," the sergeant replied. "There is the small matter of you nicking a car." "I told you last night," Leon said with a sigh. "I didn't nick it. I borrowed it. And the weed in the glove box. Not mine."
Leon saw the police officer look to one side, and from the way the man's face fell, he thought his mother was returning. The hatch was half closed, but through it Leon could hear his mother's nasal voice complaining about something. Leon sat back on the bench and pulled his hood over his head. At least they had let him keep his own clothes, minus his belt and shoelaces. He'd been so close to being home the previous evening, he couldn't believe it. The car belonged to an old boy who lived just off the estate Leon lived in, and he'd borrowed it before when he'd run out of weed. Borrowed in the loosest sense, that was. But he had needed to get to the other side of the city to score. The car, a shitty old Nissan Micra, the color of cow shit, was old enough to be started with nothing more than a screwdriver under the steering column to reveal the ancient wiring. But perhaps if he'd not run a red light in the full view of a marked police car, he wouldn't be here. Leon's mother stomped into the cell, bringing her usual sense of tension with her. For someone so thin, bordering on painfully so in Leon's opinion, she carried a huge amount of energy, mostly negative. She was wearing a deep purple velour tracksuit that had been in fashion at some point in the 80s, and her thin peroxide hair was scraped back in a savage bun. He groaned under his breath as she paced in the small room.
"What are you moaning at?"
she barked. He closed his eyes and ignored her, knowing she would carry on regardless of what he said or did. Sure enough, she launched into her usual narrative about What a waster he was, how much of a loser his father had been, and how the apple didn't fall far from the tree. It was her favorite phrase that he heard several times a day. Socks not in the laundry basket, plates on his bedroom floor, getting arrested in the middle of the night. It was all about the apple, according to her. Leon's father was, depending on how much booze his mother had consumed, a man called either Harry or Henry. She had no idea what his last name was, only that, like all men she knew, he'd taken what he'd wanted and done one. Leon had long suspected that the act of union that had resulted in his existence had a financial element to it, but that was a suspicion he kept to himself. His main concern was not about what his mother said, but what Sid was going to say when he found out he'd been nicked. Leon had never been arrested before, although he'd been cautioned a couple of times for stupid stuff like every other kid on the estate. That was one of the things Sid said he liked about Leon. He was clean and therefore less likely to attract the attention of the authorities, which, given the line of work Leon wanted to get into, could only be a good thing. The more the police knew about you, according to Sid, the more interested they became. Leon jumped at the sound of banging. He opened his eyes to see his mother standing by the metal door of the cell. A few moments later, the hatch opened. "What now?" the custody sergeant said, his tone bored. "Let me out," Leon's mother said. "I need another smoke." With what Leon thought was a sympathetic glance at him, the custody sergeant sighed and opened the door. Chapter 18. Susie. "Mummy?" Susie stirred at the sound of her daughter's voice. What Leanne said next caused her to open her eyes and sit bolt upright, instantly alert. "There's someone here." "Where?" Susie said, her voice low and urgent. She flashed her eyes around the small hut, which was barely lit from the sun coming through a couple of gaps in the door. "Where?" she said again, this time in a whisper. Leanne pointed her finger to the door. "Out there," Leanne said. "I needed the toilet and had to go behind a tree." Her head went down and she looked at her lap. "I didn't want to wake you up. You looked so peaceful." Susie fought the urge to hug her daughter. She would, later, once she knew they were safe. She got to her feet, surprised at how rested she felt. When she reached the door, Susie inched it open just enough to see through and into the forest beyond. It took her a couple of seconds, but she saw the outline of someone sitting down facing away from the hut, perhaps 75 yards away. Susie puffed air out through her cheeks. It wasn't Vince, and it wasn't one of his goons. They didn't wear robes. "It's the man from the bus," Leanne whispered, her eyes wide. She had crept up to Susie's side without her noticing. "The preacher man." As if he had heard them talking, the man slowly got to his feet. He turned to face the hut, then he leaned down and picked up a bag before walking toward the ramshackle structure. As he approached them, Susie saw he was carrying their suitcase. He stopped around 10 yards away from the hut and placed it on the ground before taking a few steps back. "You forgot something," he said, putting a hand out, palm up in the direction of the suitcase. Susie looked at him, not having taken too much notice of him on the bus. There had been other things on her mind at the time, both before and after the robbery. He was smiling at them, but at the same time, he wasn't. His gray eyes never left hers for an instant. "Mummy," Leanne said, her voice urgent. "Mum!" "What?" Susie replied, not taking her eyes off the man in the robe. "Boo-boo's in the bag." "I know." Susie thought for a few seconds. There was nothing about this man that was threatening to them. Somehow, he had followed them to this hut to return their bag, and he'd been a victim of the robbery as well. Her decision made, she told Leanne to stay inside the hut before opening the door and stepping outside. Without saying anything, she took a few steps across the clearing, feeling the man's eyes on her all the way, before grabbing the bag and retreating back to the hut. Leanne's shriek of delight when she opened the bag and pulled out the tattered pink elephant was reward enough for the risk she'd just taken. When Susie turned her attention back to the man in the robe, he'd not moved an inch. She looked at him, trying to do it discreetly and without him noticing. Other than the brief conversation Leanne had with him on the bus, Susie hadn't paid him much attention at all. Now he was closer to her, she could see he was somewhere in his 30s, wiry without being bulky, and had a head that was shaved so closely she couldn't make out a hairline at all. Other than the robe, the most noticeable thing about him was his gray eyes, which bored into her with an intensity she could almost feel. It wasn't uncomfortable. It was just strange.
"Thank you,"
she said. The man in the robe just smiled.
Why are you here?"
"I have to be somewhere."
"Did you follow us?"
"Yes."
"Why?"
"I was curious."
"About what?"
Susie folded her arms across her chest, suddenly feeling vulnerable. The man's eyes continued to bore into hers, and while the sensation it caused intensified.
"Would you and your daughter like some breakfast?"
the man in the robe replied.
"I've taken the liberty of gathering some things, just in case."
30 minutes later, Susie was holding a bowl in her hands, enjoying the warmth from the food in it. Next to her, Leanne was doing the same thing, but staring suspiciously at the pale, stew-like food inside it. Between them and the man in the robe was a small fire that he had made and warmed the food on. Susie and Leanne had watched as he had used a razor to whittle some kindling before holding a pot over the flames.
"What is it?"
Leanne asked him, her eyes flicking between the bowl and Susie's face. Whatever was in the bowls smelled delicious, and Susie's stomach rumbled.
"It's a special recipe,"
the man in the robe replied.
"It's made from fruits of the forest, and I promise you, you will love it. Try some."
As she watched, he took a spoonful of the food and let out an exaggerated sigh of contentment.
"Oh, Lord, it's like manna from heaven."
Susie saw Leanne take a tentative spoonful before smiling, then her daughter started eating in earnest.
"Thank you,"
Susie said as she lifted her own spoon to her mouth. The food smelled of mushrooms and perhaps nuts. She looked at him as his eyes hardened almost imperceptibly.
"So, Susie,"
the man in the robe said, arching his eyebrows. The way he elongated the word "so" accentuated his southern accent. Susie frowned, not remembering introducing herself to him properly. She had been too fixated on what he was doing to think about formalities like introductions. The vulnerability she had felt earlier returned.
"Are you going to tell me who you're running from?"
Chapter 19. Caleb. Caleb kept his face passive as he saw Susie's face fall at his question. She glanced over her shoulder to where her daughter was whispering to her cuddly toy inside the hut before Susie looked back at him. When she did, her face was resolute.
"Who are you?"
she asked him.
"My name is Caleb,"
he replied, gesturing to his clothing.
"As I said to your daughter on the bus, I'm a preacher, hence the robe."
"Why do you think we're running from someone?" she asked him. Caleb let the ghost of a smile play across his face as he looked around the inside of the hut.
"Why are you here?"
he said.
"We have to be somewhere,"
Susie replied. Caleb's smile turned into a laugh at the sound of his words being repeated back to him.
"When we were on the bus,"
he said, letting his laugh and smile fade away,
"you had a bag full of money that they stole. And the moment the police were on their way, you took your daughter into the forest, not even stopping to get your bag."
He looked at her, seeing the frown on her face.
"Do you read scripture, Susie?"
"No," she replied, her frown deepening.
"No, I don't." "Flee for your lives. Don't look back and don't stop anywhere in the plain. Flee to the mountains or you will be swept away,"
Caleb said, half closing his eyes as he recited the verse. Then he opened them fully.
"It's from Genesis and pretty much describes what you're doing. Someone is trying to sweep you away, My question is who? Perhaps I can help you."
Caleb saw a look of resignation cross Susie's face, but she still didn't answer his question. He sat in silence, giving her time. She would tell him when she was ready.
"I can't tell you,"
she said in a whisper a moment later. Caleb nodded. He placed his bowl on the ground and reached out both hands toward hers. She looked at him uncertainly for a few seconds before placing her own bowl down. Then, after pausing for a few seconds, she took his hands. Caleb closed his eyes at her touch. Her skin was light and smooth, and he held her hands lightly for a moment. When he reopened his eyes, he regarded Susie in a new light. He had sensed a darkness surrounding her that was bleaker than he thought he'd ever experienced. She was in danger, as was her daughter. But he didn't think she knew quite how much.
"Who are you?"
Susie asked him a moment later.
"Who are you, really?"
"I'm Caleb," he replied.
"And you're a preacher?"
"Of sorts, yes."
"But why are you here? Not here as in here in the forest, but why are you here in England?"
"I'm looking for something, but sometimes he sends me in a different direction."
"He?"
Susie asked with a frown.
"Who's he?"
Caleb just pointed his index finger at the sky and smiled. "Him," he replied.
"God?"
"Some call him that, yes, but he has many names." Susie's frown melted away as Leanne called out to her from inside the hut.
"I'll be over in a moment, sweetheart."
She looked at Caleb, and he could almost hear her thinking. He waited as she examined her nails, pulling at a loose piece of skin on one of her fingers. A moment later, her eyes met his.
"You really think you can help us?"
"I know I can, Susie. That's why I'm here, in this forest, not in England, but here."
"I don't remember telling you my name."
Caleb didn't reply, but just held her gaze. "Who is he, this man you're running from?" A silence developed between them. Caleb knew this was a pivotal moment. Either she told him and they took action, or she didn't, and he would walk away. Just as the silence was becoming uncomfortable, she spoke.
"My partner."
Susie went back to worrying at her nails. Leanne called out again, and as if she was grateful for the distraction, Susie got to her feet. Caleb watched for a moment as Susie spoke to her daughter just inside the door of the hut. He tuned out their words as they weren't for him to hear and just watched the way they interacted. Leanne held up her elephant to Susie's ear, and a moment later there was a mock look of surprise on Susie's face. Then she laughed and returned to sit next to Caleb.
"Boo-Boo wants to meet you,"
she said when she had settled on the ground. "And I want to meet Boo-Boo," Caleb replied, turning to look at the door to the hut where Leanne was waiting. Susie raised a hand and waved to her, and Leanne bounded over to join them. A moment later, introductions properly made, Caleb turned to Susie. "So," he said in a low voice, "shall we make some plans?" Susie nodded, but her face was full of doubt. Caleb's eyes flicked between her and Leanne a couple of times. "You have a good heart, Susie."
"How do you know?"
"A heart is not judged by how much you love, but by how much you are loved by others," Caleb replied with a glance at Leanne.
"Is that from your scripture?"
Susie asked him with a wan smile.
"No,"
Caleb replied. "It's a line from the Wizard of Oz. What we need is a yellow brick road." Chapter 20. Susie. When Susie had given Caleb her hands, she had almost jumped at the sensation that had swept through her. It was like a wave of relief, as if he was absorbing all her worries and fears. But when he let go of her, they all came crashing back with a vengeance. "Tell me about him," she heard him say in a low voice. Leanne was sitting in the hut, drawing with some pens and papers Susie had shoved in the bag at the last minute before they'd fled Vince's house. As if there was any doubt about whom he meant, Caleb continued. Your partner? Susie shot a look at the hut to make sure Leanne was still there before replying.
He's a monster,
she said in a whisper.
In what way?
In every way. Susie paused for a moment.
In every way possible.
She paused again, unsure how to continue.
What does he do?
Caleb asked, his voice matching hers in volume.
For a living, I mean.
That's part of the problem, Susie replied. She looked up at Caleb. He was just looking at her, the expression in his gray eyes neutral.
He works for the security services, MI5. He'll be looking for me and Leanne with every tool at his disposal, which is pretty much all of them.
Hence running from the police into the forest, Caleb said. No cameras. No way to track you both. Susie nodded in reply.
But he'll find us. Eventually, she said. I just need to get us both out of the country before he does.
Susie took a deep breath, and out of the corner of her eye she saw Caleb glance at Leanne.
For her sake, more than for mine.
He's her father? Caleb asked.
No,
Susie replied.
He's not. Her father was just a brief thing. I was very young, but yes, he uses her to keep me in line. It's like being in a prison. Prisons don't have to have bars, Caleb.
When Susie looked at him, she could see he understood her sentiment.
But I had to get away before...
Her voice trailed away and she took another deep breath.
I can't let anything happen to Leanne.
Has he been violent toward her?
No, not violent. It's worse than that.
A few seconds later, Caleb asked her another question. His eyes were no longer impassive, but full of concern.
Susie,
can you explain? He said. She took a deep breath. Where on earth was she going to start? Susie wondered.
Just start at the beginning,
Caleb continued. She looked up at him, alarmed for a few seconds. Had she said that out loud, or could he read her mind? He had an amiable smile on his face, and she relaxed.
He controls everything,
Susie said, her voice quiet.
Absolutely everything about my life.
Susie spent the next few moments telling Caleb about how Vince had isolated both her and Leanne from everyone they knew, about how he controlled her money, her schedule, even when she ate, when she slept, where she went. He said nothing, nodding occasionally to encourage her.
My parents have both passed,
she said with a sigh.
I don't have any siblings, and now I don't even have any friends.
Does he beat you? Caleb asked. Susie paused before replying.
Yes, on occasion, but only when I deserve it.
Caleb opened his mouth as if to say something, but he closed it again. Susie went on to tell him about how she had been planning their escape for months and months, putting money away by telling him the shopping had cost £5 or £10 more than it actually had and pocketing the difference. When she had realized he never checked the receipts, that was when her planning started in earnest. Her only sanctuary was the garden shed, which Vince never went into. Caleb smiled as she told him how she'd taken up gardening soon after their relationship began. If anything, Vince had encouraged this.
It'll do you good to get some fresh air,
she told Caleb he had said at the time. Then her voice tailed away and she stared at her fingernails, reluctant to continue. You said something might happen to Leanne? Caleb prompted after a moment had passed. Susie sighed again.
Vince was away at work when the post came, she said. Last week it was. I'd been thinking something was going on for a while. He'd not been that interested in Leanne, but then one day he started taking photos of her on his phone.
She glanced up at Caleb, whose face had darkened.
I don't mean of her, well, in that way. They were just normal photo. Anyway, one of the things in the post had to be signed for.
Susie paused again.
Go on,
Caleb said.
You can trust me, Susie. I know, Susie said. But I opened it.
She laughed, but there was no humor in the sound.
I knew he would kill me if he found out, but I couldn't help it.
What was it?
It was a passport. For Leanne. But wasn't a British passport. It looked similar, but it was an Estonian one.
Susie saw Caleb frown.
It had her photograph in it, but a different name and an address I didn't recognize.
I don't understand, Caleb said. Why would Vince get her a foreign passport?
There's only one explanation I can think of,
Susie replied, her voice breaking.
He was planning on trafficking her. That's why I had to get away, before he gave her to a pedophile gang or something like that. The moment I saw the passport, I knew we had to get away as soon as we could.
When Caleb looked at her, there was a darkness in his eyes that was almost palpable. He said something, but Susie didn't catch what he said.
I'm sorry.
I said, they truly walk amongst us. Caleb cast his eyes down to the ground and closed them, seeming to be deep in thought, or perhaps it was prayer. Susie wasn't sure. When he looked at her again, the darkness in his eyes was even darker. Are you a believer, Susie?
In God.
In a God, yes, Caleb replied. She paused before answering his question.
No,
she said a few seconds later.
A God wouldn't let people like Vince do what he does.
As she watched, she saw Caleb's face changing. The dark expression slowly gave way to another one. It took Susie a moment to realize what it was. It wasn't anger. It was resolve. Perhaps he doesn't, Susie, Caleb replied as he got to his feet. Perhaps he doesn't. Chapter 21. Leon. Leon slouched back in his chair and blew his breath through his cheeks. At least the interview room was marginally more comfortable than the cell. Next to him, in an identical plastic chair, his mother was rubbing her hands together, no doubt wondering when she could next have another cigarette. Leon looked up as the door opened and a woman was shown in by the custody sergeant. Leon, Miss Brockwell. This is Naomi Tipton, the duty solicitor, the police officer said.
It's Ms. Brockwell,
Leon's mother barked as the sergeant retreated, closing the door behind him. Ignoring her, Leon turned his attention to the new arrival. She was much younger than he'd been expecting, mid-20s at most, and she was more female than he'd been expecting as well. When he heard the word solicitor, Leon automatically thought of a middle-aged man, probably with a posh accent. When the solicitor opened her mouth to speak, her accent was neutral and her voice reassuring. Not what he'd been expecting at all.
Leon,
she said, smiling as she shook his hand.
I'm Naomi.
He opened his mouth to reply, but wasn't sure what to say, so he closed it again. She turned her attention to his mother.
Miss Brockwell, I'm pleased to meet you.
As Leon's mother shook Naomi's hand, he took a few seconds to examine her. She was perhaps the same height as he was, around 5'5" or 6. A shiny dark green business suit covered a slim frame, and her oval face was framed by a dark bob. Leon hadn't been expecting this at all. Not only was his solicitor a woman, but she was a very fit one as well. He felt a slow smile spreading across his face as he thought about how he would describe her to Sid and the others when he got out of here. But what she said next wiped the smile off his face in an instant.
So, Leon,
Naomi said as she sat down and looked at him across the table, arranging a pad and pen as she did so.
Have you been to a young offender institute before?
What?
Leon said with a gasp. He looked at his mother, who was staring open-mouthed at the solicitor.
You're looking at a 2-year sentence in one, possibly more, Naomi continued.
You're joking.
The response to this from Naomi was an arched, perfectly plucked eyebrow, and the response from his mother a clip around the ear.
Sorry,
Leon said with a mumble, looking down in his lap.
No, Leon,
Naomi said.
I'm not joking. These are serious offenses.
Her eyebrow returned to its starting position and her face softened.
But that's why I'm here, to make sure that doesn't happen.
She leaned forward to study her notepad, and Leon caught the faintest odor of perfume as she moved.
So, I've looked through the custody logs, and it looks like they've been taking good care of you. Is that correct?
I suppose so,
Leon replied.
And you have a responsible adult here,
Naomi continued with a brief smile at his mother. Leon bit back a smirk at the thought of his mother being described as responsible.
So, how about you talk me through what happened?
For the next few moments, Leon did just that. He ignored the gasps from his mother when he related how he'd started the car and omitted to mention the drugs the police had found in the vehicle.
I just wanted to get out and about for a bit,
he said, not really caring whether or not the solicitor believed him. From the look on her face, she didn't.
I was going to take it back and leave it where I found it, but the old bill nicked me before I could do that.
Right,
Naomi said as she made a note on the pad.
So, you had no intention of permanently depriving the owner of the vehicle? Let me give you a hint. The correct answer to that question is no.
No.
Leon, repeat after me. I had no intention to permanently deprive the owner of the vehicle.
I had no intention of permanently depriving the owner of the vehicle.
That's close enough,
Naomi replied.
Remember that phrase.
Leon sat back in his chair and tried to relax. Perhaps things would not be as bad as he'd thought. He regarded Naomi with a confidence that was growing with every second. Not only was his solicitor fit, but she seemed to know what she was talking about. But he groaned at her next question.
Tell me about the drugs the police found in your possession.
Chapter 22. Vince. Vince's fingers moved across the keyboard so quickly they were almost a blur. He was sitting at his desk in Thames House inside the horribly imperial neoclassic building that housed the Secret Intelligence Service. Its location and the nature of the people who worked within it had to be the worst-kept secret in the world. It had always been an ugly building, and when MI5 had moved in during the mid-90s, the security upgrades had made it even uglier. Behind the dual high-resolution screens on Vince's desk was a large window subdivided into smaller windows by grills that let around 50% of the available light outside into his office. It was triple-glazed for security purposes, which was, as a rocket attack by Irish dissidents on the MI6 building over the river in Vauxhall some years previously had shown, effective. Beyond the window, Vince could see the steel and granite arches of Lambeth Bridge with its distinctive pineapple-shaped obelisks on either end. The bridge was carrying traffic across the muddy brown waters of the River Thames, but he paid the steady stream of distinctive red London buses and black cabs no mind. He was looking for someone who almost certainly wasn't in London. On the screens in front of him were various feeds from CCTV cameras, not dissimilar to the ones he'd been looking at the previous evening. But these feeds weren't of the interior of his house. They were all external feeds. A quarter of one screen showed the approach to Norwich Station. Another quarter housed an external view of the city's bus station. The other 2 quarters showed views from inside trains and buses, respectively. Vince wasn't watching the feeds, though. The computer was doing that for him, which, seeing as the feeds were playing at quadruple time, was just as well. When he had sat down first thing that morning, he had uploaded a clear photograph of Susie, followed by one of Leanne, to one of the systems he had access to. He'd taken them both a few months previously, using the pretense that they both needed new passports, as Susie had managed to lose their existing ones. But she'd not lost them. They were in a drawer in Vince's apartment in Southwark. Once uploaded, the software measured a number of features on both their faces. The distance between Susie's eyes, the depth of her eye sockets, the contours of Leanne's lips, ears, and chin. Then it converted these measurements into a unique mathematical formula that was as distinctive as a fingerprint, or more so if you believed the techies. The software, originally written by a Chinese tech firm, had been borrowed from them a year or so ago before being dramatically improved by the eggheads employed by the intelligence services. Vince glanced at one of the quarters and watched as the feed paused for a split second and the software drew a green box around the head of a passing commuter. Then it drew some more lines inside the box before flashing them once in a bright red color. It then drew another box around someone else, and the process continued. He had instructed the software to search only for Susie or Leanne, not to identify everyone it saw, as it generally did. That search was much easier to delete afterward using the administrator privileges he had negotiated with the senior member of the cyber team who had a penchant for young prostitutes. The younger the better. The cyber team member was quite keen for neither his wife nor his employer to know where and on whom he spent his disposable income, and had been only too happy to help Vince. The fact Vince had only found out when he'd hacked the agency's databases to remove any trace of his own activities was ironic and served to reinforce the man's own stupidity for not doing it himself. With the software scanning hundreds of people, every moment Vince continued to type. He was entering text into another piece of software, this one focused on voices. The standard of voice identification wasn't as good as it was for faces, but that wasn't what Vince was entering. He was putting in words and phrases that either Susie or Leanne might say, so names of friends, locations, toys. After each word or phrase, he hit the enter key, building up a bank of phrases that could then be compared against pretty much every single phone call that happened in England. If a number of them occurred in the same call, it would generate a hit. The more that were used in a single call, the higher priority it would be allocated. He stopped typing and set the search parameters for the last 3 days, and then instructed it to keep a watching brief before clicking a button to send the data package down to the government communication headquarters, another horrible government building full of people like him. Well, Vince thought as he interlocked his fingers to stretch them, not quite like him. Chapter 23. Caleb.
You see, Leanne,
Caleb said as the child walked next to him, careful not to get her feet wet in the small stream they were walking alongside.
the thing about streams is that they always lead somewhere.
Look, the yellow brick road, Leanne asked him.
Just like the yellow brick road,
he replied. It had taken a while, but he and Susie had managed to explain some of the plot of the film to her. Caleb glanced down at the child who was clutching Boo-Boo to her chest while behind them Susie followed with her suitcase slung over her shoulder. Caleb had offered to take it, but Susie had declined.
So, where does this stream go then?
Leanne asked.
We'll see,
Caleb replied.
But it has to go somewhere.
They walked on in silence for a while. Caleb enjoying the sights, sounds, and smells of the surrounding forests. At one point he paused and dropped to his haunches.
Look, Leanne, can you see that?
He said, pointing at some small indentations in the soft earth.
What is it?
The girl asked, her curiosity getting the better of her.
Rabbit footprints. You can see where he or she has hopped through the forest. Perhaps they live around here somewhere.
Caleb saw Susie smiling as Leanne's head flashed from side to side for the next few moments, no doubt hoping to glimpse a rabbit. It was perhaps 20 minutes before they reached a junction where the stream fed into a larger one. It wasn't big enough to be called a river, but Caleb knew there was a village further along the banks. As the sun had risen earlier that morning, he had heard the faint sounds of habitation through the clear forest air. A dog barking, car door slamming, the hiss of brakes from a lorry or perhaps a bus. People had lived next to water for millennia, and Caleb was sure it was no different in England. They followed the languid water as it flowed at the same pace they walked. A moment later, as they rounded a bend in the waterway, Caleb saw the first buildings. They were residential, large houses, mostly built of red brick with formal gardens. There was one type of building he was looking for, as the ground beneath their feet gave way to an asphalt path and a few 100 yards later a sidewalk of sorts. It wasn't long before he saw a large rectangular tower appear above the roofs of the houses. Caleb could see that it was slightly tiered, with each level being narrower than the one below, and an arched window with louvers on it was set into the wall closest to them. Apart from the crenellated parapet at the very top, the walls were covered with flintstone, as were so many church towers in the area. He could imagine the bells in the tower ringing out across the countryside, calling worshippers to prayer. As they approached, the rest of the church came into view. It was much larger than he had thought it would be, given the apparent size of the village it served. Caleb stopped for a moment to stare at the ornate building. Its bells were silent, and the only thing Caleb could hear was birdsong.
"We're going to a church?"
Susie asked as he took on the scene.
"Not to the church, no," Caleb replied. "But I'm looking for a man who works there."
Caleb caught himself, having forgotten for a moment that things had changed over the years, even here in this small corner of England.
"Or woman, of course."
They walked around the exterior of the church in silence, even Leanne seeming awed by the building. As they walked, they saw no one. Caleb knew it was about 7 in the morning and was surprised not to see so much as a dog walker.
"It's quiet, isn't it?"
Susie asked Caleb. He was about to reply when there was the sound of a car door closing from nearby. Caleb turned to see a middle-aged man with a shock of white hair making his way up a path leading from the parking lot to the main church entrance. What made the man distinctive was not his hair, but the long black flowing robe he wore and the white rectangle of an ecclesiastical dog collar around his neck.
"Excuse me, Father,"
Caleb called out, taking a few steps toward him. The vicar stopped and stared at Caleb, his eyes moving up and down Caleb's own robe.
"Do you have a moment?"
"Are you here for matins?"
the vicar asked with a quick look at his watch.
"Only I'm running a bit late."
"No, we were hoping to speak to you about something,"
Caleb replied. He noted the fleeting look of disappointment across the vicar's face and wondered how large his congregation was. From the deserted nature of the village, Caleb didn't think any of them attended the early services.
"Of course. Can you give me a few moments?"
The vicar glanced at his watch again.
"I just need to bash out a swift Psalm 95 to keep him happy upstairs."
"Venite exult emus Domino,"
Caleb replied, causing the vicar's face to break into a broad smile. Ignoring the vicar for a second, Caleb turned to Susie.
"It's the first verse of the psalm. O come, let us sing unto the Lord."
"Oh, superb,"
the vicar said, still smiling as he took in Caleb's robe again.
"I wasn't sure if you were, one of ours. Would you like to join me?"
"No, thank you."
Caleb shook his head in response before nodding at the church.
"I'd be as welcome as a wet shoe inside one of them."
Chapter 24. Naomi. Naomi watched the purple tracksuit Leon's mother was wearing shake as the woman extracted a cigarette from the pack. Almost as an afterthought, she held the pack out in Naomi's direction.
"No, thank you,"
Naomi said, shaking her head.
"I don't smoke."
"Nah," the woman replied, squeezing one eye closed as she lit the cigarette with a small disposable lighter.
"Didn't think you would, but I guess we owe you."
Naomi laughed to herself. She'd never been offered payment for her professional services before in cigarettes.
"Where's home?"
Naomi asked her. The reply was accompanied by a cloud of smoke.
"Lark's Cross,"
she said. Naomi hid a grimace. Lark's Cross was about the most deprived area of the entire city, guarded by 2 high-rise tenement blocks at the center. Leon wasn't the first client of Naomi's from the estate, nor would he be the last.
"It's a shithole, but it's our shithole."
"How are you and Leon getting home?"
As Naomi said this, the door to the police station opened and Leon emerged, blinking into the watery sunlight.
"Boss, I suppose?"
Leon's mother extracted a phone out of her pocket to check the time. To Naomi's surprise, it was one of the latest iPhones.
"Leon, you got some cash?"
Leon patted his pockets theatrically.
"I've lost my wallet, Mum,"
he replied.
I think it's round at Sid's place.
I'll give you a lift,
Naomi replied, almost without thinking. When she saw the look of surprise on the woman's face, she added,
I'm going that way anyway.
Cheers, Judge Judy,
Leon said with a broad smile, making Naomi laugh out loud.
That'd be magic.
The three of them made their way to the parking lot next to the police station. Naomi was keen to give Leon's mother enough time to finish her cigarette. When she turned to look at Leon, he still had a wide smile plastered on his face.
I'm not sure what the grin's for, Leon, Naomi said. You've still got a caution. It's not like you've got off scot-free.
Yeah, but you got me off the drug stuff.
I didn't get you off anything,
she replied, struggling to keep the corners of her mouth from twitching. Leon had suggested to the dour-faced traffic officer that the bag of marijuana belonged to the elderly gentleman who owned the car. When the police officer had said that given the gentleman in question was a retired teacher in his 70s, it was unlikely, Leon had replied it could be medicinal. The innocent look on his face had caused Naomi to suddenly become very interested in her notes, so the traffic officer didn't see her laughing.
You know a caution is a serious matter, don't you?
Doesn't it get sealed when I'm 18, though?
Leon asked, his smile slipping slightly.
It does. But your name's now in the system. There are loads of jobs that, if you go for them, you'll have to declare the caution and what it was for.
What jobs? Leon asked, his tone scornful. Naomi paused before replying. The chances of Leon joining the military or the police were slim to none.
I'm just saying, that's all, Leon,
Naomi said as she blipped the locks to her car. When he realized the bright red Mini was hers, his grin reappeared.
Sweet car, he said. Like shit off a shovel, these are. I borrowed one once.
You won't be able to smoke in the car, Miss Brockwell,
Naomi said to Leon's mother, who was about to light yet another cigarette. Just under 30 minutes later, with Leon's mother's knee bounding up and down in the passenger seat, Naomi pulled off the A11 and aimed the Mini at the two large tower blocks that marked the center of the Lark's Cross estate. As she drove into the estate proper, Naomi glanced in her rearview mirror to see Leon slouching down in the seat. By the side of the road, two youngsters in hoodies stood astride bikes that were far too small for them, eyeballing the car as it drove past. They looked to be a couple of years younger than Leon, and even though their faces were half hidden by the hoods of their clothing, Naomi could feel the animosity in their eyes.
They're the Bricknell brothers,
Leon said. Naomi looked at him again in the mirror to see he was doing his best to hide his own face.
Right couple of twats they are. Mind your language,
Leon's mother spat over her shoulder. Naomi was just about to say something about the fact the two boys on the bike should be in school when she thought better of it.
Left at the bottom of the road.
Naomi drove on, slowing to allow the car to ride over the potholes in the road rather than braking an axle on them. The street was lined with cars on both sides, minimizing the amount of room Naomi had to navigate the craters, and she could see the squat terraced houses on either side. In the space of a few hundred yards, she had counted 3 sofas, 2 washing machines, and even a shopping cart full of car tires in front gardens. At some point, possibly for around 6 months after it had been built in the 1950s, the estate had probably been quite smart. But those days were long gone. She turned left at the bottom of the road as instructed and then pulled in a moment later as instructed by Leon's mother.
We're just here,
she said, pointing at a house that was almost indistinguishable from its neighbors apart from the garden. To Naomi's surprise, it appeared well tended, with a small lawn and a few flowers bravely attempting to bring some color to an otherwise monochrome landscape.
Thanks, Judge Judy,
Leon said as he got out of the car, bouncing as he did so.
Yeah, thanks for the lift,
Leon's mother added as she got out, her cigarette packet in her hand.
See ya.
Naomi sat in the car as the pair made their way down the short path leading to the front door. She saw Leon pause for a second before bending over and pulling something from what passed as a flower bed. When he raised his other hand to wave at Naomi, she saw the remnants of a weed in his hand. She waved back, grateful they'd not invited her into the poky little house for a cup of tea. The chances were, in Naomi's opinion, that her car wouldn't still be there when she came out. She drove off slowly, glancing from left to right at the houses as she did so. They glared back at her, almost sullen in the sunlight. Naomi liked Leon, despite his crimes, and seeing where he lived, she had sympathy for the lad. Growing up in a place like this couldn't be easy, and it was a long way from her own middle-class upbringing, where the most outrageous offense was a resident taking too much off a hedge between neighboring houses. Leon's mother had hit the nail on the head, Naomi thought, as she approached the road leading out of the estate with some relief. The place was a shithole. Chapter 25. Susie. Susie sat down in a tired armchair in the vicar's lounge, suddenly feeling exhausted, although she'd slept for hours the previous night. She could see Caleb and the vicar, Father Martin, talking in hushed tones in the tiny kitchen that was next to the lounge. Leanne was busy drawing on a piece of paper with some crayons that Father Martin had rustled up from somewhere. Susie watched her for a moment, considering how resilient her daughter was, before taking in the rest of the room. The house they were in, the vicarage, was a new building, but Father Martin had somehow made the lounge look like it belonged decades earlier. The walls were festooned with pictures, mostly depicting religious scenes, and in one corner there was a horrific statue of a woman with her arms outstretched and a dagger thrust into her chest. Susie was still watching Leanne, hoping she wouldn't notice the statue when the two men walked into the room and sat down.
"So, Caleb's appraised me of your situation," Father Martin said, looking at Susie with a compassionate expression. "But you're safe now, Suzanne."
"Susie," she replied with a wince. The only person who called her Suzanne was Vince, and it was usually a precursor to something else, a slap or perhaps a fist.
"I'm sorry, Susie,"
Father Martin said.
"but there is a shelter near the city that has space for you and young Leanne. I've spoken to Joan, the woman who runs it, and we can take you there this evening."
"Thank you," Susie said, her voice almost a whisper. She looked at Caleb, who was sitting, motionless in an armchair, as tired as her own. His eyes were closed, and she could see his lips moving almost imperceptibly. Was he praying?
"But I have no money to pay for anything."
"You don't need to pay for anything,"
Caleb said. When she looked at him, his eyes were still closed. As if he felt her gaze on him, he opened them and blinked a couple of times.
"It's all taken care of by the charity that owns the shelter. Father Martin?"
The vicar looked at Caleb at the sound of his name, and Susie sensed, rather than saw, a look of deep understanding between the two men. A wave of reassurance swept over her. Finally, she felt safe.
"I was wondering if I might borrow some clothes,"
Caleb asked the vicar.
"Some old ones, perhaps. I have some business to attend to in Norwich."
He pronounced the name of the city in two distinct syllables, the second rhyming with witch.
"It's called Norwich,"
Father Martin replied with a slight smile.
"Rhymes with porridge."
"Norwich,"
Caleb said slowly, prompting a laugh from the vicar.
"That's it. You almost sound like a local."
It was Caleb's turn to laugh.
"I doubt I'll ever sound local," he said. "But I would like to fit in a bit more before I open my mouth."
"Of course, Caleb,"
Father Martin replied.
"We're around the same size. I'm sure I can find you something less conspicuous than a robe."
Another meaningful look passed between them before the vicar looked at his watch.
"I've got the morning Eucharist shortly," he said as he got to his feet. "But after that, we'll have lunch. There's a chicken in the fridge, and I'm sure I've got enough potatoes for roasties all round. How does that sound?"
"That sounds amazing, Father Martin,"
Caleb replied with a smile in Leanne's direction.
"Why don't you point me in the right direction and I'll do the prep."
A few moments later, Susie and Caleb were sitting in the kitchen, which, like the lounge, appeared to belong to a much older house. Susie watched as Caleb used a small stone he'd produced from his cloth bag to sharpen a paring knife. When he started peeling the potatoes, his hands moved so quickly they were blurred.
"Wow,"
Susie said in admiration.
"Where'd you learn to do that?"
"I've always been good with a knife,"
Caleb replied with a wry smile as the peelings dropped to the scarred kitchen table. Susie paused for a moment, wondering how best to say what she wanted to.
Caleb?
He looked up, pausing with a potato in his hand while his eyebrows rose.
I just wanted to say thank you for what you're doing for me and Leanne.
It's nothing, Caleb replied, returning his attention to the task at hand. Peelings rained down on the surface, and within seconds another potato was laid bare.
I thought you were heading for London,
Susie said a moment later. I am, at some point.
But you said you had some business to attend to in Norwich?
Caleb looked at her, and Susie felt the temperature in the room drop by a degree or two. As if he sensed this, Caleb smiled at her. I do, he said, fixing her with his gray eyes. I'm going to visit a friend. Chapter 26. Leon. I'm just heading out for the evening, Mum, Leon called over his shoulder. As usual, his mother didn't even acknowledge the statement. Long ago, they had agreed that she wouldn't get on his back about being out every evening in return for him continuing to bring money in. Nor did she ask him where it was coming from. As he made his way down the street, his house sat on, past all the other almost identical terraced houses, Leon still had a spring in his step after what had happened at the police station. He was itching to tell Sid and the rest of the crew, but he knew he couldn't, not without giving away the fact he'd been nicked for something so stupid. In some circles, having a record was worn as a badge of honor, but not in the circle Sid ran. He wanted the attention of the authorities on him and his crew to be at an absolute minimum, a fact Leon understood well. He cinched his hood further over his face as the looming tower that Sid ran his operation from came into view. Sid had appropriated one of the 4 apartments on the top floor by persuading the previous resident that an exchange of council flats would be in everyone's best interests. Leon made his way into the building after punching a 4-digit pin into a panel next to the door to gain access, and waited for the lift to grind its way down from the top. Unlike the lifts in the other tower, this one wouldn't stink of piss when it arrived. Sid wouldn't stand for that. Leon slid his hood down and stared at the camera in the elevator car's corner. It was the only working CCTV camera on the estate. Despite the council's best efforts, any that were installed seemed to break as soon as the installation crews had left the estate. Within a few seconds, once his identity had been confirmed by whoever was manning the CCTV screen in Sid's apartment, the doors closed and the lift started its struggle back up to the top of the block. "Leon, my man," Sid's voice boomed as Leon entered the hallway of his apartment. The air was thick with the fog of cannabis and sweat, even though most of the windows on one wall were open. "I want to chat with you. What's happening?" "Not a lot," Leon said, walking into the lounge where the oxygen was even scarcer. He waited for Sid to point at a chair before sitting down. Same old, you know." Leon settled into the chair, separated from Sid by a low coffee table that was scattered with empty beer cans and an overflowing ashtray. Sid nodded sagely as if he knew exactly what Leon was talking about. He shuffled forward in his chair and threw a packet of rolling papers onto the table, fixing Leon with an easy smile as he did so. "You going to put one together?" Sid said, sitting back in the chair. Leon smiled as he pulled 3 papers from the packet. He licked one of them, fixing it to another and placing the third across the middle. Sid had never asked him to skin up a joint before, and from the red haze in the whites of the man's eyes, it wasn't the first of the evening. Leon pulled a cigarette out of a packet he kept just for this purpose, licked the seam and peeled the paper apart before emptying the tobacco into the papers on the table. Then he pulled out a small Ziploc bag with a brown lump of cannabis resin. It was all he had after the police had confiscated his stash of the good stuff in the car. "What on earth is that?" Sid said as Leon held a lighter to the lump to soften the resin. "It's all I've got, Sid," Leon replied, preparing to crumble some of the sugary-like substance onto the tobacco. "It's my emergency stash. I've run dry." "No, wait," Sid said, laughing. "I can smell the diesel off that from here." He tossed a similar bag onto the coffee table, but this one had shredded green material in it. "This stuff is way better than that crap.
I got a full ounce of that from my boy in Ipshit,
Sidney said, using the colloquial name for Ipswich, the town that had hosted Norwich's football rivals for over a century.
My regular shipment is due in tomorrow, and it's not been smuggled over the channel in a tank of diesel like your gear was.
A few moments later, Leon handed Sid a large joint. Although he'd been nervous about putting it together under the scrutiny of Sid, he was pleased with it. It was firm from the rolled tip to the cardboard roach in the base, but not so firm that air couldn't be drawn through it. Leon watched as Sid lit the end, taking a couple of puffs on it before inhaling deeply. Then he handed it to Leon.
Not bad, my man,
Sid said a few seconds later after exhaling a cloud of smoke toward the ceiling where it rolled around in the still air. He handed Leon the joint.
So I've got a proposition for you. Something longer term than rolling buses.
Leon took a couple of small hits on the joint before handing it back to Sid, who had picked up a guitar and was finger-picking the opening to a song Leon didn't recognize. "Sure," he said, trying to keep his voice as nonchalant as possible.
You were good on the bus, Leon,
Sid said, his face half hidden by the smoke.
So I figured you deserve a promotion.
Leon kept his face impassive at the news.
Unless you want to keep Dick or collect plates for the rest of your life.
Keeping Dick or acting as a lookout for Sid's drug dealers was how Leon had been earning most of his money for almost 2 years. Sid also ran a chop shop on the estate, and he regularly needed license plates from legitimate cars to cover the stolen ones. "You want me to run a trap house?" Leon said. Sid had 4 areas, or trap houses, where drugs were sold across the estate.
You got it, Leon,
Sid said. Leon let a smile spread across his face at the news. He didn't want to seem too keen, but keen enough. The risk of trapping was getting caught, which meant the money was much better, but Sid hadn't lost a dealer to the old bill yet. The estate belonged to Sid, not the police.
You think you're ready?
Sid handed the remnants of the joint back to Leon. "You know I'm good for it, Sid," Leon said, taking a puff on the joint that burned his lips. He stubbed it out in the ashtray, the last puff always the privilege of the maker. "I won't let you down." Chapter 27. Caleb. Caleb's stomach grumbled as he took a deep breath in through his nose. The smell of the roast dinner that Father Martin was putting the finishing touches to in his small kitchen reminded Caleb how long it had been since breakfast. He had made sure that Susie and Leanne had their full share of the stew he had prepared for them earlier that morning, and by the time they had eaten their fill, there was little left. He didn't mind being hungry. The pangs in his stomach were offset by the knowledge that both Susie and Leanne had nothing. Caleb had been far hungrier in his life than he was then, but at the same time he was looking forward to eating. "Is there anything I can help with?" he asked Father Martin, who was just measuring some gravy granules into a jug. "No, I'm fine, thank you," the vicar replied. "Not much to do now. I'd say we'll be eating in about 30 minutes. Caleb nodded in response. The 2 men stayed in an almost companionable silence for a few minutes. Both Susie and Leanne were upstairs in the vicarage's spare bedroom having a pre-lunch nap, and Caleb knew that the excitement of the last couple of days had finally caught up with them. He watched as Father Martin stirred the gravy before covering the glass jug with tinfoil and placing it in the oven. The aroma of cooking chicken and roast potatoes when he opened the door intensified, and Caleb's mouth started watering. Father Martin closed the oven door and sat opposite Caleb at the kitchen table. "Caleb, may I ask you something?" he said. Caleb nodded in reply. He'd been expecting some questions about his background at some point, and now was as good a time as any. "Do you believe her?"
"Who, Susie?" Caleb asked, realizing as he asked that there could be no one else the vicar was referring to.
"Yes."
"I think so, yes," Caleb replied.
He didn't think so. He knew, the moment he had touched her for the first time, that there was danger surrounding her, but Caleb didn't think the vicar would understand this.
"Why do you ask?"
"It's just, well, I don't know," Father Martin replied with a sigh. "It all seems rather, fanciful.
A mysterious secret serviceman called Vince floating about somewhere in the shadows who's after her, Leanne. I take it you've not actually met this man.
No, Caleb replied, hiding a flash of irritation by closing his eyes. He didn't understand why, as a man of the cloth, Father Martin wouldn't take Susie's story at face value.
I've no doubt she's telling the truth.
This, at least, appeared to placate the vicar somewhat.
Tell me about this shelter. It's on the outskirts of Norwich, Father Martin said.
If he'd noticed Caleb changing the subject, he didn't show it.
It's run by the diocese, but all done discreetly, for obvious reasons. Do you know Norwich well?
Caleb asked, taking care to pronounce the city name correctly.
My previous parish was there, the vicar replied. It's known as a fine city. Nice enough place. They used to have a pub for every day of the year and a church for every Sunday.
Father Martin laughed.
I guess they had their priorities right back in medieval times. Do you know a road called Lancaster Way? No, I don't think so,
Father Martin said, getting to his feet.
Wait there a sec. I've got an A to Z somewhere.
Caleb waited as the vicar rummaged in a drawer, pulling out a dog-eared book. Father Martin flicked through it, turning first to the index in the back and then to the relevant page. He handed the book to Caleb and pointed at a road on the page.
That's it, just there. Not the nicest part of Norwich, though. Why do you ask? I have a friend who lives there. Really?
Father Martin looked down at the map in Caleb's hand.
Are you sure you have the right road? Only that's the Lock's Cross estate. Yes, that's where my friend lives. I take it there's only one Lancaster Road in Norwich? Unless they've built another one since that book was published, yes. Although, looking at the A to Z, it's probably quite out of date. I'll check on the internet for you after lunch. Thank you, Father, Caleb said, turning the book over in his hand. I don't suppose I could hang on to this for a while, could I? Of course, Father Martin replied with a short laugh. It's been in that drawer for years. We do have sat-navs here, even in this part of the country. The two men looked up in unison at the sound of someone walking into the kitchen. It was Leanne, her soft elephant clutched under her arm. She looked sleepy and had a crease on her cheek from a sheet. Hey, Leanne, Caleb said, a broad smile appearing on his face. How are you doing? I'm hungry, Leanne replied, yawning as she spoke. When's lunch? As soon as your mother gets here, Father Martin replied. Leanne's eyes widened and she looked a lot less sleepy in an instant. Then she turned and ran out of the room. A few seconds later, Caleb could hear her thumping up the stairs of the small house. I have to say, Caleb, he said, turning to face him, if your friend lives on the Lock's Cross estate, well... His voice tailed away. Well, Caleb said a few seconds later, keeping his voice light. Well, Father Martin replied with a curious expression on his face, let's just say you must have some interesting friends. Chapter 28. Vince. Vince stifled a yawn as, on the projector screen in the stuffy conference room, yet another target's face appeared. This is Orange Snowball, Vince's boss said from his position of power next to the projector. There were a few muffled groans at the name from some of the other agents in the room. He's a known member of National Action, and we've got some intelligence that links him to both the base over the pond and also the Loyalist Volunteer Force in the Republic of Ireland. Looks like he's trying to make some new friends overseas. Vince raised his hand and waited for his boss to acknowledge him. Shouldn't Six be looking at him? Vince asked, referring to MI6, who were in charge of international threats. They are, Vince, his boss replied. This one will be a joint operation with them. This time the groans weren't muffled. None of the men and women in the room particularly enjoyed working with their counterparts from Vauxhall. We think that Orange Snowball is meeting with a known player from the Republic this weekend, so we're going to pick him up on Saturday morning. They're attending a football match, so it will be challenging. Six has the visitor. We have this one.
On the screen, a young man glared out at the room. Mid-20s, white with a shaved head. He was staring at the camera with an insolent expression, obviously trying and failing to intimidate whoever was taking his picture. It wasn't a covert photograph, but a police one that revealed the tattoos sneaking up onto his neck from his collar. Vince sighed. He hated scrotes like this one. Scum of the earth, the lot of them. Vince's key problem with them was that they were usually too stupid to even get close to the threshold for his squad to do what it did best, make them disappear.
"Who's playing?"
another agent asked.
"Liverpool versus Chelsea,"
Vince's boss replied.
"You'll be in the Liverpool end."
There was another collective groan around the room, with someone muttering about how much they hated Liverpool. Vince couldn't have cared less about football, but trying to follow a target at such a crowded event was a challenge he was looking forward to. He started planning it in his head as his boss moved on to the next piece of shit they had an interest in. 20 minutes later, the briefing finished and Vince made his way from the conference room with the rest of his team. They had another planning meeting later in the day, but that was a couple of hours away, and he was hungry. One of his team suggested lunch at the Marquis of Granby, a dingy pub close to Thames House, but Vince wasn't in the mood. There was someone he wanted to check in on.
"Can I help you?"
the blonde waitress said as Vince approached the counter. He had left Thames House 20 minutes ago and made his way to the pret-a-manger he was now standing in. He had taken a shortcut across St. John's Gardens, a small park near the building where probably every other person in the park had a very high security clearance.
"Can I get this toasted, please?"
Vince replied, handing the woman a cheese and ham sandwich in a paper bag. This was Samantha, who knew nothing about Vince at all. By contrast, he knew almost everything about her.
"Sure,"
the waitress said as she took the sandwich from him. Vince took a step back and watched as she handed the sandwich to a colleague. Samantha was 24 and lived in a tiny rental apartment in Neasden in the north of London. She was petite, standing only 5'3", and had a tattoo on her left leg that she'd not told her parents about. While she served another customer, Vince pulled his phone from his pocket to check Samantha's text messages. Then he looked at her emails, checked her Facebook, instant messages. There was nothing really of interest other than a reminder from her mom that it was Samantha's sister's wedding anniversary coming up and some flowers would be nice. Vince was just looking at the latest photographs Samantha had sent to her would-be boyfriend, a lad called Alex who worked behind the bar in a pub just down the road, when she delivered his sandwich. He swiped the photograph away and looked up at her. Vince much preferred the version of Samantha he had just been looking at to the clothed version now looking at him.
"Here you are, sir,"
Samantha said, her eyes betraying her lack of interest. That was fine by Vince. She would be very interested in him later. He took the sandwich to a table and sat with his back to the wall, watching Samantha out of the corner of his eye. She and Alex hadn't slept together yet, not helped by the fact he lived with his parents and she had a flatmate. But the flatmate was going away for a couple of days, and tomorrow night was going to be the night. Samantha was going to give Alex her spare key to her apartment, but she couldn't find it. Samantha finished serving another customer before disappearing into the kitchen area of the restaurant. Vince pulled his phone from his pocket. She would be standing outside the rear fire door, smoking a Marlboro Light, something else she had hidden from her parents. Vince's phone pinged. It was a message from Samantha to Alex.
"We still on for tomorrow night?"
It only took Alex a moment to respond, and Vince imagined the man lingering by his phone like a puppy waiting for a treat.
"I can't wait. Could do tonight if you want."
Vince imagined Samantha puffing on her cigarette, wondering what she was thinking. He was tempted to answer on her behalf, letting Alex know she couldn't wait to be his dirty little fuck toy, but that would spoil the surprise.
"Not tonight. Having a quiet night in. I can't wait either. Make sure you bring something to wear."
"Filthy little slut,"
Vince mumbled as he finished his sandwich. He got to his feet, balling the paper bag up and tossing it in the bin on his way out of the restaurant. As he did so, he reached into his pocket and ran his fingertips over the key inside.
"Sorry, Alex," he said to himself, "but I'm going to be spoiling your fun a little."
Chapter 29. Susie. Susie looked out of the window with Father Martin's car at the trees rushing past them. Beside her in the rear seat of the car, Leanne was whispering something in Boo Boo's ear while Caleb and Father Martin were having a hushed conversation about something in the front seats. She tuned them out, grateful to have some time to think. The first problem for their safety appeared to be taken care of. Although she barely knew Caleb, he had an air of confidence about him that was infectious. It was as if, as long as he was about, nothing could happen to them. But Susie also knew that if Vince caught up with them, there would be nothing Caleb could do. She thought about her so-called partner for a moment, wondering how far he had got in terms of tracking her and Leanne. Her original plan had been for them to be in London by the time he'd discovered they'd gone. Then it was to be another bus to Dover and across the channel to France somehow. Susie hadn't been able to plan that part of their escape other than hoping the immigration authorities were more concerned about people traveling illegally to England, not in the other direction. But now she was in a car, heading to Norwich and a place she didn't know. All she could do was to put her faith in Caleb and Father Martin. Women's shelters, Susie knew, were discreet by design, and they were well used to hiding women like her. But could they hide her from Vince, with all the resources he had at his disposal? All it would take would be a single slip-up, and he would be there with his colleagues. And if Vince caught up with them, Susie knew her fate would be sealed. He would never let her go again, and she would never see Leanne again.
"Mummy, are we nearly there?"
Leanne said, looking up at her with tired eyes. Caleb turned and looked over his shoulder at the sound of her voice. "It's about half an hour," he said, smiling at Leanne, "so not too much further."
"What will you do, Caleb?"
Susie asked him.
"When we get to Norwich, I mean."
He was wearing jeans and a hoodie, both borrowed from Father Martin, and the difference from the robe was remarkable. With his shaved head, he could have passed for a football hooligan. "I'm gonna drop in on a friend," Caleb replied, earning a sideways glance from Father Martin. "But first, I'll make sure that you're both safe and sound."
"Will we see you again?"
Leanne said.
"Of course you will." "Promise?"
Susie smiled as Caleb reached his hand back with his little finger extended.
"Pinky promise,"
he said. Susie's smile broadened as she watched Leanne hook her finger with his. They shook solemnly, and Leanne returned to whispering to Boo Boo. "Are you okay?" Caleb asked Susie, his eyes meeting hers.
"I'm nervous, Caleb,"
Susie replied. But she was far more than just nervous, and from the look on his face he realized that. "You'll be okay," Father Martin said.
"This place we're going is very secure. They've never had any problems with ex-partners or husbands."
Susie thought for a moment. She was pretty sure they'd never had any ex-partners or husbands like Vince, but he would have to find them first. She knew that the first places he would check would be the rail and the bus station. Susie had no real friends to speak of, not anymore. Vince had seen to that. He'd been subtle about it, and by the time Susie realized what he was doing, it was too late. He wouldn't let her use any form of social media. Too dangerous, he had said, given my job. He had blocked all her friends on her phone, so any texts or calls to her never got through, and then changed their contact numbers without Susie realizing. So when she needed someone to turn to, someone to ask for help, there was no one. She couldn't communicate with anyone. Could Vince have tracked her to the bus station? She'd bought the tickets using cash, paying a homeless man to get them for her so that she could avoid the CCTV cameras in the ticket office. It had been, she reflected as the trees continued to rush by outside the window, £10 well spent. The guy who'd bought the tickets hadn't asked her why she wanted him to buy them for her. He'd been far more interested in the tenner he'd just earned. Susie reached out and put her arm around Leanne, who snuggled into her, clutching Boo Boo to her chest. When Susie looked down a moment later, her daughter was fast asleep without a care in the world.
"I should be so lucky,"
Susie muttered under her breath. She knew Vince was out there, searching for her, with almost unlimited resources at his disposal. Chapter 30. Naomi. Naomi's fingers were trembling as she stabbed at the screen of her phone. The doorbell to her flat rang again, and a few seconds after that there was a hammering at the door. Then the letterbox was pushed open from the outside. It made Naomi jump, and she knocked a mug from the sideboard. It fell into the sink, the handle breaking.
"Naomi!"
Mark's voice came through the small aperture in the door.
"For God's sake, let me in. I just want to talk."
Come on, Naomi muttered. Finally, her finger hit the right button. She glanced around the hallway where bundles of trash bags full of Mark's clothes were piled up. There was also a large cardboard box with the rest of his personal possessions, including his treasured collection of commemorative glasses from the local beer festivals he'd never taken her to. Naomi had spent the last couple of hours packing up all his stuff. Her plan had been to put the bags and the box in the garden and then text Mark to let him know he could collect them when he wanted. At least, she'd had the front door locks changed before coming back to the flat that morning, but her sister had been right. She should have brought someone with her. Finally, after what seemed like minutes, but could have only been a few seconds, a familiar baritone voice answered the phone.
"Detective Constable."
"Dave, it's Naomi." She cut him off before he could continue. "It's Mark. He's here." There were another furious couple of thumps on the door as Mark shouted her name again.
"Where are you?"
"At my flat."
"I'm on my way. 5 minutes tops. Just stay put."
Her hands were still shaking as she disconnected the call. She leaned back against the wall of the hallway and took a deep breath. Mark was leaning on the doorbell, but Naomi did her best to ignore the noise. She walked back into the kitchen and checked that the back door leading to her postage stamp-sized garden was locked. When would Mark get the message that she wasn't going to speak to him? The morning after the incident in the restaurant, Naomi had started getting calls from unknown numbers on her mobile. Knowing it would be Mark, Naomi had ignored them. Then she had seen glimpses of his black BMW, always in the periphery, somewhere. But she knew it was him. Then, when she had returned to her flat that morning, there had been an enormous bunch of flowers on the doorstep. Mark would have seen them in the bin when he walked to her front door.
"Naomi, please,"
Mark said through the letterbox. His voice was more measured, almost, but not quite plaintive.
"You're overreacting. Come on, let's just chat about this."
Naomi opened her mouth to reply before remembering the advice she had dished out to many clients since becoming a lawyer.
"No comment,"
she whispered under her breath.
"Please, Naomi,"
Mark said as if he had heard her. She walked into the lounge, needing to sit down. The adrenaline coursing through her was making her feel faint. As she sat in the armchair, she saw a shadow flitting across the window. It was Mark. He had his hands on the glass, either side of his face, trying to see inside.
"Naomi, I know you're in there."
His voice was more muffled now, but it was still audible. She fiddled with her phone, turning it over and over in her hands. This was ridiculous. The first thing she was going to do when she got back to the office was file for a restraining order against the man. He had no right to threaten her like this, not in her own home. A moment later, there was a screech of brakes outside her flat. Naomi heard a car door being flung open, followed by the sound of an argument. She held her head in her hands as she listened, pressing her phone against her forehead. The argument didn't last long, and it was followed by a more gentle knock at the door.
"Naomi."
It was Dave.
"Your ex is sitting in his car like a good boy. Can you let me in?"
Naomi leaped to her feet and ran to the door. She opened it to allow the police officer in, closing it as soon as he had crossed the threshold. Then she flung her arms around his broad shoulders, trying not to cry with relief.
"And then a hero comes along,"
she heard Dave singing in an awful impression of Mariah Carey. She relaxed her arms and looked at him.
"I wish I didn't need a hero,"
Naomi said. She saw Dave looking at the bags in the hallway.
"That his stuff?"
"Yes," Naomi replied. "I was going to put it in the garden for him to collect when he just turned up."
"Why don't you put the kettle on?"
Dave said with a wry smile.
"I'll help him load the car."
Naomi walked into the kitchen, retrieved the broken mug from the sink, and put the kettle on. While she waited for it to boil, she rummaged around in a drawer before emerging with a sample tube of superglue, which she placed next to the mug to fix later. When Naomi returned to the hallway, Dave was standing in the doorway, flinging the bin bags full of clothes into the front garden. Beyond the garden, Naomi could see Mark sitting at the wheel of his BMW, his face like thunder.
"What's in the box?"
Dave said as he threw the last bag of clothes into the garden.
Bits and pieces, his beer glass collection, other stuff like that.
Dave picked up the box and took a few steps onto the path. Then he hefted the box, ensuring it landed on the concrete path. Naomi heard glass smashing. When she looked at Dave, he was grinning.
"Whoops,"
he said, his grin broadening. Chapter 31. Caleb. Caleb looked through the windshield at the house that Father Martin had just pulled into. It was in a village called Thorpe on the outskirts of Norwich. Caleb knew nothing about house prices in England, but he could tell from the size of the ones they'd driven past that it wasn't a cheap area. Far from it. When they had arrived at the large gates of the house, a small camera with a blinking red light stared at them for a moment before they slowly swung open. Caleb nodded in appreciation at the 10-foot-high walls surrounding the property, topped with shards of broken glass. Not very friendly, but given the purpose of the house, a good idea.
"You'll need to wait in the car, Caleb,"
Father Martin said as the tires of his car crushed the gravel in the driveway.
"You won't be able to come in. Even I'm not allowed in the actual house, and I've known Joan for 20 years.
He nodded in response as Father Martin parked the car. There was enough space in the drive for perhaps 4 or 5 cars. Dominating the gravel space and ornate gardens was a 2-story house made of red brick with imposing gables on either side of a central section punctuated by small windows. A security light had burst into life as they had entered the driveway, even though it was still daylight, and Caleb could see the curtains moving at one of the large ground-floor windows.
"I'll see you soon, Susie. Maybe a day, maybe a couple," Caleb said before turning to Leanne. "You too."
"You'd better,"
Leanne replied with a smile. Her face was full of innocent enthusiasm.
"You promised, and it was a pinky promise."
"I've never broken a pinky promise in my life," he said, returning her smile.
Caleb watched as Susie and Leanne got out of the car. Leanne was staring up at the house while Father Martin retrieved their bag from the trunk, and she slipped her hand into Susie's as they made their way to the door. As they approached, it opened to let them in, and Caleb caught a brief glimpse of a gray-haired woman in a floral dress before the door closed. As he waited, Caleb examined his surroundings, working his way from the car outward in 5-yard rings. It was an old habit drilled into him many years ago, but a useful one to understand a new location properly. It wasn't until he got to the 3rd ring that he noticed something. There was an oak tree near the wall that almost overhung the wall. But Caleb noticed any branches near the wall itself had been lopped off, and there was a small, passive infrared sensor attached to the trunk facing the wall. Caleb was too far away to see any wiring, but he knew it would be linked to a camera somewhere. He nodded in appreciation. Whoever handled security knew what they were doing. Caleb waited, closing his eyes for a few moments and thinking about his next steps to help Susie and Leanne out of their predicament. He had 3 courses of action, as far as he could see. The first, as always, was to do nothing. That wasn't an option. In terms of a second and third course of action, he had little in the way of plans other than be nice or don't be nice. When he got to where he needed to go, he would put some meat on the bones of the latter two. He needed to do some reconnaissance, which was never time wasted. A few moments later, Caleb heard the crunch of footsteps on the gravel, and he opened his eyes to see Father Martin walking back toward the car.
"They're all sorted,"
he said as he climbed into the driver's seat.
"Joan and the girl who works with her will look after them."
"Do they have physical security?"
Caleb asked a moment later, staring at the house. He could see CCTV cameras under the eaves of each gable and wondered whether they were linked to the motion sensor he'd noticed a moment ago.
"Not an actual person,"
Father Martin replied as they waited for the gates to reopen.
"But the place is like a bloody fortress, and Joan's got panic buttons installed that link straight to the police."
He started laughing.
"She's allowed to test them once every 3 months, but she bakes for England before she does. Pretty much every police officer in Norwich responds, desperate to get their hands on her cake."
"Do the police know it's a shelter?"
"I'm not sure."
Father Martin frowned. The gate started to swing open.
"I guess they must. You're thinking about this Vince chap?"
"Yes. If he's as resourceful as Susie says, he might be able to track her that way."
"Susie and Leanne will be moved on in a few days,"
Father Martin replied a moment later as he eased the car back onto the road. The light was beginning to fade, and a pink hue was coloring the sky in the distance.
Joan and the other shelters never leave the women in the first one they get to, as it's usually the closest to the men they're trying to get away from.
So you'd better make sure you get back to see her and Leanne before then.
I will,
Caleb said. The two men drove in silence for a while as the large houses outside gave way to open countryside. They entered the outskirts of Norwich a while later. The houses here, very different. They were much smaller for a start. Father Martin pulled over in a small street and stopped the car. He turned to Caleb.
"This is the edge of the Lock's Cross," he said with a solemn expression.
"I would drive you into the estate, but I like my car the way it is."
"I understand," Caleb replied.
"Thank you, Father, for all your help."
They shook hands, and Caleb had picked up his cloth bag, making to exit the car when he felt the vicar's hand on his shoulder.
"This friend of yours, Caleb?"
Father Martin asked.
"Who is he, exactly?"
Before he replied, Caleb reached into his pocket and pulled out a battered black leather wallet. He opened it and examined a student ID card through a scratched plastic window.
"His name's Leon Brockwell,"
Caleb said.
"He's lost his wallet. I'm just going to return it to him."
"Well, aren't you the good Samaritan?" Father Martin said with a smile.
It faded as Caleb felt his face harden.
"Not really."
Chapter 32. Leon. Leon adjusted the bag on his shoulder and slouched against a low wall belonging to a house that had more kitchen appliances in its garden than most houses had in their kitchen. At the end of the street, he could see two of the youngers, junior members of Sid's organization, slowly circling the deserted street on bicycles. They were lookouts, both for customers and the old Bill. In Leon's pocket was a burner phone, and the two boys on the bikes had its number on speed dial. The second it rang, Leon was to run. He had several routes available through the alleys between the tightly packed houses on the estate. Any drugs left in his bag were to be ditched, but any money kept. You couldn't be nicked for having money. Night had almost fallen, and the streets of the estate were bathed in a weak orange glow from the street lamps. Perhaps every other one was lit. Sid didn't want the areas he operated in being too well lit, and the council weren't about to venture onto the estate to fix the ones shot out with air rifles. Leon was nervous, more jittery than he had been on the bus even. He was now running a trap house, and he wasn't even 16. All the others running trap houses were in their 20s. Sid must really believe in him, which meant he absolutely couldn't mess this up. In his pocket, his phone vibrated with an incoming text message. He fished it out and looked at the screen. Cuss. A customer. The Youngers had stopped a car driving down the street and verified that the driver was kosher. If it was someone they didn't recognize, they wouldn't have sent the message. No verification, no deal. That was how Sid operated. He wasn't running a supermarket. Leon waited as a car rolled down the street. As it approached, he stepped forward so the driver could see him. The car stopped and the driver's window went down. Leon didn't even look at the guy behind the wheel. As long as he had cash, Leon couldn't care less who he was. One thing he did know was that his car, a battered Ford Fiesta, was a wreck with almost as much rust as bodywork. When Leon was old enough to drive, there was no way he would be seen in something like the car in front of him. "All right," Leon said, finally glancing at the man in the car. He was white, early 20s, and his entire outfit looked to be from Primark. "How much you after?" "I got 20 quid, the driver replied, licking his lips. "What can I get for that?" Leon sighed. Sid's product wasn't sold by price, it was sold by weight. "Brown or green?" Leon asked. Cannabis, resin, or marijuana leaf. He knew before the driver replied he would go for brown. It was cheaper, less potent, and would last longer. Leon reckoned the customer was a student from the University of East Anglia on the other side of the city. "Brown," the man in the car said. "I can do you an eighth for 20. "Really? That's expensive." "You think?" Leon replied with a sneer. He started to move away from the car. The man in the car could bugger off as far as he was concerned. Leon wasn't about to start haggling with Sid's product. All right, the driver said when Leon was a couple of feet away from the Fiesta. A moment later, the car was moving down the street with a cough of black exhaust smoke. Leon watched as the driver performed an erratic three-point turn, obviously not wanting to go any further into the estate than he had to. Leon couldn't blame him, although he couldn't see anyone wanting to carjack such a shitty vehicle. He glanced up at the top of the tower block to Sid's apartment. Had Sid seen Leon complete his first sale as the boss of a trap house? He hoped so, and had to resist the temptation to raise his hand and wave at the window, just in case Sid was watching. In his pocket, Leon's phone buzzed again. He pulled it out, expecting to see a notification of another customer. They would come thick and fast now that night had fallen, but it wasn't a notification of a customer. Stranger danger, the message read. Leon's eyebrows went up. Few people visited the Lark's Cross estate, but there was at least one visitor on the way. The Youngers had a sense of the old Bill that was almost supernatural, but Leon moved down the street anyway. He stopped by an alleyway that led between two of the terraced houses. If he had to, he could run down the alley and lose the visitor in seconds. When he reached the alleyway, he stepped back off the road and into the darkness. A few moments later, the visitor appeared in the gloomy streetlights. He was wearing jeans and a hoodie, but Leon couldn't see his face in the poor light. But the Youngers would have got a good look at him. Leon made a mental note to speak to them at some point to see what they thought. The man walked down the street, both hands deep in the pockets of his hoodie. If he knew about Leon hiding in the shadows, he made no obvious sign. He passed within about 20 feet of the alley Leon was hiding in, but didn't so much as glance in his direction. The man didn't seem in the slightest bit concerned about his surroundings, which was unusual on the Lark's Cross estate. Leon watched, wondering if the man realized how much danger he was in, as a shiver ran down his spine. It was as if someone had just walked over his grave. He laughed the sensation away as the phone buzzed again in his pocket. Cuss. It was time to get back to work. Chapter 33. Vince. Vince sat in his car with his laptop perched on his knee, the screen resting on the steering wheel. On the passenger seat, his phone sat on top of a takeout menu. The screen was showing a feed from a camera he'd installed a couple of days previously. He glanced at the screen a couple of times, seeing that Samantha's bathroom door was still closed. Vince closed his eyes, imagining her in the bath, soaking in the bath bombs she'd ordered online the day before. He breathed in through his nose, trying to conjure up what the website said were cool citrus and comforting florals. She'd taken a large glass of wine into the bathroom with her, and he could see her sipping from it in his mind's eye. Vince would have put a camera in the bathroom when he'd visited Samantha's apartment, but he'd not found anywhere to hide it properly. So his imagination would have to do for this part of the evening's entertainment. Vince was parked in a large parking lot in Brent Park, in a shopping complex that included a huge Tesco supermarket next to a large IKEA store. Behind the IKEA store, Vince could just see the top of Wembley Stadium's iconic arch lit up in the night sky. The supermarket was busy, a constant stream of cars and customers, and no one took a blind bit of notice of him. He was only a few minutes' walk from Kingfisher Way, the residential street where Samantha was currently soaking herself in citrus and florals. His laptop pinged with an incoming warning, as did his phone. Vince reluctantly opened his eyes and gazed down at the laptop screen, knowing it was the same message on both devices. Bingo, he said when he saw the message on it. The burner phone that had been used to make the hoax call, which Vince was now sure Susie had engineered, had just been activated. On the screen was a map of the United Kingdom with a small red pin in the east of the country. Before he zoomed in on the pin, Vince knew its location. He also knew he'd been right. The call had been made from Norwich. He zoomed in as far as he could to see the pin hovering over a square in the center of the city known as Hay Hill. He knew the area well. It was close to the large modern library and near to the marketplace where, according to the tourist guides, cheap trash had been sold since the 11th century. As he watched, the pin disappeared. He switched windows to check another piece of software to see if any calls or text messages had been sent and received by the handset, but there was no activity at all. It had just been turned on and then off.
Perhaps to check for messages? It didn't matter. He had its location and was a lot closer now than he had been a few moments ago. Vince was distracted by movement on his phone screen. He closed the laptop down and put it on the passenger seat, picking up his phone as he did so. Samantha, her wine glass now empty, was making her way into the kitchen of her apartment. Her face was flushed, and she was wearing a pink, fluffy dressing gown that looked several sizes too big. On her feet was a pair of matching slippers, just as pink, just as fluffy. "Very cozy," he muttered as he watched her refill her glass. Samantha took a large swig before topping it back up again. Vince felt his heart speeding up as she walked over to the telephone on the kitchen wall. He saw her picking up the handset and peering at a piece of paper tacked to the wall next to the phone. Samantha stabbed at the digits on the telephone, and a few seconds later, Vince's mobile rang.
"Hello, China Garden,"
Vince said as he answered the phone and flicked it to speaker so he could still see the screen. There was no point trying to disguise his voice. This call wasn't one that would be recorded anywhere.
"Yeah, hi,"
Samantha replied, her voice slurring slightly.
"Can I order some food for delivery, please?" "Of course,"
Vince replied with a smile.
"What would you like?"
Can I have a kung pao chicken, plain boiled rice, and some prawn crackers, please?"
Vince paused before replying as if he was writing the order down. As he did so, he looked at his own copy of the menu.
"So that's a number 45, a number 16, and a number 112.
He heard Samantha giggling, and he saw her on the screen, peering at her own menu.
"Yep, that's right. And don't forget the fortune cookie?"
"That comes to £15.90,
Vince said.
Cash on delivery."
"Sure. It's number 12, Peregrine Close, just off Kingfisher Way."
"It'll be around 20 minutes.
Vince disconnected the phone, grinning to himself as he did so. On the screen, he watched Samantha get a plate from her kitchen cupboard, placing it on the table. Then she crossed to her handbag and extracted a 20-pound note from her purse, placing it on top of the plate. Then he got out of the car and walked around to the trunk. A few moments later, carrying an empty insulated food box in one hand and a motorcycle helmet in the other, Vince was making his way down Peregrine Close. Samantha's apartment was at the end of a small block of apartments on the bottom floor. Her front door was hidden in darkness because earlier that day someone had vandalized the meager street lighting on the small road. Vince slipped the motorcycle helmet over his head as he approached the front door, the gloom also hiding the vinyl gloves on his hands. He hefted the food box into the air, partially covering Samantha's view. Vince reached out and pressed the doorbell, listening as muffled chimes rang out from inside the apartment.
"Hang on,"
he heard Samantha call out.
"I'm just coming."
The door opened and she looked out, her eyes lighting up when she saw the box in Vince's hand. She was still wearing the pink dressing gown and had tightened it around her stomach before answering the door. In one hand was the 20-pound note. Vince dropped the box, kicking it inside the apartment as one hand shot out to cover Samantha's mouth. He used the other hand around her neck to push her back inside, closing the door behind him with his foot. Samantha's quiet night in was about to get a lot noisier. Chapter 34. Susie. Susie looked through the window of her bedroom on the upper story of the house. Beyond the branches of the large trees that were moving slowly in the wind, she could see some of the other houses in the village. Like the one she was in, they each stood on their own ground. Most of them were surrounded by walls, but not as high or as treacherous as the ones surrounding this house. Many had gleaming cars outside, and most had at least one lit window, if not more. Susie imagined the people inside the houses living their lives peacefully, not fearing for them, like she was. Parents would be putting their children to bed, reading them stories and tucking them in, much like she had done earlier with Leanne, except the other children would be in their own beds, surrounded by their own toys. Susie looked at the adjoining door that led to the bedroom Leanne was sleeping in. The door was slightly ajar, just in case Leanne woke up, scared or needing anything. In her own bedroom was a large double bed covered by a throw that looked as if it had been crocheted by an army of women. But Susie couldn't even think about going to sleep. A soft knock at the door made her jump.
"Hello?"
Susie called out. The door opened and Joan's head appeared. She was smiling warmly.
"Everything okay?"
Joan said. Her voice was soft and reassuring.
"I heard you
moving about. I hope you don't mind me popping up." "Not at all," Susie replied. "I mean, it's your house. I was just thinking about everything."
Joan stepped into the room, closing the door softly behind her.
"As I said before," Joan said, "I'm always here to talk if you want to. But I'm always here, even if you don't want to."
Susie looked at the woman, examining her as she did so. When Joan had ushered Susie and Leanne into the house, she had introduced them to a young woman a few years younger than Susie called Agnesa. Agnesa, according to Joan, helped run the house when they had guests like Susie and Leanne. It had been Agnesa who had shown Susie and Leanne around the house, with Joan only putting in a brief appearance as they ate that evening. Agnesa spoke little, and when she did, had a clipped Eastern European accent. The only information Susie had been able to get from her was that she was originally from Albania. But this wasn't the sort of house where personal questions were welcomed. Joan was, in Susie's estimation, in her late 60s or early 70s. She was wearing a simple dress, which she could have made herself, with a knitted cardigan over her shoulders. Joan had a kind face, but underneath it was a hard resolve. In some ways, she reminded Susie of Caleb. The gold cross that hung on a simple chain around her neck reinforced that, although Caleb wore no jewelry that Susie had seen.
"Why do you do this, Joan?"
Susie asked, sitting on the edge of the bed. Joan sat next to her, close enough to be comforting, but not so close that Susie was uncomfortable.
"I have my reasons," Joan said, before tightening her lips. "But we need to talk about you. Father Martin's given me some details about your situation, but it would be helpful to know a little more about your plans." "I was on a bus," Susie said. Joan frowned, but her eyes remained kind. "It got robbed, and I lost all my money. So my plans are shot to bits." "Ah, I see." Joan appeared unmoved at the news. "Nothing we can't work around, I'm sure." Her frown faded and a smile returned to her face. "What were your plans before you were robbed?" "I was going to head to Dover and get across the channel somehow," Susie said with a sigh. "I'd not really worked out how, but I'm sure there's a way. Everyone's looking for people coming in, aren't they? Not leaving." She swallowed hard, her mouth suddenly dry. "He's got no authority outside the United Kingdom." "Your partner?" "Yes," Susie swallowed again. "Vince. He works for the government." "Father Martin mentioned that, yes?" "He's got access to pretty much everything. National security and all that." "I imagine he has," Joan said, again unperturbed. Susie imagined the woman had heard it all before, anyway. "Well, you'll be stopping with us for a couple of days, but you can rest assured that this Vince won't be able to find you here. We're very much under the radar." "Okay," Susie replied, willing what Joan had just said to be true for both her and Leanne's sake. "I have a friend who runs a similar place down in Margate," Joan said, getting to her feet and smoothing a non-existent crease from the front of her dress. "I'll speak to her tomorrow. Why don't we see if we can get you and your daughter down there? I don't think she'll be able to help you get across the channel." To Susie's surprise, Joan winked at her. "But you never know." Chapter 35. Caleb. Caleb sensed them before he saw them. A car had driven past him a few moments earlier, slowing down so its occupants could look at him before the vehicle turned into a side street. But Caleb hadn't looked at them. He didn't need to. When he got to the end of the road, he saw that the car had pulled over and the two men who had been in it were standing next to it. There would be a third man behind him, but Caleb didn't look to confirm it. He was either there or he wasn't.
If he was, Caleb would deal with him. If he wasn't, he wouldn't need to.
"All right, mate,"
the larger of the two men said as Caleb approached. He was perhaps in his mid-20s, white, and had acne scarring on his face. Both he and his colleague, who were leaning against their car, were wearing clothing similar to Caleb's, but much newer. Neither had the hoods of their hoodies up. Both men had white sneakers on, which Caleb thought was a mistake. It was hard to get blood out of white sneakers.
"Where you off to?"
Caleb stopped, slipping his hands out of his pockets so the men could see he was unarmed. Then he slipped his own hood down and nodded at the towers a few hundred yards away. He said nothing.
"Where you from, buddy?"
the man leaning against the car said. He spoke with what to Caleb was an unusual accent, but Caleb knew the moment he opened his mouth, the feeling would be mutual.
"Texas, originally,"
Caleb said after a few seconds. The younger man glanced at his companion before laughing.
"Man, you're a long way from home,"
he said, his laugh fading.
"We stopped because you didn't look local. Turns out we were right. You know this is a toll road, right?"
the second man said. He'd not moved yet, but as Caleb watched, his hand slipped into the pocket of his jeans.
"Which means there's a toll to be paid. You have 'em in Texas, right?"
"Sure do," Caleb replied. He could hear soft footsteps behind him, but they were far enough away to not be a concern.
"I will always pay toll to those whom toll is due. But not you two clowns."
There was a metallic click from the second man's hand, and a glint of light caught Caleb's eye. But he didn't need light to recognize the switchblade in his hand.
"Bollocks to this,"
the man said, pushing himself away from the car and stepping past his colleague. He was perhaps 2 feet in front of Caleb as he lifted the knife.
"What you got?" "Excuse me?"
Caleb asked, looking the man in the eye as he adjusted the weight distribution in his legs.
"What did you say?"
"Come on, let's see your wallet."
"I don't have one."
The man jiggled the knife as if to draw Caleb's attention toward it. This also meant that his own attention was on the knife, not on Caleb. When he jabbed the knife toward him, Caleb pivoted into his assailant, turning his body so that his shoulder hit his chest at the same time as Caleb's right arm shot up and grabbed his wrist. The other man had only managed to take a half step forward when Caleb thrust his hips to the side and into the attacker's groin. As the man bent in the middle, Caleb angled his wrist inward until the knife clattered to the ground and, using his other hand, pushed the man's head down to meet his knee, which was traveling upward, fast. The sound when face met knee was, in Caleb's opinion, most satisfying. The knife was spiraling away on the ground, courtesy of a kick from Caleb by the time the second mugger had finished his step. As fights went, it was one of Caleb's shortest, but in his experience, the best ones always were. Caleb leaped back, putting some space between him and the falling attacker. He put his weight on his back leg, turned to the other man, and held his hands up in a classic fighting stance. But it was only for show.
"You sure you want to play this game?"
Caleb asked him. Over his shoulder, Caleb could see the third man, who turned out not to be a man, but a boy. At first glance, Caleb thought it might be the man he'd come here to see, but it wasn't. The youngest of the three was staring at Caleb, open-mouthed. He wasn't much in the way of reinforcements.
"How about you just go home for a nice cup of tea?"
The first man who had spoken, whose sole contribution to the fight was taking a step forward by which time it was done, said nothing. He glanced at the man on the ground, who had managed to get his hands up to his face, and then back at Caleb.
"Respect to those whom respect is due. Honor to those whom honor is due,"
Caleb said, watching as a frown appeared on the man's face.
"It's from Romans."
The frown deepened.
"In the Bible?"
Caleb stepped over the prone man, who still had his hands clasped to his face, a thin rivulet of blood flowing from between his fingers.
"Never mind,"
Caleb said as he continued toward his destination. Chapter 36. Naomi. Naomi watched as her sister Jennifer poured them both another glass of wine. The look on her face was one of intense concentration, which made Naomi smile, but even though her hand wobbled, Jennifer was able to top up both glasses without spilling any. She placed the now empty bottle next to another one on the lounge carpet.
The women were in Jennifer's apartment, Naomi having decided that she would stay for another couple of days before returning home.
Chin-chin,
Jennifer said as she picked up a glass and handed it to Naomi.
Cheers, sis,
Naomi said, taking a sip. She grimaced. It was worse than the first bottle.
My God, that's rancid.
Shut up and get it down. Jennifer grinned at Naomi, who took another sip from the glass.
So, what's the plan with Matey Boy? Mark?
Who else? Jennifer sipped at her own glass and made a face, confirming Naomi's opinion of the wine.
Are you going to take out one of those restraining order things?
It's called a non-molestation order, Naomi replied. Yes, I am. As soon as it's in place, I'll be out of your hair.
You stay as long as you want, Naomi. It's kind of nice having you around.
The two women sat in silence for a moment. In the background, a late-night music channel was playing on the radio.
At least I know you're not singing all by myself into an empty wine bottle.
Jennifer giggled and reached out to rub Naomi's pajamas with her fingers.
But you have got the pajamas on already.
That's the pot calling the kettle black, Naomi said, punching her sister playfully on the arm.
So have you, and you're just as single as I am. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. Jennifer sipped her wine. Hey, I know what we should do.
Oh, great. Tell me, big sister, what should we do?
Less of the big, thank you very much. We should have a weekend away somewhere. Cambridge, maybe.
Another sip.
Somewhere we're not going to run into any asshole ex-boyfriends.
And do what?
Naomi relaxed back in her chair with a wry smile on her face. She thought she knew what was coming.
We should book a cheap hotel or an Airbnb or something. Jennifer's smile now matched Naomi's. Put our glad rags on and go out with one intention.
What might that be, Jen?
Naomi said with a groan. She'd been right. Every time one of them broke up with a partner, which in Jennifer's case was far more often than Naomi's, Jennifer's suggestion was always the same.
We should go out with the sole intention of getting well and truly laid. Jennifer started giggling. Especially you.
Why especially me?
What you need, Naomi, is a night of abandoned debauchery with a young stud muffin who you'll never see again in your life.
Naomi's sister's giggles turned into a cackle.
We probably wouldn't even need to leave the hotel lobby. They're normally full of businessmen away from home.
Nice idea,
Naomi said, as she always did when Jennifer suggested this.
But it's not really my style.
You've had one-night stands before, though.
Naomi paused before saying anything. There wasn't much her sister didn't know about her.
There was that bloke, Tim, wasn't it, when you were at law school?
2 second, Tiny Tim, you mean?
Naomi replied as she lifted her little finger up and wiggled it. Jennifer's cackle got worse, and she made a weird noise with her nose.
Did you actually just snort?
Naomi asked with a laugh.
Stop it,
Jennifer said, using the back of her hand to wipe her cheeks.
You're making me cry.
Naomi folded her legs under her and regarded her sister. Although there were only a couple of years between them, Jennifer was definitely the big sister. Naomi had turned to her over the years for pretty much every crisis that had befallen her, whether real or imaginary. Even their mother had commented on it more than one occasion, commenting that Jennifer was more maternal than she was. One thing the sisters did have in common at that moment in time was their terrible taste in men.
Why are men such assholes?
Jennifer said eventually.
I'm sure they're not all assholes,
Naomi replied, more in hope than belief.
Maybe it's just the ones we meet who are. Aren't we supposed to all have a soulmate somewhere on the planet?
Mine had better turn up pretty soon.
Her sister started giggling again.
The rate I'm going, be a virgin again before long.
Then Jennifer started cackling.
It might be too soon, but have you put new batteries in your...
There was a melodic sound as Jennifer's doorbell sounded. Naomi unfolded her legs and leaped to her feet.
Food's here,
she said as she passed by her sister. Naomi ruffled Jennifer's hair.
Saved by the bell?
She continued laughing as she did so. Chapter 37. Leon. Leon stuffed the two 20-pound notes that his last customer of the evening had given him into his pocket and turned his back on the man. The customer, a middle-aged man who was doing a pretty good impression of a man just walking his dog, lived on the other side of the estate. Leon knew him by sight and also knew that if the local rumors were to be believed, the man wasn't allowed within 500 yards of a school or municipal playground. Not that Leon cared for rumors about things like that. The only thing he cared about was getting his bag full of money back to Sid's apartment. It would be a brave mugger who took Sid's cash, but there was also a rumor floating around the estate about some Albanians who were eyeing up Sid's area. Leon had no intention of becoming the first victim of a turf war. After making sure the bag was secured, Leon made his way down the thin alley between the two houses that he'd hidden in earlier. The alley wasn't much more than a yard wide, and it was covered in weeds and rubbish. He was careful where he stepped, although the alley was too skinny to be a regular part of any dog walker's route. He didn't want to step in anything. More likely would be stepping on a used needle left there by the skanks who couldn't wait to get back to their doss houses before shooting up. Leon hefted the bag onto his shoulder. Although it was full of paper money, it felt as if it was weighing him down like it was coins. He had started the evening with 50 small bags of cannabis, all priced at 20 pounds a bag. Unless Leon had miscounted, there would be $1,000 in the bag, 200 quid of which was his. If he did the same numbers for a week, that was over $1,000 in his own pocket, every week. Leon smiled at the thought of the money. As he walked down the alley and turned into an even narrower passage that led between the gardens of the houses, he started doing some math in his head. Sid had at least 2 trap houses like the one he had run that evening. That was almost 10,000 pounds a week he was getting. Leon had no idea what Sid's costs were, but that was some serious coin right there. And it was before any supplemental income like buses. He knew the trap houses weren't run continually, which he assumed was a supply issue. If Leon could come up with a way of maintaining that supply, he could present it to Sid as a business proposition. Maybe he could ask Sid about his supply line. Leon might be able to come up with a way of helping him maintain it so that he could run his houses all the time instead of only when he had product to sell. It was a long shot, he knew. Leon wasn't even 16, and he knew little about the business side of things, but he was more than happy to learn everything he could about it. It would be a better education than he would get at the crappy comprehensive school he attended on occasion. He was just mulling this over in his head when he walked out of the alley and onto the main road, almost colliding with someone as he did so. Instinctively, Leon grabbed the bag and held it to his chest. "Jesus, bro," the man he had almost walked into said. "You made me jump." Leon looked at him and the 2 others he was with and relaxed. The older of the 2 men were brothers who he recognized, although he couldn't remember their names. But they were local, so would know who he was and who he worked for. Leon's grip on the bag loosened as he examined them. The oldest brother had blood smeared under both nostrils and down the front of his hoodie. "Man," Leon said. "What happened to you? You get jumped?" "Yeah," the man replied, touching his nose gingerly. "There were 4 of the bastards from the other side of the city. Came over here on the nick. Isn't that right, Aaron?" The other brother nodded his head but didn't look convinced. "Yeah, that's what happened," he said eventually. "Big bastard as well." Leon looked at the pair of them, not believing a word of it, but it wasn't his business, so he just shrugged his shoulders and carried on walking. He kept his eyes and ears open as he approached the tower blocks in the estate's center. It wasn't until he was in the foyer of Sid's block, staring at the CCTV camera and waiting for the lift to be activated, that he was able to relax. As the lift made its way slowly to Sid's floor, Leon smiled at himself in the mirror on the wall. It had been a successful night's work. He'd sold all his product, not been nicked or mugged, and was sure that Sid would gift him a bag so he didn't have to keep smoking his emergency stash. One thing Leon did know for sure was that he was on the way up. Chapter 38. Caleb. Caleb looked up at the 2 monstrosities in front of him. They dwarfed the small houses on the estate proper, even though they were only 12 stories high. There were shops in Houston with more floors than these buildings. The walls were covered with some sort of cladding, no doubt designed to tidy them up, but they still looked gray and dank. He remembered a fire in London a few years previously where many people had died when the cladding had caused the building to incinerate itself, and he offered up a silent prayer for the individuals involved. He wasn't sure which tower to look at. In terms of what he wanted to be able to see, either would suffice for his needs, as they both overlooked the right part of the housing project, which was one of the roads he had just walked down. As he had passed the house in question, he had looked sideways at it to fix it in his head. In the end, he'd needed to use the house next door as his reference point, as the one he was interested in as his primary target was pretty unremarkable. Caleb walked up to the door of the tower closest to him. As he approached, the light worsened as the hulking building blocked out what little moonlight there was in the sky. The only light left was from the orange street lamps, and only around half of them seemed to be working. He could feel that he was being watched from somewhere, but that didn't matter to Caleb. You couldn't hurt a man just by looking at him. The door to the apartment building was a heavy metal affair, dented in places, but otherwise intact. There was a graffiti tag of some sort which covered half the door and the adjoining concrete wall. Scratched into the metal surface was a note regarding the ability of a presumably local resident called Jane to perform oral sex. Caleb wondered if she lived in the building and had to look at those words every time she came home. He shook his head and pushed against the door, but it was locked. Next to the door were two thin panels, one with a number keypad and one with a series of doorbell buttons. Only a few of the buttons had legible labels next to them, but Caleb worked his way down the line, pressing each button for a few seconds in turn. There were a series of voices through the thin metal grill covering the speaker, some telling him to go forth and multiply, others asking him what he wanted. "Food delivery," Caleb called into the speaker, trying his best to sound English and not American. A few seconds later, there was a buzzing noise and he pushed the door open. Whether it was someone just pressing the button or whether it was someone waiting for some pizza was unclear and irrelevant to him. Caleb wrinkled his face as he entered the lobby of the apartment building. The air was sour and rancid, smelling of some sort of human waste. The linoleum floor was heavily stained, and the way the fluorescent light reflected off a few of the stains told him at least some of them were fresh. Flyers for takeout restaurants littered the floor along with damp newspapers. On the other side of the lobby were two elevators next to a door. Taking care to avoid the puddles of liquid on the floor, Caleb crossed to the elevators and pressed the up button between them. Somewhere above his head, heavy machinery clunked into life, but he couldn't hear the elevator descending. But even if it was working, there was no way he was going to use an elevator in this place. As the machinery above his head fell silent, Caleb pushed against the door. He ignored a further note about Jane's sexual prowess and stepped inside. As he had thought, it led to a stairwell. The air inside was marginally cleaner than the lobby, as was the floor. Caleb doubted that many people used the stairs when the elevator was working. He started climbing the stairs, stepping over some used needles and syringes as he did so. The higher he climbed, the cleaner the air became. It was as if the rancid atmosphere gathered at the bottom of the apartment block. By the time he reached the top of the stairwell, Caleb was breathing hard. But he had got to the top of the building, encountering no one. At the very top of the stairwell was an access door to the roof space. It was secured with a rusted padlock that didn't look as if it had been opened in years. Caleb reached into his bag for a set of picks and kneeled next to the lock. Once he had selected the correct size one, he used a small tin of beeswax to lubricate the pick before inserting into the lock and sliding a tension wrench alongside it. He closed his eyes to concentrate so he could feel the pick sliding over the pins, and a moment later the lock sprung open. When he pulled the door open, a rush of fresh air swept into the stairwell as the hinges screamed in complaint. Caleb inhaled the breeze gratefully. He stepped through the door and into the pale moonlight. The roof was cluttered with large ducting and other apparatus that served the building. Caleb turned to look at the door that he had closed behind him. Did he need to secure it? He thought not. If anyone opened it, he would know from the noise of the hinges. Caleb stepped across the roof, clambering over some of the machinery until he reached the side of the apartment block he wanted. Surrounding the roof was a low balustrade, which he kneeled behind before leaning his elbows on the lip. Below him was the entire Lark's Cross estate laid out like a model village. "Time spent on reconnaissance," Caleb muttered to himself.
is seldom wasted.
Chapter 39. Susie. Susie's eyes snapped open in the darkness. She blinked twice in quick succession, holding her breath as she did so. There was someone else in the bedroom. She could hear them breathing, but couldn't see a thing because of the blackout curtains.
Mummy?
Susie breathed a sigh of relief at the sound of Leanne's voice.
I had a bad dream.
Susie reached out and fumbled for the switch to the light on the bedside table. When it clicked on, she saw Leanne standing a few feet away from the bed. She was holding Boo Boo loosely at her side, and her face was creased from her pillow.
Hey, baby,
Susie said, throwing the covers back and patting the sheet.
Snuggle in here. I thought we left the light on when you went to bed.
The shadows were scary, Leanne replied as she made her way toward the bed.
I turned it off.
A moment later, when Leanne was tucked up alongside her, Susie asked her daughter about the dream.
There was a bad man,
Leanne whispered.
He was chasing after us.
Susie stiffened in the bed. She had been so careful not to tell Leanne the true reason for the trip, describing it instead as a big adventure. At some point, they would have to have a discussion about why Vince hadn't come with them and why Leanne would never see Vince again, but Susie wanted to be safe before they had that chat. They had been watching television in Joan's lounge earlier that evening. Susie had left Leanne for a few moments to make her a cup of hot chocolate before bed. When she returned, to her horror, Leanne was watching a news report about a horrific attack on a woman in North London. Susie had turned the television off as quickly as she could, but she knew from the expression on Leanne's face that it was too late.
Could you see who the bad man was?
Susie asked her daughter, hoping it was the news report that had triggered Leanne's nightmare and not the fact that she had realized they were on the run from Vince.
Could you see his face?
If she replied it was Vince, her heart was going to break.
No,
Leanne replied.
He was kind of in the dark. You know it was only a dream, right?
Susie said, stroking Leanne's hair.
That the bad man doesn't really exist.
She hoped Leanne wouldn't hear the lie in her voice.
But I saw him.
Where were you when he was chasing you?
In a wood.
The one we were in last night?
No,
Leanne replied.
Not that one. That was a safe wood. The one in my dream wasn't.
Susie continued to stroke Leanne's hair. It was possible that her daughter had picked up on what was going on, but Susie didn't think she had. But she hoped she hadn't.
Will you tell me a story? A fairy tale?
Sure. Which one?
The girl in the red hood?
Susie sighed. She didn't really want to tell Leanne that story. Not when it was about a small girl being chased by a predator, even if the ending worked out in the girl's favor. She racked her brains for a fairy tale that didn't involve peril of some sort for a child, but was struggling to think of one.
How about The Princess and the Pea? We've not done that one for ages.
Leanne nodded in agreement, much to Susie's relief.
Once upon a time there was a prince. He was very lonely and traveled around the world to find someone like himself, a proper princess to share his life. What was the princess's name?
Leanne asked. Susie could hear how tired she was from the way she spoke.
I think her name might have been Leanne,
Susie replied with a smile. Every fairy tale they told had Leanne in it. She continued the story, her voice getting more sonorous as she did so. By the time she got to the part where the princess woke up, bruised and aching from the pea, Leanne was sound asleep. But Susie continued the story anyway.
The prince and the princess got married and lived in an enormous castle,
Susie whispered as she turned off the light. She closed her eyes and put her hand gently on Leanne's head.
And they all lived happily ever after.
Chapter 40. Leon. Leon walked into Sid's lounge and placed the bag on the coffee table, which was strewn with beer cans and an overflowing ashtray. As was usual in Sid's apartment, a fog of cannabis smoke lingered in the air, but
When Leon looked at Sid, he didn't look stoned. If anything, he looked energized.
"Leon, my man," Sid said with a broad grin. "How was it?"
"All gone, Sid," Leon replied, pointing at the bag. "Nothing in there now but cold hard cash."
"Excellent. You've shifted that lot pretty quick."
Sid's grin broadened. He reached for the bag and pulled out a handful of notes. Leon waited as he counted out 10 of them.
"There you go. 200, as promised."
"Sweet," Leon said. I was wondering if I could buy an 8th for myself." He put the
Letanapos. Pause the words for a moment and give your mind a gentle rest. Coming up is a soothing melody for your relaxation. Take a deep breath, relax your body, and enjoy this peaceful interlude before we continue with our story.
money into his back pocket, but kept one note for Sid.
"Sure. You could have just sold one of those to yourself, though."
Sid nodded at the bag. "But I didn't have any cash until you paid me."
"Ah, got it."
Sid was looking at Leon with a peculiar expression.
"I'll just give you a sample to tide you over. Call it a tip for shifting that lot so quickly."
Leon waited while Sid crossed the room and opened a cool box in the corner. As he pulled out a small bag of weed, Leon could see that the cool box was full to the brim. Sid's supply run had obviously been a successful one. "Thanks, Sid," Leon said, catching the bag as it was tossed in his direction. "Nice one." He waited for a moment, unsure what to do. Should he offer to put a joint together for him and Sid to share, or should he wait to be invited? In the end, Sid answered the question for him.
"You in a hurry, bro?"
"Nah, not really," Leon replied. "You want me to put one together?"
"I'm not fussed myself. Fill your boots if you want to, though."
Sid shrugged his shoulders as if he was indifferent, but Leon got the impression he really wasn't bothered.
"I was going to run something past you."
"Sure." Sid turned and walked to the other side of the lounge where there was a door with a combination lock. Leon had seen the door before, but figured it was where Sid kept the majority of his stash and his money. Leon followed, waiting as Sid entered the combination into the lock and opened the door.
"Come on in, Leon,"
Sid said as he walked into the room. Leon followed the man into what would have originally been one of the bedrooms in the apartment. His eyebrows went up when he saw what looked like some sort of control center. Enormous twin monitors sat on a large desk with a powerful tower computer whirring away underneath it, and a reclinable chair completed the setup. The air inside the room was fresh and smoke-free, and the surface of the desk was a marked contrast to the coffee table in the lounge. There was nothing on it, apart from a keyboard and wireless mouse. "Nice gaming rig, Sid," Leon said, whistling through his teeth in admiration. He had no idea how much the equipment would have cost, but it certainly wasn't cheap.
"It's not a gaming rig,"
Sid said as he leaned forward to wiggle the mouse.
"Although I guess it could be."
The screens burst into life, filling the room with a warm glow. The left-hand screen had some sort of dashboard with a complicated-looking series of graphs. Leon saw Sid run his eyes over the screen, and he saw a couple of captions before Sid minimized the window to reveal a starscape wallpaper. There was one for temperature, one for humidity, but the window was gone before Leon could see any more. On the other screen was a map.
"What do you think?"
Sid said, pointing at an area on the map. Leon leaned forward to look at the map more closely. It took him a moment to orientate where the map view was located, but he soon realized it was the main road between Norwich and Ipswich. "You thinking about a bus job?" Leon asked. Sid nodded in reply.
There's a rest area. Just here, he said, pointing his finger closer to the screen. The bus from Norwich to Ipswich often pulls in there. It's got no toilet on it, so they stop for the customers to get out.
Is it busy?
No, I don't think so. I was going to do a recce tomorrow, if you're up for it. I've got some plates that need running from the airport, but I can send one of the youngers.
Running plates was easy money. Sid would give Leon a list of car makes, models, and colors, all stolen and hidden away. Then it was just a case of wandering around the long-term parking lot at the airport for cars that matched the stolen ones, take a photo of the license plate, and send it to Sid's chop shop. Bolt, the man who ran the garage, although it didn't actually fix cars, would then make up plates for the stolen cars. With a legitimate plate, the cars were invisible to the police, so they could be moved around the country at will. At 20 quid a plate, it was easy money. Sure, Leon replied. He didn't have anything planned other than staying in bed for as long as he could. After that, he was free all day. Why not? Chapter 41. Caleb. Caleb reached into his cloth bag and withdrew 2 items that he bought at a gas station just outside the Lark's Cross estate. Neither of the items were particularly high quality, but they would have to do. The first was a small pen flashlight, which, when Caleb pressed the switch, cast more of a faint glow than a beam of light. The second was a pair of binoculars with a 10 times magnification and 25mm lenses. As with the flashlight, they were functional, but only just. But Caleb didn't mind. They would do the job he wanted them to do. He laid Father Martin's street map on the lip of the balustrade, looking between the page he had earmarked and the roads below. Caleb rotated the map a couple of times until it was facing the same direction as the streets below. His eyes flicked between the map and roads. When he had located the street that his target lived on, he raised the binoculars to his eyes. Starting at the bottom of the street, Caleb worked his way along it until he saw the house next door to his target's. It was easy enough to locate due to the abandoned car in the front yard covered with a light blue tarpaulin. When he had walked past the location earlier, the tarpaulin looked to be as old as the car underneath it, which was sitting on tires long since deflated. The house he was interested in was a mid-terrace. It had 2 windows, one on either side of the front door, and 2 upstairs windows he could see. There was a light on in one of the downstairs windows. From his vantage point, Caleb could see into the backyard. Unlike the vast majority of the houses on the estate, his target's house and yard were in reasonable condition. It backed onto a small alleyway which was linked to other, even smaller passageways between the houses. Caleb took the binoculars away from his eyes and looked at the general area of the house. If he had a platoon to assault with, he knew where he would deploy them. 1 squad with 2 fire teams to the front and the same to the rear. They could approach via the houses on either side and keep out of any lines of sight from the house until the last few seconds, by which time they would be knocking on the doors. Another fire team either end of the small road with another mobile squad a few streets away for any mop-up or crowd control operations needed. His command post would be up here, where he could coordinate the action with an almost perfect oversight. He took a few moments to consider other courses of action. He could put men on the roof of the terrace, moving along the tiled ridge and then fast roping in through the windows following flashbang grenades. Caleb allowed himself a smile at the plan. It was a bit over the top for an assault on a small house. Then, just for fun, he considered how he would walk an artillery barrage in as his third course of action. Caleb took a few moments to scan the estate below him, using his eyes initially to locate any movement. Once located, he raised the binoculars to his eyes to zone in. All he wanted to do was get an idea of the normal signs of life in the area. He saw an elderly woman walking a dog who didn't seem to want to be walked. There was a couple having sex in the alleyway behind a small group of houses. Was that Jane, perhaps? Caleb smiled as he considered this, thinking back to the graffiti downstairs. Then he saw a couple of young men on bicycles, similar to the 2 he had seen earlier. They were different men, but acting in the same way, slowly pedaling their bicycles around in lazy circles. A car approached them, and they circled that too. It looked as if words were exchanged between the men and the driver.
Then the car continued creeping down the road, and Caleb saw one of the young men sitting stationary on his bicycle using a phone. The car drove perhaps another 100 yards before stopping. Caleb saw another man emerge from one of the alleyways, a bag across his chest. He approached the driver's window, and Caleb saw something being exchanged. The binoculars were not powerful enough to see what, but that didn't matter. Caleb nodded in appreciation as the man with the bag faded back into the alleyway. The two men on the bicycles were the lookouts who were confirming the customer was genuine, meaning the dealer himself could remain out of sight. The alleyways would give him a myriad of routes to escape through should he need to.
Very good,
Caleb murmured to himself. He returned his attention to his target's house and reconsidered his courses of action. Caleb had no section, no squads with fire teams. He certainly didn't have an artillery barrage or a helicopter for a rapid extraction from the rooftop. All he had was himself and his wits. But that was all he had needed for years. Chapter 42. Vince. Vince drummed his fingers on the steering wheel of his Land Rover Discovery and stared at the long trail of red brake lights in front of him. They were complemented by a bright orange sky with wispy contrails from airplanes intersecting each other. It wasn't even 6 a.m, and already the roads around London were jammed to capacity. He couldn't imagine doing this every day, as the vast majority of people in the queues probably did. They were like lemmings, all sitting in their cars listening to impossibly jovial idiots on the radio just so they could get to their pointless jobs. Then, at the end of the day, they would do it all over again in the opposite direction. One day closer to death. He cast his mind back to the previous evening, raising his hand to a deep scratch on the side of his neck. Samantha hadn't initially been as keen to play along with him as he'd hoped and had put up a spirited, if futile, attempt at fending him off. Vince wasn't concerned about leaving forensic traces like DNA behind, although he had scrubbed her nails with a brush and neat bleach anyway. As she'd been unconscious, Samantha hadn't minded. Besides, there was no trace of Vince in any of the various systems the law enforcement officers used. No DNA, nor that of his family. No fingerprints. Nothing. Not even a speck of him existed anywhere. Vince had seen to that. As he had left her apartment the previous evening, although it had been gone midnight before he was fully sated, Vince had texted the eager Alex from Samantha's phone. "I'm lonely. Come round now. Keys under the doormat." It had only taken the young man a moment to reply to let Samantha know he was on his way, complete with something to wear. Vince had been tempted to hang out just to see the look on his face when he saw the state of his ruined girlfriend-to-be, but that was taking things too far. Instead, he just retrieved his camera, put the key under the mat, and waved goodbye to the woman from Pret-a-Manger. Vince could have killed her. In fact, he almost had several times, but he'd stopped himself each time. Where was the fun in that? A few brief moments of suffering versus an entire lifetime of it? He drummed his fingers on the wheel again, wondering what the future held for young Alex and Samantha. Vince doubted very much indeed that it would be a shared future. As he waited for the traffic to inch forward, he considered what he might have been able to do to spice things up a bit. He could have left some of Alex's DNA dotted around some strategic location. Men of Alex's age were leaving deposits of it everywhere, so getting hold of some wouldn't be difficult. That way, when the police found it, which they would, Alex would be the prime suspect, even though he'd never touched the woman. At least, not in the way he'd wanted to. Maybe next time something like that would be amusing? Knowing that he had a few days before the job in London with the shaven-headed idiot and his Irish counterpart, Vince had emailed his boss that morning to ask for a couple of days' emergency leave, claiming he was stressed and needed some downtime. Although he'd not heard from the man yet, he knew it wouldn't be an issue. MI5's Human Resources Department was very receptive to such requests. It wasn't because they cared, it was because the department had been sued by both agents, moles, and everyone in between. The fact that was more of a factor wasn't lost on anyone, least of all Vince. According to his laptop, the burner phone he was chasing had been activated at least twice since its original PIN had appeared. Once again in Haymarket, and another time in Chapelfield Gardens, a park next to one of Norwich's 2 shopping malls. Both locations were favorite haunts for people on the fringes of the city's society, and Vince was forming a picture in his mind of the type of person he was hunting. It was definitely a man. He'd run the voice recording of the original call through some more software, and there was no evidence it had been changed or moderated. When the pin had activated in Haymarket the previous evening, there had been a soup kitchen there where liberals and lefties tried to make themselves feel better by helping those less fortunate than themselves. They probably didn't realize that they were themselves only a couple of paychecks away from the same situation. The sun was just beginning to appear above the horizon as the traffic started to clear and Vince could finally put his foot down and make better progress. He glanced at his watch. Norwich was a couple of hours' drive away, as long as he didn't get stuck behind a tractor when he got closer to the city. His first port of call was going to be the rented house he had shared with Susie and Leanne. In the trunk of his car was an array of cleaning materials. Vince needed to clear the house as much as possible, including the network of cameras, before moving on to the primary reason for his visit. Vince knew he had plenty of time to kill before he could start his search in earnest for the mysterious caller. After all, animals only came out at night. Chapter 43. Naomi. Naomi squinted at the screen of her laptop. It was almost 7 a.m, and Jennifer was still sound asleep, but Naomi had woken early, needing the bathroom, and known there was no point going back to bed. Sunlight was streaming in through the kitchen window and glinting off the 3 empty wine bottles next to the sink. The website Naomi was looking at was a familiar one. She had visited it several times in the past, but not as a proper user. It was called CourtNav and was an online system for applying for a non-molestation order. Everything was online these days: car tax, banking, household bills, even domestic violence. She sighed as she looked at the screen, inviting her to set up an account. It felt very different to showing someone else how to complete the fields. Naomi scraped the kitchen chair back and got to her feet to make some coffee. Did she really need to do this? In the cold light of day, it seemed extreme. After all, Mark had only hit her once, and it was a slap, not a punch. She waited for the water to boil and got 2 cups from the cupboard, putting a spoonful of instant coffee granules in each one, which was all Jennifer had. What if it was Jennifer? Naomi said to herself. What if it was the other way around? She sighed again, knowing what the answer to her question was without even thinking about it. Her advice would be to fill out the form. Naomi filled 1 cup with boiling water, leaving the other one ready for Jennifer, and returned to her place at the kitchen table. She stared at the screen, wondering what would have happened in the restaurant if Dave and Sarah hadn't been there, or the previous day when she'd had to call for help. Would Mark have broken into her apartment? Was he that violent? Naomi was quick to advise any of her clients in a similar situation that the potential for escalation was always there. She drummed her fingers on the table. What was so difficult about taking her own advice? She pressed her lips together and started filling out the form on the website. Naomi knew hers wouldn't be an urgent case, so it would take a few days for Mark to be served the paperwork. She could call in a favor at the court and get them to deliver the forms to Mark. It would have to be done at his work, as she wasn't sure where he was living. That wouldn't go down well at all. Not with his bosses or his colleagues, most of whom were male. But that wasn't Naomi's problem. It was Mark's. Naomi took a few moments to complete the witness statement, trying to keep it factual and unemotional. She'd been to enough hearings over the years to know that the judges preferred more formal writing, which many women, and indeed some men, found uncomfortable to write. When she had completed the form, Naomi clicked the Save as Draft button on the website and was in the process of closing the computer down when Jennifer appeared in the doorway. "Oh, sorry. Did I wake you up?" Naomi said, looking at her sister. She looked exhausted, as if she'd barely slept at all. "No, you didn't," Jennifer replied with a yawn. "I think it was the smell of the coffee that did it. Kettle's just boiled." "Cheers." Jennifer walked across the kitchen, nodding at Naomi's laptop. "You're not working already, are you?" "No, I was filling out the form for the non-mall." "The what?"
Non-molestation order, Naomi said with a brief sigh, but it seems a bit extreme when I think about it. Naomi, Jennifer replied, you had a handprint on your face for days after he slapped you. But it was only a slap. Stop! Jennifer was staring at Naomi, her face hard and unyielding. Would you listen to yourself? It always starts with only a slap. Do you know how many women come through my emergency room after an incident that started with only a slap? Naomi looked at Jennifer and could feel a lump forming in her throat. She swallowed it back, determined not to cry. I know. I've already had that conversation. When Naomi saw Jennifer frowning, she continued, with myself. So you have filled it out then, the form thing? Yes. And you've submitted it? Jennifer was crossing her arms, and Naomi knew it was futile to lie. Her sister would see straight through it. I saved it as a draft. I'll do it later. In response, Jennifer took a few steps toward the table, opened the laptop screen, and stabbed at the power button. You'll do it now, she said, putting both hands on Naomi's shoulders. As the computer started whirring back into life, Jennifer kneaded Naomi's neck. You're so bossy. Naomi leaned back into Jennifer's hands, enjoying the impromptu massage. That's what big sisters are for, isn't it? Now I'm not leaving here until you've submitted that form. Jennifer squeezed Naomi's trapezius muscles, making her groan. Okay, Naomi said. Anything for a quiet life. Chapter 44. Leon. Leon made his way through the school grounds, taking a shortcut to the location where he'd agreed to meet Sid. It was strange, being in the school grounds on a Saturday morning when there weren't hundreds of kids running around. He thought back to his first day here, when his mother had dressed him in a second-hand uniform she'd picked up at the thrift shop. Even now, years later, she was still skint. His mother didn't have any money that wasn't given to her by either the benefit system or Leon himself. He glanced up at the shabby buildings that surrounded the playground. Leon had hated pretty much every minute he'd ever spent in them. The day before he turned 16 would be the last day that he set foot in this place anyway. He knew that. His teachers knew that. They were all just marking time until that day came. Leon slipped through the gap in the fence, which was repaired almost weekly by the school's ground staff. He walked along a narrow path through the small woods at the back of the school, stepping over what looked like hundreds of cigarette and joint ends. Leon had many happy memories of these woods. It was here that he'd had his first sexual experience. Not actual sex, but close to it. It had been with a girl called Sandy, long since an ex-student of the school, and Leon grinned as he remembered it. It was, he reflected as he made his way toward the road where Sid would be waiting, the best 30 quid he'd ever spent. And he didn't care if half the boys in his year thought the same thing. Sid was sitting in a car on the road, a small, dark blue Peugeot 307 that looked like an elderly lady's. Using cars like this one was part of Sid's strategy to stay under the radar. He could, he had explained to Leon one evening, drive a souped-up boy racer's car with an exhaust that rattled people's bones, but then every copper in Norwich would know who he was, and he didn't want that. Sid did have a modified Ford Focus, which was his pride and joy, but he rarely drove it. Leon couldn't see the point of having a car if you didn't enjoy it, but he'd not mentioned that to Sid. "All right, Leon," Sid said as Leon climbed into the passenger seat. "You all set?" "Yep," Leon replied. "Let's do it." Sid put the car into gear and pulled away. A few moments later, Leon could smell the sewage treatment plant on the outskirts of Norwich as Sid pulled onto the outer ring road that encircled the city. The pungent aroma of the sewage pools made him reach for a packet of cigarettes. "Bloody hell, that place stinks," Leon said, offering Sid a smoke from the packet. "One way of making sure they don't build too many houses out this way, I suppose," Sid replied as he took a cigarette from the packet. Leon leaned over and lit Sid's smoke before lighting up his own. The car was quickly filled with fine white smoke, but Leon was reluctant to crack open the window in case it let any of the horrible odor into the car.
When they were a few miles past the treatment plant, Sid opened his own window to flick some ash out, so Leon did the same.
"You okay to work tonight, Leon?" Sid asked. "Had a good night last night, didn't you?"
"Sure," Leon shrugged, trying to hide his delight at being asked to run the trap house again. "Can I ask you something, Sid?" he said a moment later.
"Course, bro. You ask away."
"I'm not sure about this location."
"That's a question?"
Sid said, giving Leon a sharp look.
Kind of.
Leon thought for a few seconds.
Okay. It's not really. More of an observation.
"Well, observe away, Grasshopper."
Leon looked over at Sid, trying to gauge whether he was being sarcastic. When he saw a smile playing across the other man's lips, he continued.
So, there are two things. The first is that we need to make sure the bus stops there. The only way to do that is to put someone on it, which increases the risk.
Leon flicked his cigarette out of the window, watching the flurry of sparks in the wing mirror.
"I think it stops more often than not,"
Sid replied.
"Loads of old people getting on it from what I saw at the bus station. I told you that already."
Leon nodded in agreement.
So it's what, 50-50, 60-40 in favor of it stopping?
Sid just shrugged his shoulders.
Which kind of brings me to the second point. The bus is full of old people.
"Get to the point, Leon," Sid said. "I'm getting bored now."
They're the wrong type of customer. We need people who are going on holiday, who've got stacks of cash, passports, credit cards, decent phones.
Leon punctuated each statement by tapping his hand on the dashboard. He'd thought long and hard about it the previous evening.
Not a bunch of old farts going to Ipswich to spend their pensions at bingo.
His last statement made Sid laugh out loud.
"So, oh wise one, what would you suggest?"
Sid said, still laughing. Leon got his phone out and opened his mapping app. He swiped to the pin he'd saved the previous evening and showed it to Sid.
"Where's that?"
Sid said as the car veered onto the rumble strips at the side of the road. He corrected, swearing under his breath.
"It's a couple of miles to the west of your place."
"And what's so special about it?"
"Well, it's the route of the National Express coach from Lincoln to Stansted Airport," Leon replied, looking at the screen. "So the bus will be full of people loaded up for their holidays."
"Okay, I'm listening. But how do we stop the bus?"
Sid glanced over at Leon briefly.
"You thought that through, Leon?"
Leon let a smile play on his face.
"We'll need to get some empty suitcases for the takings," he said. "But then, we can just wait by the side of the road."
What? And the bus will just pull over?"
"Yeah,"
Leon said, beaming.
"I'll show you when we stop. But there's a bus stop at the arse end of nowhere. It's a few hundred yards down from a lay-by on the other side of the road."
"Okay, Grasshopper,"
Sid replied, flicking his eyes in Leon's direction.
"Let's take a look. See if you're as smart as you think you are."
Chapter 45. Susie. Susie stared out of the kitchen window, watching Leanne as she played a game on her own in the garden. Her daughter wasn't technically on her own, as she had Boo-Boo with her, and from the way she was talking to the elephant, he was as engaged in the game as she was. Susie had no idea what the game was about, other than it seemed to involve collecting acorns that had fallen from the large oak tree in the center of the garden.
"Is everything okay, Susie?"
a female voice said behind her. Susie turned to see Agnesa, the young woman who helped Joan out standing by the door jamb. She was wearing a pink tracksuit and had her jet black hair tied up in a fierce ponytail that seemed to stretch her forehead. If Susie tried the same style, she would have a headache in minutes.
"Yes, we're all good,"
Susie said, smiling at Agnesa. In contrast to earlier conversations, all of which had been short to the point of being brusque, Agnesa made no motion to leave the room.
"I've not really had the chance to thank you for your help." "It's no problem,"
Agnesa replied, her clipped accent more pronounced than usual.
"Would you like a cup of tea?"
Susie hesitated, not wanting Agnesa to be waiting on her, but then the young woman continued.
"I'm having one
Yes, thank you.
Susie returned her attention to Leanne, who was now skipping around the base of the oak tree. A few moments later, to Susie's surprise, both women were sitting at the kitchen table. She had positioned herself so that she could still see Leanne playing outside over Agnessa's shoulder. Susie wrapped her hands around her mug of tea, sensing that Agnessa wanted to talk about something. It took the young woman a few moments, and when she spoke, her voice was clipped.
I spoke with John,
Agnessa said, looking at Susie with a blank expression.
About your plans. Ah, okay,
Susie replied.
She said we would go to another shelter. Further south? Yes, I think so. But she told me your... what is the word?
Agnessa paused, frowning.
Future plans? Yes,
Susie said, nodding her head and waiting for Agnessa to continue.
My brother works for Balkan Trains. He drives lorries.
Agnessa paused.
I spoke to him. He tells me that the lorry is never checked going across the channel, back into Europe.
She paused again.
The other way, dogs, X-ray machines, everything, but leaving England, nothing. Right,
Susie replied, not sure where Agnessa was going with the conversation.
He is driving to Poland later this week. He says he will take you and your daughter in his cab. Across the channel?
Susie asked, barely able to believe what she was hearing.
Yes, to France or Germany or Poland. No passport checks. He can take you where you want to go.
Susie paused for a moment, letting the offer sink in. Agnessa was staring at her cup of tea, her expression neutral. Eventually, she looked up and met Susie's eyes.
That's really kind of him to offer,
Susie said.
But I have no money to pay him for the journey. He doesn't want money,
Agnessa replied, shaking her head.
He makes the journey anyway. You'll be safe with him. He's a big man, a good man. He'll look after you and Leanne.
At the mention of her daughter's name, Susie glanced out of the window to make sure Leanne was still playing in the garden. When she saw Leanne and Boo-Boo sitting up against the oak tree, a brief smile came to her face.
That's incredibly generous, Agnessa,
Susie said.
Please, thank him for us.
She saw Agnessa frown.
I don't understand. That's very kind.
Agnessa nodded in understanding. Susie paused for a moment before continuing.
What's your story, Agnessa?
She saw the other woman frown.
I'm not being nosy, I'm just curious.
Susie thought she might have to explain the words nosy or curious when Agnessa spoke.
I came to England on a small boat.
Susie saw a smile flash on her face, but it was brief.
To work in a hotel. But it was a lie.
Susie waited while Agnessa took a sip of her tea.
They wanted me to work as a livery.
She spat the unfamiliar word out.
A whore. So I ran away.
Agnessa's face hardened.
I am not a livery.
Susie had to resist the temptation to reach out and take her hand.
What a horrible story,
she said.
I can't imagine how awful that must have been. It was no worse than your situation,
Agnessa replied.
But not all men are bad. There are men like Father Martin and the vicar who brought me here.
Susie nodded in agreement as Agnessa looked out of the window.
Do you have children?
Susie asked. At the question, she saw a look of agony flicker across Agnessa's face.
No,
she said, her voice sharp and clipped.
I wanted to, but I can't. Not now.
Agnessa got to her feet. The conversation was over.
My brother is leaving Folkestone in 3 days. The other shelter will take you to meet him at the motorway service station." "Agnesa,"
Susie said as she also stood up. The young woman stopped and turned to face Susie, her eyebrows raised as she was defying her to ask her another question.
"I just wanted to say thank you for everything you've done for me and Leanne, for everything you're doing."
There was the briefest flicker of a smile on Agnes's face.
"It's no problem," she said. "We will keep you safe. I promise."
Chapter 46. Caleb. Caleb walked out of the Lark's Cross estate unmolested by young men on bicycles as around him the residents got on with their days. Trash cans were being put out. Dogs were being walked. It all looked almost normal to him, apart from the fatalistic expressions of the faces of the locals. It was as if they had already given up on life and were just marking time until death, which Caleb guessed many of them were. It hadn't been the most comfortable night on top of the apartment block, but it was warm enough and hadn't rained, which made it immeasurably more comfortable than many of the reconnaissance missions he'd completed in the past. He thought he had what he needed for the evening ahead, which wasn't much. From his vantage point on top of the block, he had seen his target get back to his house at around 11 the previous night before resurfacing almost 8 hours later. To his surprise, his target was much younger than he'd thought. Not that this changed Caleb's preferred course of action. It might change the outcome, though. Not Caleb's objective, but the outcome for his target. According to Father Martin's map, Caleb was about 2 miles from the center of the city. With nothing else to do for the day, he decided to be a tourist. Using the tall spire of the cathedral as a marker, he walked slowly, taking in the environment as he did so. It changed within yards of the perimeter of the estate, as Caleb had seen all over the world. Poverty and riches could indeed live side by side, and often did. The shabby terraced houses gave way to much nicer ones. They were no larger than the ones on the estate, but they were cared for and had no kitchen appliances in the front gardens. Within a few blocks, the terraces gave way to semi-detached houses, which then gave way to much larger detached ones. As he walked, Caleb thought about Susie and Leanne. While he trusted Father Martin, this was based on the fact he was a man of the cloth, and Caleb knew only too well that not all men of the cloth were beyond reproach. Far from it. But in Father Martin's case, there was nothing that concerned Caleb other than the fact there was more to his and Joan's relationship than met the eye. Caleb had seen the way they interacted, and their relationship was beyond platonic. Try as they might, they couldn't hide the intimacy he'd observed between them at Joan's house. It was ever so subtle. A glance here, a look there, but it was enough. That was none of Caleb's business. He was hardly a monk himself, and they would all be judged when the reckoning came. What bothered Caleb was the fact he was some distance from Susie and Leanne. There was a malevolence in their background, and Caleb could not sense its closeness, but it was there. There was no doubt of that. As he walked, Caleb went over the scant information that Susie had provided about her partner. He was some sort of intelligence agent. Caleb had known several over the years. Some were so stupid it beggared belief, but some were so sharp you could cut yourself by looking at them. Caleb could only hope that Susie's partner was the former, not the latter. Caleb slowed his pace as he approached a series of flint-covered walls. They had windowless archways and sat as a stark contrast to the modern building that surrounded them. He paused at an information board which was covered in graffiti, but Caleb could glean a few facts about them, such as the fact they were built in the 13th century, almost 300 years before Columbus had sailed the ocean blue. Caleb took a few steps forward, avoiding the litter and dog feces in the grass surrounding the structures, and pressed his hand on the closest wall, closing his eyes as he did so. A few seconds later, Caleb pulled his hand back from the flint with a gasp. The images that had flashed across his closed eyes were many and stark. It was as if hundreds of years of memories had just fizzed in his head. Love, laughter, life, and despair. Poverty, murder. He took a deep breath. This
was nothing new, it was just the volume of the history that had surprised him. Caleb sighed again. Not every gift was welcome. Closer to the center of the city was Caleb's ultimate destination, the cathedral. Every city, every town across the world had a spiritual heart. In some, it was a simple building that represented spirituality rather than encompassing it. But this cathedral dominated the surroundings, its vast spire reaching 100 yards into the blue sky. The closer he got to the building, the more imposing it became. Caleb stood and looked at the cathedral, marveling at both humankind's ability to build something so impressive in a long time before industrialization and at its need to raise a structure such as this. He turned his back on the building, a sudden wave of sadness sweeping over him. Despite humankind's homage to its god, gestures such as grand churches ultimately made no difference. Evil still walked the earth day after day, year after year, millennia after millennia. And as long as evil still stalked humankind, it too would be stalked. Caleb walked away from the cathedral deep in thought. He had a job to do. Chapter 47. Vince. Vince picked up his overpriced coffee from the barista who had served it to him without so much as a single word, and made his way to the staircase in the corner of the coffee shop. He made his way up the stairs and chose an empty table next to the window. Under normal circumstances, he would have taken a table in the corner so that he could see the entire room and its occupants. But these weren't normal circumstances. Ignoring the uncomfortable feeling it gave him, Vince took a seat at a table next to the window. He was in a coffee shop on the corner of Haymarket, in an area of Norwich that he guessed counted as a public space. From his vantage point, he could see the entire area, which was surrounded by shops and restaurants, some modern, some not. There were a couple of market stalls dotted about as well. One had a red and white tarpaulin covering its occupants who were determined to spread the word of the Lord Jesus Christ. But few of Norwich's inhabitants seemed as enthusiastic. On the other side of the small square, overlooked by a statue of a contemplative-looking man, who was no doubt some sort of local dignitary, was another stall selling phone accessories. The statue's contemplation appeared to be unaffected by the traffic cone on his head and ribbons of bird feces covering his shoulders. But Vince was more interested in the group of men gathered around the statue's base than he was in the dignitary. There were 4 of them. Vince estimated the youngest was in his 20s, and the oldest was perhaps in his 60s. What united them was their unkempt appearance and shared love of cheap but strong cider. Vince watched as one of them, wearing a long, heavily stained military jacket, raised a plastic bottle to his lips and drank from it. It wasn't even 4 in the afternoon, and they all looked 2 sheets to the wind already. He watched them, considering his next steps. In an ideal world, one of them would reach into his pocket, pull out a phone, and use it. Even just turning it on would be enough to trigger Vince's systems. But he knew this was far from an ideal world. Instead, Vince tried to work out which of the 4 Susie would be most likely to approach. He knew it was a stretch, assuming it was one of these men. There were more than 4 homeless people in Norwich. That much she had gathered from the many bundles of rags, flattened cardboard boxes, and other detritus that littered almost every empty shop doorway. Would she speak to the youngest of them on the basis that he appeared to be closest to her own age? Or would she speak to the oldest, hoping that he would take pity on her? He sipped his coffee, which wasn't as nice as its price tag suggested it would be, and picked up his phone. Vince switched to the camera app and zoomed it as far as he could before he snapped photographs of the 4 men. He could put them through his software later, although he wasn't sure what use it would be to identify them, but old habits die hard. At least the house he had been renting was now secure. Every possible trace of his, Susie's, and Leanne's occupation had been removed. Their clothes were in garbage bags sitting outside a variety of charity shops around the city. Susie's and Leanne's belongings were also bagged and were now deep in the bowels of a recycling center a few miles away from the city. Vince had waited at the center to make sure those bags went into the crushing machine, as opposed to opened and scavenged from by the staff who worked there. Finally, he had scrubbed the house from top to bottom. It wasn't forensically clean, but it was clean enough. The lease had another couple of months left to run, but he could let it expire. When the realtors came round, they would find nothing but an empty house. Even if they tried to trace the original hirers, it would lead them to a shell company that had since been wound up. It was owned by another non-existent company based in Jersey, which in turn was owned by another shell corporation based on the Cayman Islands. In the square below Vince, the 4 men drinking cheap cider had become 5. The latest addition was a wild-haired man with a small dog. Was he the one with the phone? Vince watched, but all the new arrival did was sit down and produce a can of beer from one of his pockets. The dog, who looked every bit as bedraggled as his owner, just sat down on the steps the men were sprawled across. A small child, perhaps a year younger than Leanne, approached the dog, unnoticed by her mother. Vince saw the dog's tail thumping on the steps as the girl approached. Just as the child was about to pet the dog, her mother realized and dashed across, grabbing the child's wrist just before she could reach it. It was a tableau Vince had seen before when Leanne had approached a dog on the beach one day. Vince watched as the woman, her daughter now safely behind her mother's legs, spoke to the man with the dog. From this distance, they didn't look like angry words, and as he watched, he saw the woman reach into her purse. She handed the man a note, gesturing to the dog as she did so. Vince didn't think for a moment that the man would actually spend the money on his dog. But he had a very good idea which of the homeless people Susie might have spoken to. Chapter 48. Leon. Leon whistled to himself as the elevator approached, watching as the numbers counted down from Sid's floor to the ground floor. On his shoulder was a full bag of product. Sid was trusting him with more than last time because he'd sold it so quickly. Even though Leon knew that was more luck than judgment, he was happy that Sid trusted him. Their day out to surveil the potential sites of future bus robberies had gone well. Very well. To Leon's delight, although he hid it well, Sid's chosen location had turned out to be a bust. When they had arrived, the site had been full of lorries, so many that when the bus arrived it could barely squeeze through them. Added to that were many families using the restrooms. Sid hadn't even waited for the bus passengers to start disembarking before leaving. By contrast, Leon's alternate location was ideal. It was isolated, quite literally a bus stop in the middle of nowhere. There was parking not far away on the other side of the road for a rapid extraction, and as it was a request stop, all they needed to do would be to hold a hand out to stop the bus. They stayed there for almost 15 minutes, during which time only a couple of cars passed by. By the time Sid dropped Leon back at his house a few hours later, they had everything planned except a date to enact the next robbery. It was a much more productive day than wandering round a parking lot looking for car license plates, even if he'd lost a bit of money to a youngster. Leon continued whistling as the elevator descended, only stopping when he left the apartment block and walked onto the street. He glanced around him, more out of habit than anything else, but could sense nothing untoward. Picking up his step, Leon walked for a few moments until he reached his designated spot. It was a different spot from the previous evening, but right next to an alley between houses. Leon walked past the alley, glancing inside it briefly, and approached the 2 boys on bicycles at the end of the street. "All right," he said when he reached them. They both replied in kind. Leon recognized both of the youths, but couldn't name them. He reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 burner phones that Sid had given him. As he handed them to the young men, he told them both that his number was the speed dial 1. The younger of the 2, who looked to be just into his teens, but not by much, grinned as he pressed the button. A second later, Leon's own burner phone started buzzing in his pocket. "Sweet," the young man said as he slid the phone into his pocket. "Let's rock and roll." He got onto his bike and wheeled away, followed by his colleague, who hadn't said a word. Not that Leon cared. The first customer turned up less than 10 minutes later. The way the system worked was that the lookouts would position themselves at the end of the street next to a road that circled the entire estate. Any customers would drive, bike, or even walk around the ring road until they encountered the lookouts, who would, after vetting them, direct them to the man with the bag. It meant they could vary their routine every evening. Sid's shop was open, which minimized the risk, according to Sid, anyway. But Leon knew there were only so many roads leading into the estate. Leon's first customer, a regular who he thought probably sold the product on at a markup at the University of East Anglia, took 10 bags. Leon started whistling again quietly at the excellent start of his evening. Trade was steady, and Leon's bag was perhaps half empty only an hour later when things changed. The first Leon knew about it was when a vehicle appeared at the end of the road. It was boxy, an SUV of some sort, but it was too far away for him to identify the make and model. He was watching from the shadows as it pulled to a stop. That was normal. Then both front doors opened and two men stepped out. Leon instinctively took a few steps into the alleyway, but he made sure he could still see the two men from the car. One of the bicycles moved around 20 feet away from the car. Leon nodded in appreciation. He could see the lad on the bike had his hand in his pocket, his finger no doubt ready to speed dial his phone. The two men seemed to talk to the other lookout. Then one of them lunged forward and appeared to punch the boy on the bike. Both men then ran to their car, and as the lookout who had been punched staggered back, his bicycle clattering to the pavement, put it into reverse before it screeched back toward the ring road. Leon stepped forward to get a better view of what was going on. The boy who had been punched took a couple of steps toward his colleague before slumping to the ground. When the screaming started, Leon broke into a run. Chapter 49. Naomi. Naomi looked out of the window of her sister's flat at the setting sun beyond the river. The sky was just beginning to darken, and a ray of light like a path was reflecting off the still surface of the water. She could see why Jennifer enjoyed living here so much. It was a serene view, and wasn't one she would ever get bored with. Maybe Naomi should have a look for another flat somewhere similar. She thought about it for a few moments before deciding that if she moved, the thought that Mark had won would always bug her. She had received a text from a friend at the court earlier that day to let her know that the non-molestation paperwork had been delivered to him at his workplace. But there was no news on how it had gone down, just that it had been successfully delivered. Naomi reached for her phone. She should let Dave know about the non-mol. If Mark broke it, he would be the second phone number she called. The first would be 999. "Hi, Naomi," Dave said a moment later. His voice sounded strained, and there were other voices in the background. "You okay?"
Yeah, I'm all good, Naomi replied. Sorry, are you busy?
Kind of, but give me a few seconds. Susie heard the voices fading into the background, and a few seconds later the sound of Dave's footsteps became clearer. "How's things?"
Like I said,
Naomi replied.
All good. I was just phoning to let you know I took a non-molestation order out against Mark.
She paused, but Dave said nothing.
It got served on him today.
That's great news, Naomi, Dave said, and she could hear the smile in his voice. Me and Sarah were talking about that earlier in the car on the way up here. We were convinced you would bottle it.
I nearly did,
Naomi replied, laughing.
Jennifer held me hostage until I submitted the form.
Good lass. Are you still at her flat?
Yeah, just until the hearing.
Mark would have 2 days from having the paperwork served on him until the court sat to decide the outcome. I've not seen your sister in months. She's still in the emergency department?
She's still there, Naomi said. You should pop in and see her next time you're at the hospital. She'd love to see you, I'm sure.
You think? There was the slightest hesitation in his voice as he replied. Naomi frowned. Had she missed something here? Dave wasn't the most subtle of men, and Naomi thought she detected something more than casual interest in his voice. She grinned to herself. Perhaps a spot of matchmaking was in order?
I know she would. I told her about you coming to the rescue the other night like a proper hero. She was asking if it was the fit, ruggedly handsome detective out of Wyndham.
Jennifer said that.
She did.
Naomi could feel herself smiling.
I said no, it wasn't that one. It was Dave.
Very funny. 2 seconds. Naomi heard Dave's voice become muffled as he spoke to someone. It sounded like a female voice, so was probably Sarah, his partner. When his voice came back on the line, he sounded harried.
Do you need to go?
Naomi asked him. No, I'm good.
That was Sarah. She told me to wait here for forensics.
You're at a scene.
Yeah, Dave replied, but offered no more information, and Naomi knew better than to ask any specifics. What were we talking about again? Naomi smiled as she heard him trying to sound nonchalant. He might be a great copper, but he was a shit liar.
We were talking about my sister.
We were?
We were, Dave.
She waited, but Dave didn't say anything for several seconds. Did you really tell Jennifer about the other night?
I said I did, yes.
And what did she actually say? Naomi paused. Jennifer's response had been just what she had told Dave it was, but she had passed it off as a joke. Now Naomi wasn't sure, but she didn't want to make things awkward for either Dave or Jennifer if she was misreading things.
I'm not sure, she replied, hoping that Dave wouldn't press her. I can't really remember, to be honest.
There was a pause on the other end of the line that was threatening to become uncomfortable.
Where's your scene, then?
City center, Dave replied, sounding relieved at the change in subject. The underpass on St. Stephen's. It's a nasty one, though. A homeless guy.
Any trade for me?
She asked, as in, had they caught anyone? In the background, Naomi heard a dog barking. No, we're a long way off that. Burglary gone wrong is what we're thinking. Naomi heard the sound of tires down the line. I need to go, Naomi.
Is that forensics turned up?
No, Dave replied. It's the medical examiner.
Naomi said goodbye to Dave and ended the call, staring at her cell phone. There was only one reason a medical examiner would attend the scene of a burglary, and that was if it wasn't the scene of a burglary, but something else. Like a homicide. Chapter 50. Caleb. After a few hours in the center of Norwich, Caleb had spent most of the afternoon back in his unofficial command post on top of the apartment building, watching his target's house through his binoculars. After he had left the city, he had stopped at a pub for some lunch near to the estate, asking the bartender for something traditionally British. The woman behind the bar had shrugged a heavy set of shoulders at him and just pointed at a section of the menu labeled Mains. 10 minutes after ordering, she had brought him a plate of sausages and mashed potatoes, complete with a jug of gravy so thick it could hold the spoon erect. It bore a passing resemblance to the food he had ordered, but to Caleb's surprise, it had tasted a lot better than it had looked. On his way back to the Lark's Cross estate, he had stopped at a supermarket for some supplies and even found some familiar items from home in the international section. Caleb had been prepared to stay at his perch all night if necessary, but just before 4 o'clock, his target had emerged from his house. Tracking him was easy enough at first, but as his target approached the neighboring apartment building, Caleb had struggled to keep him in sight as he disappeared through the main door. For the next few moments, working methodically, Caleb had screened every window in the building, looking from left to right, up and down, but there was no sign of him. He returned his attention to the front door, and around 20 minutes later, just as Caleb was enjoying the last peanut butter cup in the packet, his target emerged, wearing a bag over his shoulder. Caleb tracked him as the young man walked through the estate before taking up position on a road. Caleb checked his map to ensure that he knew which road his target was on and made his way to the bottom floor of the apartment. As he approached the target's location, Caleb stopped once or twice to recall the layout of the alleyways that bisected the houses. His intent was to approach his target through one of these alleys, pulling him back into it for privacy, if necessary. Caleb made his way through the sprawling estate using the alleys for cover until he was within 30 feet of the young man. Caleb crouched down in the shadows and watched as several cars pulled up in quick succession. None of them stayed for long, just long enough to complete their transaction. Caleb froze as his target took a few steps toward him in the alley. Certain that he couldn't be seen in the darkness, Caleb remained motionless, holding his breath. If his target came to him, so much the better. Then there was a scream from further down the street. Caleb saw his target return to his original position and a few seconds later break into a run heading toward the source of the noise. Caleb inched forward to the end of the alley, lifting his head to peer down the road. His target was running toward a figure on the ground. The scream intensified and became almost animalistic. Caleb had heard it before on more than one occasion. It was the sound of someone in trouble. A lot of trouble. Breaking cover, Caleb started running down the road, following his target. As he approached the figure on the ground, Caleb saw a bicycle on its side, its wheels still spinning. A large black vehicle was at the end of the road, its tires screeching as it took the corner before disappearing from sight. The figure was clutching his lower thigh, and even in the darkness, Caleb could see blood. He slowed his steps until he was standing next to his target. "What happened?" Caleb asked. His target looked at him, fear etched on his face, but there was no recognition on it. "He's been stabbed," the reply came from another young man who was still astride his own bicycle. "They stabbed him in the leg." Caleb crouched down next to the figure on the floor. When he looked at his face, Caleb realized that this wasn't a man. He wasn't even really a youth. At Caleb's arrival, his screams had faded away into sobs. "Let me see," Caleb said, putting his hands over the young man's. "I can help." He gently removed his hands to be rewarded with a spray of blood that covered the front of his hoodie. Caleb didn't need to see the color of the blood. He knew it would be bright red. Arterial. "Kneel next to me," Caleb barked at his target. "Make a fist and press here. Hard." He pointed at the injured youth's groin, but his target just stared at him with the same look of fear as before. "Leon!" Caleb barked. At the sound of his voice, Caleb saw Leon flash his eyes at him. "Come on, now! He's bleeding out!" Leon paused for a second, perhaps two, before springing into life and kneeling next to Caleb. "How do you know my name?" Leon asked as he pressed his fist where Caleb had pointed. "Later. But my name's Caleb, so now we're even," he replied. "Press harder." The second youth dismounted his bicycle and kneeled next to Leon. "What can I do?" he said, his voice high-pitched. "Call 911, Caleb replied before checking himself. "Call for an ambulance, but give me your belt first." "What?" the youngster asked, his eyebrows raised. "Your belt. Give it to me." Caleb watched as he unthreaded his fabric belt uncertainly. He turned his attention to the injured youth on the ground. "You're going to be okay. You hear me?" The young man nodded, his face already ashen. When Caleb had the belt, he wrapped it around the upper part of the young man's thigh, but he needed something to tighten it with. Caleb looked around, not seeing anything in the immediate vicinity. Then he noticed a small black pouch under the saddle of one of the bikes. "What's in there?" Caleb asked. "Give it to me, quickly." He watched as the young man whose belt he was holding ran to the bike, his phone pressed against his ear. "Yes, the patient's breathing," Caleb heard him say. He undid the pouch and threw it to Caleb, who unzipped it with his spare hand and emptied the contents onto the ground. Several items fell out, including what Caleb had been hoping would be in there. Among the various rubber patches were 3 metal tire levers. He grabbed one, slid it into the belt, and started twisting. "I'm sorry," Caleb said as the injured youth started screaming again. "This is going to hurt." Caleb twisted the tire lever another full revolution and tucked it under the fabric of the belt. Then he put his hand on top of Leon's. "Release the pressure, slowly." Leon did as instructed, and Caleb leaned forward to examine the wound. There was no arterial spray, which told him the makeshift tourniquet was doing its job. "I need your belt as well." "Why?" Leon asked, but he was already undoing his belt. "If the artery's completely transected, it could shrivel up and back into the body. If it gets past the tourniquet, the bleeding will start again." By the time Caleb had placed the second tourniquet a few inches above the first, he could hear sirens in the distance. It could have been the sound, reflecting off buildings, but he thought he could hear more than one. "I need to go," Leon said, getting to his feet. Caleb's arms flashed out and grabbed his wrist. "I'm coming with you," he said, making sure from his tone that Leon understood it wasn't a request. "Who are you, man?" "And how do you know my name?" Leon asked. Caleb's grip tightened as he tried to free his wrist. "I just saved your friend's life," Caleb said, fixing Leon with a stare. "I'm coming with you, whether you want me to or not. Or we can both wait here for the police." He leaned his head on one side and switched his stare to Leon's bag. "I'm guessing you don't want that." It only took Leon a second to respond. He nodded his head at Caleb before replying. "Let's go."
Chapter 51. Vince. Vince stared at his computer screen, flexing his right fist as he did so. The paper sutures on his forearm pulled, and he winced at the sensation. He should have killed the bloody dog, but he liked dogs, right until the moment they bit him. At some point, he would need to get the wound in his arm looked at properly, but he was quite satisfied with his running repairs. On the laptop in front of him was the home screen of the Police National Database, a vast repository of information. It contained details of every crime, every criminal, and a lot of other information the public wasn't aware of was stored on it. Vince had read somewhere it had over 2 billion records, with an additional 20,000 being added every month. But Vince was only interested in one record on the system. The man with the dog had proven resistant to offering any information at all on Susie and Leanne. Vince had followed him to an underpass that connected several busy streets in Norwich under a large rotary that the local council dug up and renovated every few years. It was a favorite haunt for drug dealers, alcoholics, and homeless people. Anyone using it after dark did so at their own risk. The moment Vince had shown the man a picture of Susie, he had seen the smallest flicker of recognition in his eyes. The gesture made all the man's subsequent denials useless. Vince tried money, then he tried alcohol. When the man with the dog had declined both opportunities, Vince tried violence. And that worked, as it usually did. But it also provoked the mutt of a dog to attempt to protect his owner. But none of that mattered to Vince now. He banished any thoughts of the man's broken body lying in the underpass with his stupid dog pawing at him and turned his attention to the screen. The homeless man had told Vince, eventually, that a woman who looked just like Susie had given him money and a phone. She had asked him to do 2 things. The first was to buy 2 bus tickets for cash between Norwich and London, 1 adult, 1 child. The second was to make a call and read from a script. The time of the call had been important to her. It had to be first thing in the morning. No, the man told him he didn't have a copy of the script, but the woman had been insistent that he read it, verbatim.
He had loads of money,
the man had told him through broken teeth only moments before Vince snapped his neck like a twig.
I saw it in her bag.
Vince had started with the bus company's website to find out what time the bitch and her child had got to London. But there was an anomaly on the website, and it looked as if the bus hadn't completed the full journey. Then he checked the website for the Eastern Daily News to see what happened to it. Perhaps it had crashed or broken down en route. A moment later, he was reading a report about an armed robbery. Vince had chuckled at the thought of Susie sitting on the bus, thinking she was safe, only to be robbed at gunpoint and losing any money that she had squirreled away. The fact she'd managed to put some money aside irritated Vince. He'd thought he'd put a stop to all that sort of nonsense. Looking at the screen in front of him, Vince navigated to the list of witnesses on the bus. Whoever had compiled it had helpfully put the witnesses' ages in parentheses, but Vince couldn't see any passengers that even came close to Susie and Leanne's ages. So had they actually been on that bus? Vince switched systems and logged into the bus company's back-end servers. It took him a few moments, but he found the digital archive of the CCTV cameras on the buses themselves. A few moments later, he was looking at the footage of the robbery. Vince nodded in appreciation at the way the 2 men subdued the passengers and methodically moved down the bus. About halfway down, he saw Susie with Leanne sitting next to her. Although both of them were wearing hats, there was no need for him to run them through his facial recognition software. The man wielding the gun made his way down the bus, collecting items from the passengers before he stopped at Susie. Vince watched as they tussled over the bag she was holding before Susie had to relinquish it. Just as the gunman said something to his colleague at the front of the bus, Vince saw the passenger behind Susie shifting in his seat, even though he appeared to be asleep. He rewound the footage on the screen and advanced it frame by frame. The other passenger, who was wearing a gray robe, appeared to brush against the gunman. Vince froze the screen and zoomed in on the passenger's hand.
"You sneaky bastard,"
Vince muttered as he saw the object in the passenger's hand. Then he laughed at the thought of an armed robber having his wallet lifted by a man who'd not even appeared to open his eyes. He shifted the camera to zoom in on the passenger's face.
Who are you, my friend? He said to himself.
Chapter 52. Susie. Her stomach full, Susie sat in the lounge of Joan's house feeling more contented than she had been for months. Years, even. Outside in the garden, Susie could hear Leanne's excited shouts as Agnesa walked around the garden with her. Dusk was falling, and Agnesa had asked Leanne while they were having dinner if she had ever seen a bat. All three women had smiled at Leanne's response. Apart from in a zoo, which, according to Leanne, didn't count, no, she hadn't. Then Agnesa had offered to walk with her in the garden after dinner to show her where they flew around Joan's garden. "She sounds happy," Joan said as she walked into the room. In her hands were 2 small glasses, both full of an amber liquid that looked almost like whiskey. She offered one of them to Susie. "Sherry?" Susie took the glass, thanking Joan as she did so. Sherry wasn't something she'd ever tasted before, but to her surprise, it was very sweet. "It's been a while since I've heard her laughing like that," Susie said, putting the sherry glass down on a small table next to her armchair. "Does she know?" Joan asked, taking the armchair opposite. "About what's going on?" "Not specifically, no," Susie replied. "I've just told her it's a big adventure. But they pick up on things, don't they?" "Don't they just?" Joan said with a wry smile. Susie thought about asking Joan if she had children, but when she remembered Agnesa's response to the same question, thought better of it. "How are you planning on telling her, if you don't mind me asking?" Susie sighed. She didn't mind, but at the same time she wasn't sure what to say. "I figured it'd get us both somewhere safe first," she said after a few moments. "Agnesa said her brother can help us get over the channel. Maybe once we're there and settled somewhere, that's when I'll tell her. But I don't think she'll be surprised." Susie paused for a moment. She'd been getting more and more uncomfortable around Vince over the last few months. Not wanting to be on her own with him, that sort of thing. "I see," Joan replied, her face darkening. "Do you think he's ever, Her voice tailed away. "No, I don't think so. But it was only a matter of time." "Where are you thinking of settling? You said France, perhaps?" "Yes, I think so." "Do you speak French?" "Well, I can ask where the post office is," Susie replied, grateful for the change in subject. She could feel her first involuntary smile in a long time. "And if there's a cat on a wall, I can alert people to that fact." "Très bien," Joan said, mirroring Susie's smile. "Very good." The two women sat in silence for a while, Joan fiddling with the gold crucifix that hung around her neck. A few moments later, Leanne burst into the room, followed by Agnesa, who was beaming. "Mummy, Mummy," Leanne said, crawling into Susie's lap. "There were hundreds of them. One of them nearly flew into Agnesa's hair." "Oh, no," Susie replied. "That wouldn't have been good. Whatever would you have done?" "I would have helped set him free," Leanne whispered. "Very, very gently. Did you know bats' wings are like paper?" "Well, I do now." Susie ruffled Leanne's hair. "Right, Munchkin. Time for bed." Agnesa took a few steps forward as Leanne complained that she wasn't sleepy. "How about I make you a cup of hot chocolate to take to your room?" she asked Leanne. "Then perhaps your mummy will read you a story when you've finished it and cleaned your teeth." Agnesa glanced at Susie, who nodded in agreement. "Thank you, Agnesa," Susie said. A moment later, it was just her and Joan in the lounge, and Susie realized that the older woman wanted to talk more. "Susie, there's an organization we work with called Disciples de Jesus. We have a networking arrangement with them to place women like you." Joan leaned forward and pressed a piece of paper into her hand. Susie glanced down at it to see an address written in spidery handwriting. This is one of their properties in a town called Falquemont, near the border of Switzerland. Agnes's brother will drop you off close by, but he doesn't know the actual address, nor should he." Susie could feel a lump forming in her throat as Joan continued. "They will look after you while you get settled. But if you're willing to work with them, they can put you up for as long as you need to." Joan wrapped Susie's hand around the piece of paper. "They're expecting you. But they know nothing about you, not even your name." Susie attempted to say thank you, but all that came out was a sob. She let the tears stream down her face as she cried, all the tension of the last few days pouring out. Joan just sat in her armchair, saying nothing, but not letting go of Susie's hand.
"How can I thank you, Joan?"
Susie said a moment later, using a tissue that Joan had conjured up from somewhere to dab her eyes. "If you can help one other person, Susie," Joan said, a kind smile on her face, "then that will be reward enough for me." Chapter 53. Leon. With Caleb only a yard behind him, Leon made his way through the alleys between the houses, taking a circuitous route to the apartment block. Just before they had left the injured lad, his colleague had thrust an ancient cell phone into Leon's hand. "They gave me this," he had said. "They said it's for the boss." As a set of blue flashing lights appeared at the end of the road, the young man started pedaling as fast as he could in the opposite direction. Leon had shoved the phone in his pocket and led Caleb into the alleyway, both men moving as quickly as they could. Behind him, Leon heard several vehicles approaching and quickened his pace, as did his new companion. "Need to move quickly," Leon gasped over his shoulder. "Get to safety." Caleb hadn't replied. 5, perhaps 6 minutes later, both Leon and Caleb were at the door to the apartment block that Sid lived in. Leon punched in a code to release the door and, followed by Caleb, made his way to the elevator. When the door opened, he stepped into the lift and looked up at the camera in the corner. A few seconds after that, his burner phone started ringing.
"Who the hell is that with you?"
Sid's voice barked down the line when he answered it.
"And what are busies crawling all over the estate?"
"One of the lookouts got plugged," Leon replied, looking at Caleb. "This guy saved his life. He's cautious, Sid. Let us up, would you?" There was a pause before the elevator doors whined their way closed. Leon breathed a sigh of relief as the lift started ascending. "You gonna tell me you know my name, bro?" Leon said a moment later.
"Yes,"
Caleb replied. Leon looked at him, expecting him to say something else, but he didn't. "Where'd you learn to do that shit back there?" Leon asked, trying a different tack. Caleb didn't reply, but just stared at Leon with cold eyes. Although he wasn't scared of the man, Leon was well aware that there was perhaps more to him than he'd first thought. "Where's that accent from? Are you American?" Again, there was no response. The two men walked down the corridor from the elevator to Sid's flat. As they did so, Leon noticed Caleb touching the doors to the other apartments on the floor with the palm of his hand. A few moments later, they were at Sid's door. Leon knocked, rapping on the door with his knuckles, even though Sid would be expecting them. He saw the peephole darken as Sid looked through it, which drew a brief smile from Caleb that Leon didn't understand. Finally, the door opened, but Sid had left the security chain on it. He ignored Leon, directing his question straight at Caleb.
"Who the hell are you?"
he said.
"My name is Caleb. I need to speak with you."
"Suppose I don't want to talk to you?"
"That would be a poor choice."
The tone of Caleb's voice chilled Leon. "Sid, come on," Leon said. "This bro saved our boy's life."
"I only want to talk to you, Mr. Sid,"
Caleb said.
"Just words. And they can't hurt a man, can they?"
Leon waited as Sid considered Caleb's statement for a few seconds before closing the door. When it reopened, the chain was hanging loosely by the jamb.
"Never been called Mr. Sid before,"
Sid said as he stepped back to allow them both into the room. Leon hung back as Caleb entered Sid's apartment. The American lingered, looking around him as if he were scanning the place, as Sid led them both into the lounge.
"Have a seat, bro,"
Sid said, pointing at the sofa.
Leon sat down, gratefully, the adrenaline from the previous moments dissipating as Caleb sat next to him.
So, speak.
Sid was looking at Caleb expectantly.
You have something that belongs to a friend of mine,
Caleb replied.
I've come to get it back.
And what might that be? Sid replied. Leon could see him sneering, but at the same time he could see the uncertainty in his eyes.
The bag? From the bus?
Leon saw Caleb lean back on the sofa, seemingly relaxing.
It had some money in it, which she needs. So I'd like it back. Please.
What boss? Sid asked. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Caleb leaned forward and Leon noticed his eyes had darkened.
I'm not your bro, Mr. Sid,
he said.
Not now. Not ever. Now quit the bullshit. I've asked nicely for the bag with the 10 grand in it, and I'd like you to give it back.
Weren't 10 grand in there? Leon said with a laugh before realizing what he'd said. His eyes went to his feet and he swore at himself under his breath.
I rounded it up, Caleb replied.
When Leon looked up, both Sid and Caleb were staring at him.
Shall we stop this dance?
Caleb asked, his eyebrows raising by a half an inch.
The bag?
Or what? Sid shot back. I don't give a monkey's what you done out there with my boy. He inclined his head toward the window before returning his attention to Caleb. I don't owe you nothing.
If anything is borrowed, it should be paid back. If what is borrowed is lost or injured, full restitution must be made, Caleb said. It's from the Bible. Exodus, if you're interested. Your choice. Pay it back or suffer restitution.
Leon, who wasn't even sure what restitution was, remained silent, wondering how this would play out. He knew Sid didn't scare easily, but Leon's assessment of Caleb was that there was an inherent danger behind his cold eyes.
Who are you, Mr. Caleb?
Sid said, leaning back in his own chair and regarding Caleb through half-closed eyes. Leon had seen him do this before and recognized the mannerism as a way of playing for time.
I can be your best friend, Mr. Sid, Caleb replied. Or I can be your worst nightmare. You strike me as a sensible man, so how about you decide which it's going to be?
Chapter 54. Caleb. Caleb remained silent and watched as Sid leaned back again on his sofa and steepled his hands in front of him, as if he was in deep thought. Caleb didn't care for the theatrics, but he was content to give this strange man time to consider his options. Although the last time he had seen him, Sid had been wearing a balaclava, Caleb thought he would come to the right decision, eventually. And if he didn't, well, Caleb had a plan for that as well.
Or what, Caleb?
Sid said a moment later. Caleb, noting that he had dropped the Mr., mirrored Sid's theatrics with an exaggerated sigh.
How about I put in an anonymous tip to the police, Caleb said, watching Sid carefully, to let them know about the cannabis farms at the top of a tower block in the Lark's Cross estate.
Caleb had to force himself not to smile as he saw Sid's jaw tighten almost imperceptibly. Leon, sitting to Sid's right, just looked confused. He obviously wasn't that far into Sid's inner circle.
I mean, it's a good setup, Caleb continued. The other flats on this floor, no signs of life from the outside, no lights in the windows, no movement at all. I don't know how your Social Security system works, but I'm guessing you've acquired the flats somehow?
A minor tick in one of Sid's eyes told Caleb he was on the right track.
But the doors are warm, so something's going on inside them. How am I doing so far?
Sid didn't reply. He glanced across at Leon, who just continued to look nonplussed before turning back to Caleb.
Go on,
Sid said after a few seconds.
I love a good story. With no residents in them, the power and water consumption probably looks normal to anyone watching. And it's not as someone will look for a farm in an apartment block, is it? You're probably using the internal rooms for the main grow room, so there'll be no heat signature visible from the outside. No nosy neighbors walking by wondering what's going on. Hydroponic system, I'm guessing. Automated mostly. How many apartments are you using? Caleb saw a slow grin spreading over Sid's face. You know, that's not a bad idea. What do you think, Leon? Sid looked at Leon, who just nodded in deference.
Yeah,
Leon replied.
why not?
Caleb put his hands on his knees and leaned forward. Of course, if I'm wrong, then the police won't find anything, will they? He made to get to his feet. So, no harm done. I'll leave you in peace while I make a quick call. Wait, Sid said, holding out a hand to Caleb. Hold on a moment. He hissed something to Leon. Caleb didn't catch the words, but he caught the intent. Not a word of this was to be repeated. How do you know? It was Caleb's turn to smile. Terpenes, he said. Unsaturated hydrocarbons produced predominantly by plants. The ones cannabis plants produce are particularly distinctive. Caleb sat back and steepled his own fingers. I'm guessing you're using charcoal filters before venting the farms onto the roof of the apartment block. Right idea, as this high up the smell will dissipate into the wind before anyone notices it, but I'm not just anyone.
Seriously?
Leon said, shooting a look at Sid.
Is he right? Are you growing your own product?
Shut up, Leon, Sid shot back, not taking his eyes off Caleb. My friend's bag, Caleb asked, if you would be so kind. The busies won't give a damn, Mr. Caleb, Sid replied. You can call them all you want. I have contingency plans for them visiting. It would take them an hour to get inside the block if I shut it down. By the time they get this high up, there'll be nothing left for them to find. Busies? Caleb asked. The plod. Old Bill, Sid replied. Caleb frowned in response. The police, Mr. Caleb. What do you call them where you come from? 5-0? Not since I was a boy, Caleb said with a smile. We just call them the police. But I doubt they would find nothing unless you have an industrial incinerator in one of the apartments. He hardened his eyes and looked at Sid. No, I didn't think you would have. If I were, busy, I would just land a helicopter on the roof and send a tactical team down the fire escape. But I'm guessing you've thought of that eventuality, right? The look on Sid's face said it all. Caleb was just about to ask again for Susie's bag and the money it contained, plus what he considered a tip for the inconvenience, when a buzzing sound distracted him. He waited as Leon reached into a pocket and pulled out an ancient cell phone.
It must be them,
he said as he stared at the screen. Who? Sid replied.
the guys who sliced up the lookout. What do I do?
Give me that. Sid grabbed the phone off Leon, and Caleb watched as he stabbed at a key on it. What? He said, pressing the phone to his ear. Caleb waited, intrigued by the unexpected turn of events. While all he was here for was Susie's money, this was a curious development. When? Sid said a moment later. Then a few seconds after that, where? When Sid disconnected the call, Caleb could see the fear in his eyes, although he was trying hard to hide it. Who was that? He asked Sid. They say they're an Albanian family interested in doing business with us, Sid replied, his voice shaking. What did they want? Leon said, flashing his eyes between Sid and Caleb. They want to meet, Sid said, staring at the cell phone in his hand. To discuss terms and conditions. Tomorrow night, in the center of the estate. Sounds like you got a whole bunch of problems, Mr. Sid, Caleb said as he stood up, brushing his hands down Father Martin's jeans. Your empire could be about to come crashing down. No product, and no territory. Shit, Sid whispered. What am I going to do? You can start by giving me my friend's bag.
Chapter 55. Vince. The sun was just beginning to set as Vince drove past a weathered village sign welcoming him to Ranworth. It wasn't the most elaborate sign he'd seen and had only the village name and a simple silhouette of a boat and a church above it. Vince couldn't understand why people lived out in the sticks like this. He drove through the village looking from side to side as he did so. There was a small shop complete with a post office, a pub overlooking a wharf that was full of hire boats, and as he came to the other end of the village, a church. After he had reviewed the footage of the bus robbery, Vince had sat in silence in his car for some time, thinking. His concentration had been interrupted by a call to one of his burner phones from Hung, a man who worked for Vince. Hung wanted to know when Vince was dropping the girl off with him and his wife.
There's a delay,
Vince had replied, much to Hung's irritation. But Vince couldn't care less if the man was irritated. He paid the man and his wife a lot of money for their services. They all knew it wasn't just the couple's services that were being bought, it was their utter discretion. Vince owned a caravan on the Norfolk coast, which was a perfect location to hide all sorts of things, such as children waiting for someone to come and get them. After reassuring Hung that he would be paid in full and compensated for the delay, Vince hung up. His thoughts turned to Leanne and the amount of money she had already cost him. It wasn't the cost of the property in Norwich or his time that concerned him. That was all part of the fun, as far as Vince was concerned.